Okey abang, boleh duduk di sini.
Okay, so I think kita tak payah tanya sangat sebab nampak sangat yang he's from Homebois. Tapi kita tanya je lah. Adik support tim mana?
Homebois.
Homebois. What about you?
Tim Homebois.
Homebois. Memang Homebois berhabis lah.
Memang Homebois berhabis.
Okey bang, jadi bang, kalau kata abang pandang dekat kamera lah kan bang, abang boleh tak abang bagi tahu dekat orang yang dekat rumah tu bang, betapa happeningnya, seronoknya, ada macam-macam event, tempat disediakan, seronok sangat bang, boleh tak? Macam kasih tahu orang tak tahu ni.
Okey, kat rumah tu korang akan pergi sini, akan enjoy semua benda. Ada makanan, ada baju-baju, merchandise, and game-game orang semua dah terbaik semua. Upgrade semua. Tak.
Jadi bang, ucapan bang untuk orang yang macam rasa macam tak best benda ni. Tak nampak.
Bagi korang yang tak datang MPL ni, korang ada MPL ada aktiviti macam-macam belakang ni. Termasuk meet and greet dengan player, termasuk giveaway dan sebagainya. Korang kena datang ke MPL kerana MPL ni banyak aktiviti yang korang boleh main.
Betul. Kita tanya adik ni pula, adik nak bagi ucapan dekat orang luar kat sana supaya orang boleh datang esok untuk kita punya grand final.
Okey, kepada semua orang boleh datang dekat MPL 12 lah. So macam-macam ada kat sini. Kita ada cosplay, Mobile Legends, kita ada pro player, semua lah. Memang best lah.
Indeed, suasana kat sini memang meriah korang. If you don't come tomorrow, you're missing it for sure.
Jadi kepada korang yang ada dekat rumah, jangan lepaskan peluang. MPL ni bukan hari-hari aja tau. Jadi pada yang dekat rumah yang berdekatan, saya galakkan, saya ajak datang, turun dan memeriahkan lagi MPL season ke-12 kali ni. Semua dah seronok. Jadi kata-kata terakhir untuk semua yang tengah tengok ni.
Kepada semua yang tengok ni, jangan lupa sokong Homebois dan berikan yang terbaik. Semoga juara dan pergi ke M5.
Amin.
There you go, Homebois fans. Alright, so anything else from you guys? That's it? Guys, enjoy. All the best for Homebois, for your team, and to all your team supporting as well.
Kehangatan MPL season ke-12 ni masih lagi terasa dan sekarang kita ada dengan tetamu yang sangat-sangat istimewa. Kita ada Aiman Haq.
Halo semua. Halo Boji.
Jadi Aiman, saya ada soalan sikit lah. Kita dah nampak tadi kekalahan RSG semua kan. Dan sekarang final upper bracket, pertembungan di antara Homebois bertemu dengan Selangor Red Giant. Pada prediction Aiman lah, siapa yang bakal ke grand final?
So mula-mula memang prediction Aiman top tu is dua tim muah. So saya rasa saya akan pilih Homebois, and then SMG turun, and then SMG akan naik balik ke grand final untuk jumpa Homebois balik.
And who do you think is going to win the entire M series?
I will deep down I'm supporting Homebois lah. I'm gonna support Homebois to win the MPL because they never won at all. So let's support them and let them feel the piala.
Yeah, indeed. And any message to all the fans who are watching so that we can urge them esok boleh datang support for grand finals MPL M1?
Alright guys, pada semua yang tengah tengok, esok last day, tahun depan dah tak ada MPL, so make sure datang support. Even team yang kalah, Maima pun semua ada kat sini support MPL Malaysia. Ada banyak aktiviti kat sini, so kita jumpa esok di grand final.
We'll see you back.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak.
Aduh, dah dapat 1,500. Dapat extra potensial lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi.
Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
Kita selalu dengar ayat jangan kejut harimau yang sedang tidur, melambangkan jangan kacau Malaysia, nanti kita bantai kita orang. Tapi kan, harimau tu dah tidur lama sangat. Kita kena kejut dia. Kita kena bagi semangat dekat dia supaya dia boleh bangkit balik.
MPL MY dah banyak kali dah kita tengok berubah-ubah daripada setiap musim ke musim. Pasukan Todak dah 3 kali dah champion. Pergi international macam tu juga. Pergi bawa balik sijil penyertaan. Sampai bila?
Kenapa kita graf kita tidak menaik?
Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun
awak bermain Mobile Legends sebenarnya?
Sana pun. Jauh saya pun. Saya daripada M1 sampai ke hari ini, saya masih lagi berjuang untuk industri ni. Kesedihan saya bila mana pasukan yang kita harapkan kurang memberi saingan lah. Kenapa benda ni berlaku? Kenapa graf kita tidak menaik? Kenapa menurun? Adakah terlalu berat tanggungjawab tersebut?
Soalan personal lah. Kenapa Todak macam tu dekat international? Itu je.
Dia macam target kat Todak.
Kalau dari sudut pandang saya daripada M1 sampai ke M4, semua mutun punya tournament international saya start bulan lepas kot. Tapi kalau saya yang main macam saya rasa. So, saya rasa dia sebenarnya kalah dekat mentality je kot. Bukan saya, maybe ada beberapa dari tim saya. Bila diorang main je, diorang rasa macam, oh ni tak boleh, ni tak boleh. Takut kalau kita buat macam ni kan, diorang buat macam ni, faham tak? Maksudnya, diorang nak buat something tu, diorang kena tunggu enemy buat. Bukan kita yang mula kan. Itu kalau dari sudut pandang saya. Kalau apa beza daripada M1 sampai sekarang, M1 tu masa tu memang main semua lepas je. Tak kisahlah enemy buat ke apa ke, kita orang main ikut cara kita orang. Tapi kalau ikut dari sekarang, saya rasa macam tu lah. Dia mental block kot.
Shifu, Repo dengan Zon. Korang dapat wakil Malaysia kat SEA Games and korang dapat silver, which is very good. Tapi cukup ke? Korang punya pride, korang punya rasa excitement bila wakil Malaysia, bila dapat silver, Adakah dia akan mati dekat situ? Ataupun korang rasa still terbakar, bukan setakat nak pergi M5, tapi nak menang? Where's the fire? Where's the passion? Is it still there? Ataupun korang dah reset sangat sampai fire tu dah hilang?
Kau
Aku pula.
okay, Bo. Macam mana, Bo?
Macam mana, Bo? Dia lepas dah habis SEA Games tu kan kita dapat nombor 2. Benda tu sebenarnya tak cukup lah. Dapat nombor 2. Kita kalah dengan Filipin kot. Takkan kita nak kalah dengan Filipin. Malaysia kuat kot. So dari situ tak berhenti lah. Bakar dia tak hilang lagi. Dia makin bertambah bakar dia. Walaupun dah dapat nombor 2 memang kita bangga, tapi dekat situ
kita patut bangga.
Ha?
Kita patut bangga.
Yelah, kita patut
training
bangga.
seminggu.
Oh, ya. Tapi dekat situ tak membuatkan kita orang stop lah untuk terus berjuang untuk M5.
Tapi jangan risau, kita orang 2 je kat sini. Kita orang akan pasal M5 lah.
Tak.
Oh, 3. Salah satu pada kita tak dapat pergi M5 ya, Po. Tapi itulah, kalau kat M5 takkan kau nak jadi badut lagi kan?
Betul?
Tak apa, kali ni aku bawa betul-betul. tak, dia senang cerita siapa yang menang lah, dia akan okey lah.
So,
kali ni semua
buktikan lah. So, dekat M5 memang bantai lah semua negara.
Korang rindu tak line up SEA Games?
Jauh. Sebab dia paling bersendirian. Kita semua sama. Okey ya. Kalau aku rindu tu korang. Rindu line up SEA Games sebab rasanya itu line up paling solid tu dalam Malaysia. Jujur, tak tipu. Kalau dari aku tak rindu yang kita kat bootcamp. Aku rindu kita kat hotel. Sebab kat bootcamp semua bahas sendiri pula. Dekat hotel tu yang dia rapat sikit. Oh, kau nangis Syam.
Nangis
Syam. Mana ada nangis?
Yang dia orang tengok bola kau macam ni.
Itu tak nangis lah. Cuma kalau dari segi tahu, saya rasa macam kalau masuk final lain, dia lebih baik daripada tak masuk final. Dia punya kalah tu rasa lain lah. Walaupun sebab kita dah masuk final, kita nak dapatkan emas. Jadi bila kalah, rasa macam kecewa.
Jadi soalan ni untuk saya nak tanya dekat Ripo. Kalau kata dah pergi ke international bermain di Indonesia, dapat banyak sangat pengalaman. Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun pasukan Malaysia yang tak boleh nak hit that kind of standard untuk bermain di taraf antarabangsa?
Ada macam mana, Po?
Tak apa dia cakap
Kau dah main kat Indo, kau tak boleh bagi tahu macam mana Indo main kita orang. Kau tak bagi tahu apa ilmu tu dekat kita orang. Dia punya standard tu tak ada.
Sebab kan, yelah kan nak bagi tahu kan kita semua musuh. Takkan bukan kat SEA Games. Oh, kat SEA Games. Oh, kat SEA Games. Aku bagi tahulah macam
bukan maksudnya macam selalu kat Indo ESP buat macam ni, Mid buat macam ni. Tak ada. Kau tak bagi tahu. Oh.
Sebab kau kerang tak tanya.
Lagi mana tolonglah kita orang, kita tak tanya.
Aku tu tak nak tolong. Maksudnya sebab mungkin daripada cara korang main tu dengan bila aku main dengan Indonesia dah hampir sama, tapi mungkin ada sikit-sikit je lah, tapi benda tu tak terlalu mengimpact kan. So aku macam bila korang main macam tu aku rasa macam oh betul lah tu, dia dah sambil sikit sama lah. So macam mungkin kalau ada perubahan sikit nak buat aku boleh cakap dah hampir sama, mungkin macam
hampir
lebih
sama ke kita orang bawah lagi? Apa beza dia?
Beza dia dekat communication dengan ni semua. Mentality dia orang lah macam tu beza dia.
Apa masalahnya bila kita pergi kat international, kita tercedok?
Memang tu. Level Malaysia lain tu. Kalau MPL Malaysia memang lain gila dengan international. Tapi aku rasa tu pun punca tu kita macam badut sikit kat international. Sebab kita punya saingan dekat Malaysia kurang kan. Tak, macam mana aku nak menang tu?
Ni dah ada saingan.
Aku rasa dari segi kompetitif MPL team kan tak cukup strong macam Indo-Filipin. Lepas tu itulah diorang lebih advance tu dari segi team play, strategi diorang. Tahu lah, dia tu macam sampai sekarang aku rasa Malaysia pun tak dapat lagi lah. Aku rasa Malaysia main untuk main je kot. Nak nama. Malaysia main untuk dalam Malaysia je. Tak main untuk dapat duit gaji.
Duit gaji tu semua dah settle.
Dapat gerak. Tak ramai lah player-player yang macam kita. Harapan saya untuk komuniti Mobile Legends ni teruskan support kita orang. Jangan berhenti untuk support apa-apa yang event-event MPL kot, Muntun ke. Sebab daripada dulu sampai sekarang nampak macam sekarang kita dah start berkembang lah. Kira kalau contoh kalau pergi MPL tak ada orang. Macam season lepas ada tim yang bila kita lawan ni main tak ada orang. Kosong gila. Ada memang main tim apa dia select tau. Dia beberapa tim je yang nanti family dia je ada. Tak best aja tu.
Mungkin kalau untuk komuniti MLBB Jadi boleh jadi macam contoh lah, sebagai contoh Homebois lah. Ada Selangor kan. Diorang tu ada supporter diorang yang main drum tu semua. Tim-tim lain sebenarnya perlu ada juga sebenarnya. Tapi kalau fans RSG kan duduk je. Ada pun dong-dong dekat depan. Tak nak macam tepi-tepi tu ramai-ramai bam.
Tanya kepada Ciku dan juga Zon. Umum tahu yang Ripo pernah bermain di Indonesia. Kenapa Ciku dan Zon memilih untuk tidak keluar? Sedangkan ramai yang tahu ada offer dari luar ataupun ada macam Zon pun ada punya former team ataupun team lama dia, Geek Fam pun ada di Indonesia. Kenapa tidak memilih untuk bermain di luar dan lebih fokus bermain di Malaysia? Adakah takut?
Tapi pasal offer tahu aku rasa aku reject offer Indo dulu sebab aku bocah lagi tu, aku takut tu. Tahu aku tak berani tu nak pergi tu. Walaupun time tu offer menarik lah daripada tim-tim besar kan. Kira kalau aku pergi tak tahu apa jadi. Cuma itulah takut lah dulu nak pergi. Kau pula cik?
Aku sama juga jawab aku. Aku bukan. Tak, aku tak nak ni kalau dari diri aku better aku main kat tim Malaysia dan aku menang dengan tim Malaysia, faham?
Tak ada feeling nak main untuk orang lain?
Tak ada. Kalau orang satu tim aku boleh ajar dia macam-macam. Apa benda yang aku tahu aku boleh ajar dia sebiji, tapi cara pemahaman dia je lah. Cuma sekarang ni memang aku rasa tak ada lagi orang yang kat Malaysia faham betul-betul pasal ML ni. So memang aku nak kena cari sampai jumpa dan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia ni.
Lastly, I just nak cakap, as a talent punya point of view, I punya hopes and dreams, players, community Malaysia in general. Daripada players, of course, I nak you guys do your very best. Sebab even audience kat Malaysia, even kalau kalah pun, nampak korang try your best, very hard game, kita bangga.
Dari segi saya rasa boleh kot season ni. Sebab kita orang pun dah macam semua dah try hard kan. Dah tak nak dah macam kena bantai, kena belasah semua tu. Rasa semua tim dalam Malaysia sekarang ni semua betul-betul tengah proof kot macam mana nak naikkan nama Malaysia ni.
Memang semua tim dekat MPL tu betul-betul semua try hard gila. Sampai banyak import player tu semua sebab betul-betul target M5 lah. Memang diorang betul-betul target M5 season ni.
Ni untuk teammate-teammate saya. Saya tahu kalau korang main kat Malaysia, korang punya mindset lain. Tapi bila kat international tu, apa yang saya rasa macam korang ni macam tak tahu main apa sebenarnya. Macam takut ke, apa ke saya tak tahu. Nampak beza lah permainan dekat Malaysia dengan dekat luar. Season ni kalau betul-betul lepas lagi, kalau boleh orang-orang lama tu macam you rival Momo, ubah lah.
Kita kena bagi kekuatan dekat dia, tak kisahlah kita sebagai public ke, sebagai team owner ke, organisasi ke, media ke, ataupun komuniti sendiri, kita kena bagi. Kita kena kejut harimau ni supaya dia bangkit semula, supaya dia lebih garang untuk tunjukkan yang hey, Malaysia pun boleh buat. Malaysia boleh buat benda ni sebab kita boleh buat sama-sama kasih jadi.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
is approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there? You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Tarian kepersada dunia. Masa untuk membuktikannya. Menari mengikut irama. Mengejar emas demi negara. Battleground Malaysia. Road to Gold. Mulai 29 September. 10 malam di saluran berikut dan Astro Go.
Welcome back again. Kita sekarang tengah berada di MPL Watch Party. It's so fun.
Ramai sangat orang sebenarnya Sanjina. Jadi dekat korang boleh tengok ada macam-macam aktiviti yang sebenarnya ada dekat watch party ni. Tempat duduk disediakan, macam-macam games juga ada. Tapi yang bestnya dekat sini kan, ada cosplayer, ada mini games. Yang bestnya boleh dapat macam-macam Sanjina.
Macam apa?
Ada bag, ada jersey, everything yang collaborate dengan Muntun.
Wow, memang meriah lah suasana kat sini. And then there's some arm wrestling party going on. Ada football things. So fun. You guys have to be a part of it. But before that, kita ada some special guests, don't we?
So kita boleh panggil ada peminat yang datang untuk tengok Mobile Legends ni. Okey abang, boleh duduk di sini.
Okay, so I think kita tak payah tanya sangat sebab nampak sangat yang he's from Homebois. Tapi kita tanya je lah. Adik support team mana?
Homebois.
Homebois. What about you?
Team Homebois.
Homebois.
Memang Homebois berhabis lah.
Memang Homebois berhabis.
Okey bang, jadi bang, kalau kata abang pandang dekat kamera lah kan bang, abang boleh tak abang bagi tahu dekat orang yang dekat rumah tu bang, betapa happeningnya, seronoknya, ada macam-macam event, tempat disediakan, seronok sangat bang, boleh tak? Macam kasih tahu orang tak tahu ni.
Okey, kat rumah tu korang akan pergi sini, akan enjoy semua benda. Ada makanan, ada baju-baju, merchandise, and game-game orang semua dah terbaik semua. Upgrade semua. Tak.
Jadi bang, ucapan bang untuk orang yang macam rasa macam tak best benda ni. Tak nampak.
Bagi korang yang tak datang MPL ni, korang ada MPL ada aktiviti macam-macam korang ni. Termasuk meet and greet dengan player, termasuk giveaway dan sebagainya. Korang kena datang ke MPL kerana MPL ni banyak aktiviti yang korang boleh main.
Betul. Kita tanya adik ni pula, adik nak bagi ucapan dekat orang luar kat sana supaya orang boleh datang esok untuk kita punya grand final.
Okey, kepada semua orang boleh datang dekat MPL 12 lah. So macam-macam ada kat sini. Kita ada cosplay, Mobile Legends, kita ada pro player, semua lah. Memang best lah.
Indeed. Suasana kat sini memang meriah korang. If you don't come tomorrow, you're missing it for sure.
Jadi pada korang yang ada dekat rumah, jangan lepaskan peluang. MPL ni bukan hari-hari aja tau. Jadi pada yang dekat rumah yang berdekatan, saya galakkan, saya ajak datang, turun dan memeriahkan lagi MPL season ke-12 kali ni. Semua dah seronok. Jadi kata-kata terakhir untuk semua yang tengah tengok ni.
Kepada semua yang tengok ni, jangan lupa sokong Homebois dan berikan yang terbaik. Semoga juara dan pergi ke M5.
Amin. There you go, Homebois fans. Alright, so anything else from you guys? That's it? Guys, enjoy. All the best for Homebois, for your team, and to all your team supporting as well.
Kehangatan MPL season ke-12 ni masih lagi terasa dan sekarang kita ada dengan tetamu yang sangat-sangat istimewa. Kita ada Aiman Ha.
Halo semua. Halo Boji.
Jadi Aiman, saya ada soalan sikit lah. Kita dah nampak tadi kekalahan RSG semua kan. Dan sekarang final upper bracket, pertembungan di antara Homebois bertemu dengan Selangor Red Giant. Pada prediction Aiman lah, siapa yang bakal ke grand final?
So mula-mula memang prediction Aiman top tu is dua tim muah. So saya rasa saya akan pilih Homebois, and then SMG turun, and then SMG akan naik balik ke grand final untuk jumpa Homebois balik.
And who do you think is going to win the entire M series?
I will deep down I'm supporting Homebois. I'm gonna support Homebois to win the MPL because they never won at all. So let's support them and let them feel the piala.
Yeah, indeed. And any message to all the fans who are watching so that we can urge them esok boleh datang support for grand finals MPL M1?
Alright guys, pada semua yang tengah tengok, esok last day, tahun depan dah tak ada MPL, so make sure datang support. Even team yang kalah, Maima pun semua ada kat sini, support MPL Malaysia. Ada banyak aktiviti kat sini, so kita jumpa esok di grand final.
We'll see you back.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1,500. Dapat extra potensial lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata completekan task dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
Kita selalu dengar ayat jangan kejut harimau yang sedang tidur, melambangkan jangan kacau Malaysia, nanti kita bantai kita orang. Tapi kan, harimau tu dah tidur lama sangat. Kita kena kejut dia. Kita kena bagi semangat dekat dia supaya dia boleh bangkit balik.
MPL MY dah banyak kali dah kita tengok berubah-ubah daripada setiap musim ke musim. Pasukan Todak dah 3 kali dah champion. Pergi international macam tu juga. Pergi bawa balik sijil penyertaan. Sampai bila?
Kenapa kita graf kita tidak menaik?
Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun
awak bermain Mobile Legends sebenarnya?
Sana pun. Jauh saya pun.
Saya daripada M1 sampai ke hari ini, saya masih lagi berjuang untuk industri ni. Kesedihan saya bila mana pasukan yang kita harapkan kurang memberi saingan lah. Kenapa benda ni berlaku? Kenapa graf kita tidak menaik? Kenapa menurun? Adakah terlalu berat tanggungjawab tersebut?
Soalan personal lah. Kenapa Todak macam tu dekat international?
Betul
Itu
tu.
je.
Dia macam target kat Todak.
Kalau dari sudut pandang saya daripada M1 sampai ke M4, semua mutun punya terma international saya start bulan lepas kot. Tapi kalau saya yang main macam saya rasa. So, saya rasa dia sebenarnya kalah dekat mentality je kot. Bukan saya. Maybe ada beberapa dari tim saya. Bila diorang main je, diorang rasa macam, oh ni tak boleh, ni tak boleh. Takut kalau kita buat macam ni kan, diorang buat macam ni. Faham tak? Maksudnya, diorang nak buat something tu, diorang kena tunggu enemy buat. Bukan kita yang mulakan. Itu kalau dari sudut pandang saya.
Kalau apa beza dia daripada M1 sampai sekarang, M1 tu masa tu memang main semua lepas je. Tak kisahlah ini buat ke apa ke, kita orang main ikut cara kita orang. Tapi kalau ikut dari sekarang, saya rasa macam tu lah. Dia mental block kot.
Chiku, Repo dengan Zon. Korang dapat wakil Malaysia kat SEA Games and korang dapat silver, which is very good. Tapi cukup ke? Korang punya pride, korang punya rasa excitement bila wakil Malaysia, bila dapat silver, adakah dia akan mati dekat situ? Ataupun korang rasa still terbakar, bukan setakat nak pergi M5, tapi nak menang? Where's the fire? Where's the passion? Is it still there? Ataupun korang dah reset sangat sampai fire tu dah hilang?
Kau
Aku pula.
Okay, Bo. Macam mana, Bo?
Macam mana, Bo? Dia lepas dah habis SEA Games tu kan, kita dapat nombor 2. Benda tu sebenarnya tak cukup lah. Dapat nombor 2, kita kalah dengan Filipin kot. Takkan kita nak kalah dengan Filipin? Malaysia kuat kot. So dari situ tak berhenti lah. Bakar dia tak hilang lagi. Dia makin bertambah bakar dia. Walaupun dah dapat nombor 2, memang kita bangga. Tapi dekat situ...
Kita patut bangga. Kita patut bangga.
Yelah, kita patut
training
bangga.
seminggu.
Tapi dekat situ tak membuatkan kita orang stop lah untuk terus berjuang untuk M5.
Tapi jangan risau, kita orang 2 je kat sini. Kita orang akan masuk M5 lah.
Tak.
Bertiga. Salah satu pada kita tak dapat pergi M5 ya, Po. Tapi itulah, kalau kat M5 takkan kau nak jadi badut lagi kan?
Betul?
Tak apa, aku kali ni aku bawa betul-betul. tak, dia senang cerita siapa yang menang lah, dia akan wakil lah.
So
Kali ni semua
dia
serius
buktikan lah. So dekat M5 memang bantai lah semua negara.
Korang rindu tak line up SEA Games?
Syam. Sebab dia paling bersendirian. Kita semua sama.
Okey Kalau aku rindu tu korang. Rindu line up SEA Games sebab rasanya itu line up paling solid tu dalam Malaysia. Jujur, tak tipu.
Kalau dari aku tak rindu yang kita kat boot camp. Aku rindu kita kat hotel. Sebab kat boot camp semua bahas sendiri pula. Dekat hotel tu yang dia rapat sikit. Oh, kau nangis Syam.
Nangis Syam.
Mana ada nangis?
Yang dia orang tengah buat lain kau macam ni.
Itu tak nangis lah. Cuma kalau dari segi saya rasa macam kalau masuk final lain, dia lebih baik daripada tak masuk final. Dia punya kalah tu rasa lain lah. Walaupun sebab kita dah masuk final, kita nak dapatkan emas. Jadi bila kalah, rasa macam kecewa.
Jadi soalan ni untuk saya nak tanya dekat Ripo. Kalau kata dah pergi ke international bermain di Indonesia, dapat banyak sangat pengalaman. Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun pasukan Malaysia yang tak boleh nak hit that kind of standard untuk bermain di taraf antarabangsa?
Ada jana Po.
Apa dia cakap apa?
Kau dah main kat Indo, kau tak boleh bagi tahu macam mana Indo main kita orang.
Kau nak bagi tahu apa ilmu tu dekat kita orang.
Dia punya standard tu tak ada.
Sebab kan
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Muntong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Grind on. Confirm lah, Nescafe. Never stop fighting. Grind on. Power up with only Nescafe. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia Playoffs musim ke-12. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match terakhir untuk playoffs hari ketiga. Guys, match ini akan decide siapakah second grand finalist kita. Will it be Team Selangor Red Giants ataupun Team SMG sekali lagi akan advance ke Grand Finals? Match ni adalah match yang sangat-sangat penting untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Alright, before I jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas, I nak tanya, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Everybody is ready for this rematch. So with that, marilah kita menjemput Selangor Red Giants ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. SRG kembali semula dengan semangat yang baru bagi mengejar Grand Final pertama mereka untuk musim ini. Segala percaturan harus diatur tanpa kesilapan. Adakah gergasi merah mampu menghentikan perjalanan tim SMG untuk meneruskan perjalanan ke Grand Finals? We shall see. Give it up for Team SMG. Team SMG berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan untuk mencerahkan peluang ke Grand Final. Disiplin dan fokus bagi mengelak kesilapan menjadi kunci utama kemenangan. Strategi dan playstyle Coach Pau akan menjadi taruhan di perlawanan ini. Adakah tim SMG bakal hadir semula ke Grand Final seperti musim lalu? Mari kita saksikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di land of dawn. Alright guys, the later it is, the closer we are untuk mendapat tahu siapakah akan mewakili Malaysia ke either the M5 ataupun the wild card yang akan datang. Alright, tengok, players are ready and I'm still really much very happy that kita ada era baru untuk Malaysia. So with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much, Rose. Lovely opening as always. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the MPL Malaysia Season 12 Playoffs Day number 3. We're down to the top 3 teams, but after this best of 5, one of them will bid goodbye to the M5 dream. The era is still continuing to be built, but it's a grudge match between SRG and Team SMG. My name is Husky, and alongside me on the desk, I have Feisty Baby 1-2, and I have Sadafa, and we have a guest that I'll introduce in just a little bit. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling extremely excited as well because we are slowly reaching the pinnacle point of MPL MY because Grand Finals, I don't know man, who's going to be the ones to represent Malaysia? It is going to be very exciting.
Well, before I get your thoughts on that, I'm going to bring in our guest, the Season 11 MPL PH Best English Caster. We have Repta with us on the desk as well, joining us all the way online from the Philippines. Repta, how are you feeling, my guy? I heard that you are still at the MPL studio.
Yeah, actually they pulled me out mid-cast for Series 2 because they said, hey, the MPLY playoffs, the second series went into a sweep. We're going to give you a bit of time to rest and prepare. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this day. It's a great honor to join you all here. It's great to work with you for the first time. Sdafa, Husky, Terrence, I miss you, man. It's good to work with you again.
Yeah, I miss you too. Appreciate your love all the way from Philippines, man. But at the same time here, you know, it's great to see, you know, give you a little bit taste on how MPL MY kind of looks like, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to have you, Raptor. Sadafa, it's your turn. How do you feel about this series?
I think it's going to be a very interesting one to keep an eye on here because this is not the matchup a lot of us were expecting in the lower bracket finals. Team SMG going up against RSG, there was an obvious favorite there. SRG making it this far as well really speaks to how much they've improved as a team overall, so I'm excited to see the action.
Well, both teams, one has made history, one is looking to repeat history, and they are all doing it with the power of Mr. Potato, our official snacking legend. It's so ridiculously tasty. Yesterday when I was with Adine and Lafelle on the desk, they ripped one open and they just munched it in front of my face. So that really shows you how tasty it is. It's this one, the spicy squid favorite. I know you like this, you want to take a bite out of it. Go ahead, we'll let him enjoy his snack. It's been quite an
You guys can do that?
An eventful day. There it is. Yeah, he's doing it.
Can we pass a chip to Reptar?
Yeah, Raptor, yeah. Have one.
Thank you.
We're not responsible for the repercussions that happens to Terrence later on, but what we can tell you is that there's an MLBB party anniversary celebration on the 7th of October. The 5th anniversary encore selection chest and the 7th anniversary achievement from unlocking the annual fund data are up for grabs. You can light the candles up on MLBB's birthday cake and send happy 7th anniversary to the chat to claim even more rewards. And guess what? All heroes will be free during this period, so log in and claim all the good stuff. Happy birthday, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And in conjunction with the M Series 5th anniversary, you can now vote for your heroes from November 4th onwards to be awarded as the 10 greatest players in the M Series histories. Ooh, do you have a guy in mind?
Oh, that's the thing, right? Personally, I want to see Zorn going to be up there as well if they make it all the way to M5. But for now, you know, he is sitting comfortably in the upper brackets, and I'm pretty sure Reptar has a lot to say about the 10 greatest here. And in particular, I gotta say Kyrie's gotta be the greatest of all time, man.
Okay.
2-time, baby, 2-time.
I'll get to you in a bit, Raptor. Any person on your mind?
I think if we're talking just about nominations we've got here, the most obvious one would be Chiku, guys, because he is the Malaysian player that stands out even among the international MPLs.
All right, Reptar, I'll get to you in just a little bit. We're going to talk about the lineup of the teams playing in this lower bracket grand final, starting with Selangor Red Giants coming down from the upper bracket finals after a devastating defeat to Homebois, Super Zack, Super Red, Super Gojest, Pancake, and Super Skies. Now, Reptar, I'm going to get your 2 cents on this. Our Filipino import, Super Red and Pancake. How much do you know about these guys? What can we expect from them?
Well, with Super Ed, he really impressed me, especially in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, in MPL Philippines Season 11, he sort of struggled, wasn't able to shine that well. To those who followed MPL PH, they know that at first he started off with Blacklist International, then mid-season, that's when they brought up Al in the main gold laner role. So to see him still shining really well for Selangor Red Giants up till now is great to see, especially with what we saw him bring out in the Snapdragon Pro Series and how crazy he was able to carry and show his improvement during that tournament. Meanwhile, for Pancake, it's also great to see that he is an option and actually still going to be playing here. I know throughout the day he's been swapped out with Supernova, if I'm not mistaken. So again, man, as a fellow Filipino, it's just good to see my fellow Filipinos also being able to shine in other regions and in your main stage playoffs up until now.
It is certainly true that the PH players, the imports here in MPL MY, have had a lot of chances to shine in places that they may have not have had in MPL PH, but it's going to be tricky because we also have a couple of Filipino imports on the opposite side for Team SMG. Saksa and Miko will be joined by Sasa, Stormy, and Smooth.
I mean, Reptar, you're going to have a field day talking about this, but I know you have a lot of thoughts after watching the first series between them and RSG. They have a good long time to rest before this lower bracket finals. Any thoughts?
You know, to be honest, seeing SMG here, they lost their momentum a little bit here. I sat on the backside on backstage as well. I had a little bit of conversation with the management. They told me that SMG, they rushed it. They got a little bit overconfident in yesterday's match and they kind of tilt from down way. And to surprise, today they managed to bounce back towards a Game 5 against RSG. And I felt like it was a little bit close. They found their mojo back, but it's still too close to be called comfort.
And so far, when we look at these two teams, especially I want to start with Team SMG, right? Because we talk about Miko a lot as a player. And then when you look at the head-to-head between these two teams, so far, historically, from Season 11 to Season 12, Team SMG has had the one-up, right? They won 2 out of the 3 series that they play against SRG. Obviously, since then, there has been changes, there has been additions to both squads that bolster their power. But now I want to talk about Miko a little bit, right? Repta, I want to get your thoughts on this. This guy in MPL MY, one of the deadliest Kufra players I've ever seen, aside from Zorn. What else could you tell me about him?
You know, it's a major character shift for Miko. The Miko that you see in MPL MI, he wasn't like this in MPL Philippines Season 11. He actually was one of the reasons that some fans of a team called Omega here would say would be one of the reasons why they struggled. So it's really great to see that Miko is actually shining. He sort of has like a bad boy aura to him now, and that's important, especially when you're going abroad. You can't be meek. You really have to show that you're a little bit more, in the Philippines we call it, have a little bit of angas, that energy that when people see you, they don't want to mess with you. And it's good to see that Miko's like that. And it's also good to see that Shaksha is also able to shine for Team SMG. Before going into MPL Philippines, he was one of the most feared junk in the amateur scene. He wasn't able to fully replicate that in MPL PH. So again, it's good to see that they got to bring that abroad and show them what we call the lakas ng Pinas.
I mean, it's good to see that the vibes are good on SRG side, right? The coaching staff, Arcadia and Ozora Vecchi, and for the side of Team SMG, you have Coach Long, you have Coach Pao and Analyst Long as well. My goodness. Terrence, I know you mentioned you talked to SMG just now, right?
Yep.
They took off the face of the earth. We saw them recover this morning. How do you think they're going to be feeling, right? What's the expectations you can get from SMG today?
To be honest, I think they had a little bit more of a break to actually kind of gather the information they needed from SRG, right? There's a lot of performance that they can learn from the mistakes that they have made during their match against Homebois. So this is something that they can kind of capitalize on. But before we get into the details on the Filipino side of the drafts here, I want to talk about the gold laner coming from SMG. It's got to be Sasa, right? So far, he has been very, very consistent on every single marksman he's played. And so far, Iritel, Beatrix, and 1-1, these are the 3 heroes that kind of surprised me a little bit. Iritel had a very, very low win rate during the regular seasons. Beatrix obviously is still there, but 1-1 as well, when they debuted it during week 5 as well as week 6, it completely flopped. And now, just today and yesterday, we started to see a lot more 1-1 games, and somehow it's still like a 50-50 for me.
I don't know. I don't feel like the hero has been flopping particularly hard, considering that he has an 80% win rate in 5 games played this season, and that one loss was literally the game we watched earlier, where he decided, hey, Sasa's good with this, let's just pick into it, and then they got punished for it. So he does seem very comfortable with the hero overall, whereas on the opposite end, though, he will have to contend against Super Red, and I do feel like there's some similarities in the way that these players play on the Land of Dawn.
We've seen these 2 gold laners obviously perform, right? One of them came off a very heartbreaking loss, but the one stat that was constant for Super Red, average turret, still #1 across the board. This guy knows how to create opportunities, and he was the guy that took enough turrets to allow SRG to win a 30-minute game comeback against SMG yesterday. Of course, Iritel, Claude, and Bruno was his signature, especially the Claude. Whenever he's open, SRG will always pick it for him. Repta, is this little prodigy a Claude master back in MPL PH?
Oh, he wasn't able to show that off a lot in MPL PH. There were glimpses of it, but it was really, as I mentioned earlier, in the Snapdragon Pro Series when he put his name on the map as one of the top Claude players in Southeast Asia, maybe even the entire world. And it's good to see that, especially for Selangor Red Giants and Coach Arcadia, that they have 2 mobile marksmen available for Super Red. As you see, Miko just actually flexing there. Like, I like the energy that Miko's bring to the table now, because these are 2 Filipino coaches who know and understand the importance of catch-type roamers. So if you're playing against coaches who know the importance of catch-type roamers, of course you're going to have mobile marksmen available in your kit, and it's good to see there's a high win rate on the Irithel and Claude for Super Red. Oh, Miko staring into my soul.
We talk about Super Red a lot, right? But I'll come back to it in a bit, Terrence. Repta, I need your quick thoughts on Pancake in particular, this roamer that we'll be playing in this very crucial best of 5.
Yeah, for Pancake, actually, I'm wondering what's going on through his head. So, of course, earlier in the day, we saw that they initially played game number 1, but then they brought in Supernova. So that might be a little bit of a factor for him in terms of, oh, the pressure is on now. But there are pro players that we've talked about here in the Philippines where sometimes they bring out what we call this giggle factor, where they're a little bit more eager to show that, you know what, I'm not going to waste this opportunity. I'm going to come in there. I'm going to show my best. And Pancake, he's had, in the last time I saw him, it wasn't the cleanest performances before MPL MY started, but it's good to see that throughout MPL MY and of course with the performances that he's been able to have, that people are considering him as a top roamer as well, even though he has Supernova to sub with, that he is dependable and someone that they can count on. And it's good to see that Pancake, hopefully that he doesn't succumb to pressure of this high pressure match.
Now, with that being said here, Raptor, there's some very valuable insights here because we are about to jump into the draft very quickly here because, ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be the draft phase here, the lower bracket finals. This is going to be game 1, and one team will be the ones that advance into the M5 wildcard guaranteed, and one team will say goodbye to their journey into the international stage. This is SMG on the blue side and Selangor Red Giants on the red side.
Yeah, I want to start with Dafa because obviously
you've got fans in the crowd.
You got fans in the crowd. We are seeing the bans right now, right? SMG, Fanny, Yujong, Lancelot, very straightforward. For SRG, they're banning out the Enchanters, Matilda, Angela, and they snuck an Edith in as well. Historically, we've seen how these teams open. They are not big Novaria fans. And when you look at the active aggression stat, SMG is 66.67% first blood ratio, trailing behind SRG with only like 43.75%. Fans in the first pick. I need your thoughts on this.
So SMG obviously are a pretty aggressive team overall. The first blood have been very consistent recently, especially with the addition of Miko and Saksa into their lineup. No longer do they play safe, play it disciplined. They also want to go for blood sometimes while making sure that the execution is clean enough. And I love this evolution from Team SMG overall. What's interesting about the draft right now is SMG is doing the exact same opening they played against RSG in their game earlier. Same 3 bans, same first pick, and that's honestly a very interesting choice.
Yeah, I agree. And while this is actually happening as well, look at the crowd. We've got a little bit glimpse of the English broadcast. Not every day we get a chance to have a little bit of cameo on towards us. But at the same time, Raptor, I have to ask you this, because this is something that there has been a lot of questions when it comes to the drafting styles of Coach Pao. What are your thoughts on Coach Pao's drafting skills and coaching abilities back before he came down to MY, and what makes him so different now for MPL MY?
Well, I think Coach Pao has always been a relatively versatile type of drafter. He really tries to adjust based on the team that he's going up against and the players he has fielded, especially when the last time we saw him here in the Philippines when he was coaching a team called the Next Play Evos. You saw him really try out different things, really try to find the new comfort zone for a team and try not to stick with one game plan. So I feel like going up against a decorated coach like Coach Arcadia, you really have to do that, because Coach Arcadia has always been the type to, hey, if this sounds kind of weird but it looks like it's going to work, then let's make it work. So Coach Pao has to match that energy. And something else I want to share about Coach Pao before going into MPL Philippines, he was one of the highly touted amateur scene coaches as well. He had, if I'm not mistaken, there was a team he was coaching before called Team Problema that they called it. So it's like literally like Team Problem, because they were a problem for the amateur scene because that's how strong they are. So it's good to see Coach Pao bring that to Malaysia. And hey, Ixia there for Coach Arcadia, 3rd pick.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly talk about this Ixia pick, right? Because it was also a pick that won against Team SMG yesterday in Game 2 of the upper brackets, but instead of being picked in the first phase, it was picked in the second phase. Now, Sadafa, I want to hear your thoughts on this. We saw some shifts in how SRG was drafting with the opening sequence. Novaria Terizla is not common. Now they add the Ixia in.
So this seems very much geared to be a team fight combination here. Selangor Red Giants are aware that Team SMG is the type that is going to run at them, especially when they have heroes like the Baxia in the Iritel. So rather than try and counter that to look for the better initiation, they're drafting a lineup that's more suited towards counter engage. With the penalty zone as well as the full barrage setup, the reason that Ixia has picked up in the first phase is because other teams have already shown If there's a Terizla and the Ixia is still open by the second phase of picks, it needs to go. The combination between these two heroes is too powerful, and if you add the Astral Echo on top of that, it gives Red Giants a lot of battlefield control.
You know, to be honest, I agree with what you say as well, because I like how Selangor Red Giants is adapting to this situation, right? Like, they have to shrug off what happened in the previous series against Homebois, but this time, they also picked up a page of how RSG and SMG kind of went off earlier today. They are prioritizing this Terizla because of the fact on how Smooth has been playing. And look at this, they've banned off the Benetta. This is a signature that Smooth does play a lot. And I feel like forcing Smooth to play on the export means that Team SMG will not have a lot of opportunities to flank the backline, in particular to target Super Red on this Ixia.
We're looking at the rookie of Season 11 against the MVP of Season 11 in that XP lane, right? It's a very volatile matchup. Obviously, we see Super Gold just on a Terizla. Terrence just now brought out about a potential export pick from SMG. But Repta, if you're on the side of Team SMG, what are you looking at? Is that XP lane matchup important to you?
Yeah, and actually it's a good call for Red Giants to take out the Lapu Lapu, because now the next best option for SMG might actually be a Paquito in the XP lane, because that way you can clear the waves either faster or even just match the wave clearing speed of the Terizla that you're going to be going up against on the side of SRG. So I'm looking at the Paquito for SMG later on.
Yeah, we saw the Minotaur ban as well. SMG giving a lot of respect to SRG, despite that Minotaur having kind of a 50% win rate for SRG overall. They understood that this could be a team fight comp. Terrence, I'm going to go to you right now. We talk about the good adjustments, right? You mentioned that there's a Terizla, the Ixia, SRG, they're doing a really good job. What are they going to be looking for right now?
You know, to be honest, I feel like they are trying to mirror how Evo's Icon played during the SPS, right? Like, they want to try and take advantage of this KO punch on this hitbox increase with this Novarius. Oh, I feel like banning the Minotaur is great, but Selangor Red Giants, they can opt to bring up Guinevere jungle if they decide to, but instead, no, they're not going to go for it here. They are going to settle with Super Seki's Akai, who's currently on a 100% win rate since the playoffs with 2 times appearance, both from Sekis.
This is a very confident and comfortable hero for the Selangor Red Giants, and Heavy Spin definitely going to play a very important role here of disengaging if Team SMG does decide to go for that dive potential. Now we do see the export come out. This is something you guys were discussing earlier as an EXP lane matchup, who does very well into the Terizla, doesn't do too bad against the Akai, but definitely a little bit slower in terms of engage, and right now not enough of a dive for that Ixia, but they do resolve it with the Kaja instantly.
One of the 2 suppression heroes available for this entire game, right? We talked about Miko being really good with engaging, and you know, Repta also pointed out that Miko wasn't like this, but I suppose the culture here made Miko a very loud and very active roamer on the side of Team SMG. Good evolution. Now, SRG, they're going to their last pick, right? They're missing a roamer. Repta, I need your thoughts on this.
Oh, actually there might be a chance that the roamer might go to the Novaria pickup for Pancake, but I'm not sure of how much of a flavor that's that's typical for Malaysia. So if we're gonna try to match catch, you go for the Franco. Either that, you default for comfort, either the Kufa or the Cho for Pancake.
You got it, Kufra on your list. That's gonna get picked up. We see the full draft already, but before I come to the gentlemen's on my desk, I'm gonna ask you, Repta, I need some win conditions. What are these teams looking for to close out game 1?
Okay, so for the side of SMG, they really need to time their dives properly. You mentioned it with an X-Borg pickup, it can sort of match the Terizla in the lane, but dive will be a problem for them. So they really need to time their dives, especially in the team fighting, so that they can catch the Novaria and most importantly the Ixia as much as possible. While for Red Giants is just protect your Ixia. Time your engagements and make the most out of the heavy spin, not just for engaging, but for peeling the backline as well.
Oh, thank you very much, Repta. We're gonna send you off to enjoy the rest of match 1. Gentlemen, SMG or SRG, Terrence?
SRG.
Alright, Adrian, SRG or SMG?
I always have a bit of a bias towards SMG here, so I'm still gonna keep on that.
Well,
are you biased towards them or biased against them?
Towards them.
Biased towards them. I was like, what? After what they did to Zion Senpai, I thought you would go to SRG, but okay. The stage is set. I mean, these 2 teams, they are here to win it. Whoever loses gets knocked out in 3rd place. Whoever wins secures at least a wildcard slot.
Well, to be honest, these are 2 of my favorite teams coming into MPL MY, but eventually it comes down to one of these teams advancing to the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into the local bracket finals. Game 1, this is SMG versus Selangor Red Giants.
And what a grudge match we have, right? They met in the upper bracket, SRG upsetted them, and here they are, SRG. People can say they're in a worse state just because they lost 0-3 to Homebois in a brutal fashion, but looking at this opening, I like it already. They're matching what Homebois did, get Coolfighter level 2.
Yeah, bro, so far, we do know that there's some pretty aggressive rotations overall from Team SMG, and that goes doubly so when they're on a hero like the Baxia, so expect to see that, especially since we see both Stormy and Miko going for the Agility Wilderness Blessing combo to make sure that they can follow up in terms of aggressive positioning. Red Giants, though, honestly, they can play pretty safe. They don't have to be too aggro in terms of their response. This is a lineup that'll do very well in the mid game as long as they're not too far, so just play it safe.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, they're just trying to make sure that Sekis gets his pre-level 4. Look at this, Saksa is already here trying to contest this. Sekis not even close to level 4, and no, the minion actually got stolen away. Guys, he needs his level 4, and in this case, it feels like SRG, they are already losing out in XP or just because of how Saksa is going to be able to out-rotate this Archive.
SMG and SRG in particular made some good adjustments, right? They don't want Gorgeous to play into the Xbox directly. They got him to clear wave and get XP. But again, SMG targeting the weak points of SRG, which is the jungler, but he's still going to get the heavy spin, which is a very useful tool when it comes to these objectives.
Yep, right from the get-go here, this is going to be an important moment on this first turtle. Saksa does have the level and XP advantage for a little bit, but for now, SMG, are they going to be able to translate this? Because both Pancake and Miko now only level 4.
Yeah, that is fine, making sure the roams get their level 4 in the mid lane so that they can join the turtle fight. But I do like that there's been a lot of pressure put onto Gorgeous' lane to try and disrupt the Terizla as much as possible. Already half health.
Oh my goodness, Pancake is going to force a flicker out on Miko, but Miko still holding on to the suppression. Divine Judgment still available, but Sekis with the heavy spin is not going to do him any good. Move will burst him down. That's going to be first blood in the hands of SMG. Stormy with the stolen heavy spin catches Gorgeous. They want to turn the tide, but Zach, what? How do you steal the turtle right under the noses of Saksa? Super Zack, what?
We've seen this for so many games. It's always the mid laner of SRG that steals objectives away. But man, Stormy, the stolen flicker heavy spin, it's a good trade. They lose the turtle, but they still got some of the first blood. Super Zack steals the purple buff.
What, Super Zack? How?
This guy's awake, man.
Where was this Super Zack in the previous game?
Oh my goodness, that first turtle steal, that was complacency from Team SMG. They felt so confident that they didn't think about the Star Shatter, but that purple buff steal is all Super Zack, man. If this was any time for him to start feeling himself, this is what Red Giants needs. I really like this, some good aggro, making sure that Saksa doesn't get too far ahead in terms of EXP.
Oh boy, what a way to close things out for the day. But that's the thing about playoffs. Anything can happen, man. As of now, Pancake going to be whiffing the mark here. Miko is in looking for the Divine Judgment. Seems like they are going to try and wait this out. Super Zack seems to be the priority. As you can see, Zack going to be zoning off the back lines of Team SMG. But they want to make sure that Skies gets his efficient farm right now.
One of the things that SMG does have, especially when Smooth gets that Ice Queen's 1, is whoever gets dragged back by Miko, you generally don't have a way to get out unless you expend something like a flicker or a mobility spell. Now the second turret is going to spawn on the bottom side. SRG, they are in a perfect position. They're going to put Super Red in that bottom lane because he has the full barrage, and he also got the Corrosion side. So these team fights capabilities, as long as Miko doesn't catch a target, they're going to find something.
Oh, Pancake starting these with a Tyrant's Rage, but the rest of SRG not in position to try and follow out with Stormy. As Selangor Red Giants, they have the tools to buy time. In this case, they are going to be playing the late game to try and potentially hope for the setup for Super Red. But for now, Turtle going to be on the bottom side. Are they going to get Super Red in the fight here? Miko already keeping dabs on this Turtle for now.
Ideally, SMG breaks down this turtle before Pancake gets the Tyrant's Rage up again. I do feel like he wasted it a bit earlier, but they are dropping pretty low in terms of HP in the mid lane.
Yep, they're able to bait out all the Spiraga armor and Smooth here. They need Smooth to come on in. It's going to be far, but here comes Novari out here. Slick is Genki. He steals the turtle with the Hurricane here. He will back out, and the rest of SMG can't really do too much from the slows coming in from Super Zack.
Yeah, that's how you do it. That is how you do it. You see an X-Borg break the Faraga armor, and Team SMG suddenly loses a lot of agency to fight.
Yeah, good target prioritization from the Red Giants right now. Definitely feeling themselves.
Oh boy, Sasa baits out the Tyrant's Rage. Pancake is in a bit of trouble here. Forces a Purify up on Sasa, but at the same time here, Saksa looking for the push here. He's a little bit tanky. The rest of SRG can't really do too much. Miko still waiting for the right moment here. He still has the flicker, but SRG, they don't want to take a fight. It's just not worth it right now.
They did get the Purify out of Sasa though. So for the next minute, SRG, their cooldowns are going to be back. They still have the flicker on Pancake. If they want to make a move, they can onto Sasa.
I do worry whether the Red Giants are over-rotating right now, though. They have a lineup that's meant for counter-engaging. There's no real need to go around the map looking for hard ganks, especially with this many people. Super Goji has already had a hard time holding his EXP lane, and by giving Smooth several free waves and a free tier 1 up top, this is going to mess up the map control Red Giants were able to gain earlier.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You know, having this roster that Selangor Red Giants lack in terms of damage, they are going to win them one more time. But Stormy, stolen heavy spin, going to try and chip away the Pancake, drop down towards half HP, but SMG says, you know what, it's just not worth it. But the counter engagement from Super Goldjets doesn't let them off the book, follow up by Sekis as well. And that's going to be 2 down from the side of SMG as Selangor Red Giants finds a misplay coming from SMG.
Just like what Sadava said, the draft is meant to counter-engage, and they absolutely done that by baiting up key abilities from SMG. They know that Stormy has a heavy spin, they just need to get it out, and lovely flicker penalties from Goldjets. But while that was happening, also like what Sadava mentioned, Smooth is getting a lot of structural damage in the top side.
Yeah, Team SMG definitely had a good plan there, and I like that they stopped the fight right when they saw that they wouldn't have enough damage to finish off Pancake, but they definitely didn't think that Red Giants would be able to catch up to them. That flicker penalty zone going to really disrupt their retreat, because if they got out of that one, that would have been a full win for Team SMG, as they would have done so much tower damage and Red Giants would have gotten nothing.
Now, Super Zack with the out here gives those information. Heavy spin being used to try and zone them up. They are going to roll the turtle fight again. Sekis secures it, but they need to get out. However, Divine Judgment comes in. They are going to try and pull Pancake in, but there's nobody focusing down. They're just chipping them away, but at the same time, now Insanity comes in to cut the back lines. It drops Pancake down low, but Goldjets is going to be the objective for Smooth. And now they're going to try and extend the fight, but look from behind. Sasa joins in for the fight. The rest of the SMG are collapsing on the Giants. They're crumbling. They lose 2 for absolutely nothing. A turtle for 2 players. SMG now going to try and translate even more, as well as a tier 1 for Sekis. He's going to try and zone them out, but the tier 1 will still stand for SRG.
SMG got the top tier 2, and again, the X-Borg, if the Praga armor is up, he's always going to be a threat. He has the Ice Squeeze 1. SRG have no way to pull back if they full commit to a fight.
Yeah, again, I feel like the Red Giants are over-rotating. I can't blame them. This is a lineup that is the most effective when they're all grouped up as a 5v5. So it's very smart of SMG to choose not to take the 5v5 in the first place here. You see how much macro control they're exerting over the map. This time they're sending Sasa up top to get the tower and making sure that Smooth is around to spread that AoE damage, and that allowed them to take control of the fight very well. Ice Queen's 1 already complete on Smooth. Very aggressive first item. Sasa just finishing that Berserker series. Stormy with the Lightning Trunkian means that their fighting potential has just increased 2-fold.
Oh boy, this is going to be tough, because as of now, Selangor Red Giants, they definitely have a lot of macro and housekeeping that they need to actually work on, because as of now, if they bait out the heavy spin, things aren't going to go south. Because what do, right? Do they use the heavy spin for objectives or set up kills? Because as of now, they can only choose one. Unless Pancake gets a catch. Oh, he misses the mark for now. Smooth looking for the catch. Unfortunately, they are still waiting for the Lord push. 5 seconds before the Lord spawns. SRG not in position yet, and they have to regroup for this.
So far, they've been very composed in terms of contesting neutral objectives, but this Lord is not going to be easy, right? Super Skies, again, needs to have a good heavy spin alongside with Super Zack's Astro Echo to really ping out where SMG are, and thankfully it's on the top side they can control it.
Oh, what a catch from Pancake and Super Zack. Now the counter heavy spin from Stormy is not going to be good enough. He's going to push Super Red off the march, but they've already lost Miko. Now he needs to get out. The rest of SMG not in position here. SRG won't be able to contest this, but look at this. Saksa is dropped so low, he can't really contest this. They need to go in for the reset. However, while this is happening, Sasa is going to try and trade off a tier 2 down bottom, so he's got an objective there, but at the same time, SMG is still forcing the issue. Smooth is applying so much pressure. Can they get the reset? Saksa down to a 20%, but Insanity from Smooth connects on 2. SRG forced the flicker back, but Stormy gets the pick on Pancake. He zoned them out. Seki secures the Lord, but they'll lose Saksa as he tries to go for the attempt. But Here comes the cleanup. Stormy is back in action as well. He gets a double kill, and he gets a third kill for Miko, as SMG will gladly lose the Lord, but to trade for bodies.
I can't even call this a win for SRG. Lord was a consolation prize. They lose mid tier 1, they lose bot tier 2. This is their worst nightmare. Side laning is not SRG's forte. They will never be able to keep up with SRG.
Oh! Super Red right at the edge. Sasa underestimated the power of Super Red. This Ixia just doing so much work, and this is gonna buy them a little bit more time.
Ooh, that was great. That was underestimation coming in from Team SMG there. They thought, oh, we can take this tower just fine. But Super Red has already reached the point where that full barrage actually does a solid amount of damage. SMG has been making some very good choices right now of playing the map and extending fights against the Red Giants, but they're also making mistakes, causing them to lose unnecessary bodies. If they hadn't been making these mistakes, this 1.7k net worth lead would be nearly double.
And they also have been realizing that, wait, SRG are grouping as 5, they are so eager to look for a fight, let's catch a side wave. If you notice, majority of the game, SRG's minions are always closer to their base than they are to Team SMG's, and without this side lane, it's very hard for SRG to start controlling those jungles.
Oh boy, this is going to be tough because as of now, about 90 seconds left before this next Lord, it feels like SMG's win condition is making sure that Saksa gets his early aggression, but as of now, Saksa hasn't been able to do that. He's there just soaking up damage, but Selangor Red Giants, their intention is for those counter engagements, right? So their win condition is to make sure Super Red doesn't get contested, gets free hits with those full barrage. In this case, who can actually cut the backline? Stormy pretty much the only guy that actually can cut him, but for now, once Super Red hits those 6 item power spike, this is where the full barrage just 2 seconds ticks, or 1-2 ticks. Sasa is gonna die, Stormy is gonna die. So that's the win condition that Selangor Red Giants is gonna be looking for.
You need some interaction, some unique interaction with the full barrage is that displacing by pushing him away with the heavy spin does not cancel the ultimate. You need hard crowd control.
Yeah, but the thing is though, on paper, Team SMG doesn't actually need to pay too much attention to that as long as they mind their positioning correctly. Right now, I do think that the biggest threat to Super Red is actually going to be Stormy. Valentina 303. I saw his items. He's going for that third item, Clock of Destiny again, which we saw when he went very aggressive and very comfortable. I think it was like a 7-kill, 0-death game previously. So he's gonna scale up really hard, and Team SMG knows it. I feel like Saksa at this point is just an extra body.
Now, speaking of the gold distribution right here on screen as well, Jungle Creeps is favoring towards Saksa, but, you know, Sekis is able to redeem himself in the jungle, but bottom lane here, they do faster penalties on Goldjazz. Pancake looking to re-engage, but guess what? They bait it out, so this is going to be on cooldown for now. So Team SMG will have a little bit of priority on the Lord Pit for now until Goldjazz gets back into position to fight this, because now Sekis is going to try and buy time for him to actually regroup with the rest of the team here. Stormy getting picked apart, Super Zack gives a little bit of information. Pancake looking for the catch, he finds Stormy, but the Purify out of there forces the heavy spin and also the full barrage. So SRG, 2 major ultimates not in position. SMG looking to try and contest this. They still have Smooth looking to push forward a little bit. Miko fighting for the right target. Is he going to go for the Divine Judgments? Goldjazz also a little bit angsty. Lord down towards 50% for now. Super Red just hit his level 15. He's got an orange buff, so it's all about buying time. Super Red waiting for his cooldown. Full barrage still on cooldown for a while, so it is going to be a game of patience. As SMG, do they want to jump the gun? Because as of now, whatever lead they have is going to go be thrown south as SRG just waiting for those timings for now.
I mean, SMG are happy to play this. The side lanes are pushing in their favor. The bottom lane is about to crash into the inhibitor. They can wait this out.
Yeah, they definitely do. They have to be quick here. They're sending Super Zack down to clear out the mains. And SMG, they just need information, but they're not getting it at all. Super Zack not showing his position. Banging gets the catch on towards Miko. It's not really the right target. Smooth goes for the back lines. Insanity comes in, connects on 3. Super Red dropping down low. Stormy looking for the fence, but it's got a heavy spin. It's got a long Super Red down. Make sure he kills him. And guess what? Sasa fights Super Zack on the side of the map, and the rest will fall like a domino. The domino effect is there. Triple kill for Sasa. SMG in one fell swoop delete Selangor Red Giants. Tier 3's down. Crystals exposed. It's over. Team SMG, they take game 1.
Man, the Mage Prodigy Stormy.
Yep.
Holy cow. One mechanic that a lot of people overlook about Heavy Spin is that it removes crowd control. It's a built-in purify. That's why the engage that Pancake did nothing because he had the Heavy Spin. That damn, that spell was so good in his hands.
Stormy, showing us what he's capable of once again. There is a reason we named him the Mage Prodigy. But what really stands out about this young player is his ability to use any ultimate in the game. Throw it at him, he'll find a way to make it happen, and he'll make it flashy all while doing it. A perfect 5-man collapse and total dismantling thanks to Stormy jumping into the backline and pushing them all into the jaws of the beast.
What a game here. What a way to start things off, and SMG finds the right opportunity, the right targets, and they take them out in one fell swoop. Woo! SMG seems to be gaining their momentum from this morning, and now they're keeping up with the good work.
It's pretty crazy because SRG, they make good adjustments, right? We can all agree on that, but SMG, the eye for opportunity, they realize that their draft better in side laning. SRG cannot kite them as long as Move is alive with the Faraga armor and Ice Queen's 1. It all came to fruition, and Stormy's Heavy Spin was the ice on the cake. Repta, I need your thoughts on that game 1.
Oh wow, the way SMG played the map, knowing that initially it might be difficult for them to team fight as 5, so they said, hey, we have an X-Borg, we have a we have an Irithel as well who can really open up the map, so they decided to play around that, not necessarily focusing on the objectives, because at some point they had a difficult time actually catching the back line of SRG, but then suddenly SRG couldn't find proper footing, and then now SMG was like, hey, we're catching them off guard, we're coming off these weird angles. We saw here the creativity of Coach Bao we were talking about. I felt like that's something he taught to his players. Don't just go and throw bodies up in front. Find weird angles to tackle them, not just in the fight, but throughout the map. They played their mobility around the Irithel so well, and the fact that Stormy is him stealing the mids, him using Heavy Spin as a valid data, that's crazy to see.
That's absolutely lunacy. Let's go backstage to look at our MVP for match number 1. Why is this Stormy, and why is there no contention? Very straightforward, because he is just the Mage Prodigy, right? He did everything right. Adrian, I'm gonna come to you. You said that SRG has been sticking that together a bit too much, should be doing that too often, and yet they did. Is that the main cause of them losing game 1?
We have been seeing this a lot today, especially, right, where teams draft the really powerful team fight combinations, but that requires their positioning to be pretty close together. You can still work around it, but it felt like SMG were operating on a different tempo as compared to the Red Giants. Every time something's happening, 2 other things are happening across the map, and because of that, they fell behind not just in terms of gameplay, but in terms of gold and EXP.
You know, identifying the weak points of SRG is what Stormy has done in that situation, right? The win condition for them was that to make sure that Ixia gets back items, Super Red gets uncontested, Full Barrage comes in, is going to delete either Stormy or Sasa, but guess what? It didn't happen. The amount of pressure that they did is just phenomenal.
Well, let's listen in to what Team SMG were talking about in that game 1, because it was a easy and clean victory.
I'm good and I'm feeling alright. Can see me later. Go, boleh. See. Allow it later. Fast.
Go. You snipe. Can kill.
Okay. I got two. Nice one there. Nice one. Put them up. Go. I okay. Hip.
Nice.
Target.
See me.
No flicker. I got two guys. I got 2 promise. Nice one. Protect red. Aman. Oh, no return. I conceal red. Can we
No, see me.
Kill.
Stop. Kill all. Nice one, guys.
Damn it. Max man,
Akai dying.
Pull the
Marksman dying, Stormy. Can see Marksman.
Die.
Oh.
Nice one.
Nice one.
Block.
Tristan, the back. Tristan. Nice. Nice one, guys.
Tower. Bangun.
Nice.
Bangun, guys.
Wow, I mean, if any team needs Stormy to play as a jungler, I think he can do it, because those Akai spins were great. That's game 1, very straightforward. Under 15 minutes, SMG did it. We came into this talking about how SRG, they took a beating from Homebois, and they just took a beating from SMG, a team that they miraculously came back yesterday. Any adjustments you're looking for in game 2?
To be honest, when it comes to the adjustments here, I feel like SRG, they overthink their process, right? Like they put all their eggs on the basket on making sure that, hey, Super is going to be able to come online. But what they didn't take into account for is that where is the damage coming from? Because if you think about the drafts here, they have a composition that's so beefy to set up, but who's going to be the finisher in the early stage game in particular? Because Novara is not going to be good enough.
Who's going to be the finisher?
It's difficult to say because, like you mentioned, there's not going to be a lot of burst damage overall when you have the Novaria. The Ixia needs time to come online as well, so it's already difficult to do, which is why I mentioned to us the first few minutes, take it slow, wait for the scaling. You have great counter engage as long as you don't fall too far behind. But I do feel like the Red Giants ended up tunnel visioning a little bit on this draft because of how strong it is in the team fight. That's all they looked for, and not understanding which phase of the game they would be strongest, as well as how their enemy may outplay them.
And Repta, you mentioned that the win conditions for SRG is they gotta bide their time, find that timing, get those big team fights. We had glimpses of that, but SRG also has some very glaring weaknesses in the draft, and I want to hear, you just tell us a bit more about what are the loopholes for SRG.
Yeah, it's the overall map presence that they have. As mentioned earlier by all of you, mentioned that team fighting was what Selangor Red Giants were looking for. But in the Philippines, we have this thing where if you're up against something static like an Eve and now an Ixia, you avoid them, you avoid the fights. You always send one body in an opposite lane to split push, open up the map. And it looked like there were some scenarios where Selangor Red Giants were actually pressured during the team fight happening. Even though it was 5v4 favoring them, they always had like one eye towards the opposite lane getting split push, so then that baited them into pulling off some, dare I say, a little bit too early in the executions and trying to pick off. Pancake a little bit too eager to catch the first one that he could see, and then SMG were just biding their time with, of course, the Irithel Ultimate, who's a great punisher in team fights, along with the X-Board. It's like Selangor Red Giants were always just looking, one, at the map, two, where the X-Board is, but then they forget the Valentina. What ult does she have? They forget that the Kaja Miko sometimes would hold on to his Divine Judgment, so the members of Selangor Red Giants would get counter-punished. It seems like with everything going on around them, with their very static, focused team fighting lineup, all the pressure that SMG brought on them was just too much to handle, and that they were pulling the trigger too early in some moments.
And one of the items I want to just touch on is X-Board with the ice cream ones, right? We know how deadly it can be, the pew that he provides for his team, and just the general die potential. And that was what enabled Smooth to be able to make all these dives towards the back and really disrupt SRG. But when we look at SRG's side, the items, nothing out of the ordinary, but I want to get your thoughts on this, Aaron.
To be honest, when it comes to itemizations here, like if you compare the XP lane matchup between both Smooth as well as Super Gojaz opted to go for a tanky composition. So this is the problem where I'm talking about where is the damage, right? Export, if you're tanky, you're still doing true damage. And to my surprise, Smooth actually went for the old build, which is going for the War Axe as well as the Brute Force Blessed kind of build, but he's not gotten to that stage yet. But because he had an early Ice Queen 1 and War Axe, which gives him a lot of value damage and mobility, is able to outmaneuver both the Terizla as well as the Kufra in all these engagements to cut the back lines, which kind of forced Selangor Red Giants to prematurely use their flickers and allowed a good angle for Stormy to capitalize on the back lines.
Now, Adrian, I want to talk to you about numbers a little bit, right? Game 1, there are some things that we need to kind of break down a little bit. When we look at the numbers, look at Smooth. This man dealt 53,000 damage, highest the entire game.
So we have to talk about a little bit here the importance as well as the opportunities provided by aggressive itemization. Like you mentioned, it's pretty unusual nowadays for X-Borg to go for first item Ice Queens want. You usually go defensive for like a Dominance Ice, or you start off with an Immortality to support your team, go in big ult. But we actually saw this before in the earlier game against RSG MY. When Smooth feels comfortable in the lane, he goes Ice Queens want first with that Impure Rage to really layer on the damage. And because Red Giants have such static, bulky heroes overall, it's very effective here, resulting in him doing the most damage in the entire game as an EXP laner. You see this similar behavior in the other members of SMG as well, like Stormy going for third item Clock of Destiny.
When we look at the heat map for this game, I'm pretty sure it'll give us some good semblance of what's happening in this highlights. I mean, there are a lot of memorable moments, right? Against Stormy is definitely the playmaker. Any memorable moments for you, Terrence?
To be honest, the memorable moments for me is gotta be them not respecting Sasa's positioning, right? Like, I feel like Sasa is just could be completely ignored, but the biggest clutch is gotta be that final moment where Stormy is the reason why SRG is having a very, very difficult time. Because in this moment right here, he and Smooth was the two players that annoyed the heck out of Selangor Giants and bought enough time for Sasa to actually come in for a flanking position to get the kill.
And they even stalled out the Lord take, right? SRG finally got the Lord, but it was a bit too late. And then we got to that final sequence. Stormy again with the game-winning play with that heavy, well, not heavy crossbow, heavy spin. We're going to see on screens right now. Reptar, I'm going to put you in the shoes of SRG's coaching staff, right? With your experience, game 2, are there any adjustments that they need to make?
Oh, they might have to change their approach. SMG have shown that you can't play static against them. You're going to need a little bit more map management. It can't just be all about the objectives. I brought up about Coach Pabz's creativity and out-of-the-box thinking at times. Team SMG, they show that not just in the draft, but in-game as well with their approach. So Coach Arcadia needs to respect the heck out of that. Coach Arcadia, you're known for out-of-the-box thinking. Show that side as well.
We've seen the Hanzo.
Yeah.
But I have my doubts on it.
A bit too out of the box.
Okay. That's the thing, right? SRG actually won with the Hanzo, but that's the thing. They had to deal with it because of the fact that they tried to play a static composition. Quote unquote here, Reptile, you brought up this one as well, static composition. That's exactly what SRG kind of brought to the table, which is having the Ixia kind of stand still. And before Ixia was kind of popular in week 5, week 6, we saw a lot of Gord plays, and Gord does have very, very similar play styles to the Ixia. So adaptations has been made, but so far, I feel like how Coach Pabz dealt with it with just having so much mobility is just genius.
So far, Super Red has been given Claude every single time Claude is available, because it's that good on it, right? 100% win rate. And then today, he played 2 games for Claude and got completely dumpstered by Homebois. And I want to ask you, Adrian, what makes Claude not that good right now? I'm going to hold you on that because I have a more important thing to look at. The M5 Wild Cards happening on November 23rd to November 26th in Kuala Lumpur itself. 8 teams across the world and emerging regions will be competing in the M5 Wild Card stage for that ticket to M5, which will be happening in the Philippines in December. The best part of it, China is joining, baby. 4 teams from China will be a part of this. Now back to you. What makes Claude not that desirable right now?
So unfortunately, part of the reason why Claude was such a popular pick overall was not just because he had such a great escape and initiation tool in the battle mirror image, it was the fact that he could so easily split push lanes because of how much damage Blazing Duet did to minion waves. Because they took away the extra damage done to minions, that really affects his clear speed overall, not only reducing his pressure across the map, but also reducing the speed at which he is able to farm, and that was one of the big selling points of the hero.
And look at this, the M5 wildcard qualified teams. And the question is, who will represent Malaysia, right? We're still fighting for that team by the end of tomorrow, but for the regional allows, we have Nightmare Esports, Lil Gun also joining the stage. We have Formacil Esports and Imperial. We're still waiting for 4 more teams. This is going to be very exciting.
Exactly. We have Mongolia, Nepal, Mekong, and Latam kind of guaranteed right now for this 4 slots in this phase. And of course, we are looking for Malaysia, China as well is going to be coming in. This is going to be a lot of hype coming in for this wildcard that is going to be happening to this year. So I don't know, man. It feels like it's very scary to be in this position, especially in the wildcard, where we have the best of the best from all the regions gathered here today.
Yeah, I mean, so many things to look at. Of course, the question also this season is, will China be the next Mobile Legends Bang Bang superpower? Can the Chinese representatives qualify to M5 via wildcard? We know historically they're really good at video games. They've won trophies across multiple other titles and genres. But this one, can it be the breakthrough for them? Do you have any expectations, Adrian?
I think there's gonna be a lot of expectations, not just from me, but overall the world, right? Precisely for the reasons you mentioned. China as a country has been able to consistently dominate other esports titles and even conventional sports titles on a world stage. But of course, they're still very new to MLBB in comparison. The game only just came out this year, not that long ago. Comparatively, PH, IT, MY, we should have a lot more wealth of experience, and yet it still feels like there's a chill behind our backs, you know?
Ooh, I feel it. Reptar, do you feel it? Do you feel the chill? Do you think, are you guys scared of China?
We have 3 world championships. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Fair enough.
That's a good one. I'll hold you to that. I'll hold you to that.
Looking for the fourth, I know, but for now, the most recent one, MSC, you guys lost. But all things considered, okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. not gonna put too much shade into that. But personally, I feel like, you know, when it comes to the play styles of both the junglers here, it really impacted in the play styles on how game one looked between both Sekis and Saksa, because Saksa played game one very objective driven, where Sekis is looking to be a little bit more aggressive and set it and play a little bit more setup because of how Akai is designed to be playing in the jungle role.
Yeah, and when we look at this, right, again, Super Skies unfortunately has one of the lower average turtle and lore secure rate compared to Saksa, who has just been absolutely proficient. And Super Skies so far has not kind of broken out of that change, right? He's still a bit inconsistent. I know he secured objectives in game 2, but overall he still struggles.
Actually, what is funny about that is that even though he has the higher average lore and turtle rate, Super Skies got every single neutral objective in game 1, and they still lost, like literally all of them. So that's quite a thing, but what is also a thing is the fact that Supernova will be coming back in to fill in for Pancake and potentially pull Red Giant out of a sticky situation.
Well, this seems to be a memory, a deja vu on how yesterday is going to be looking like, right? Because Supernova was the reason why they actually reversed 2-0 SMG, if I do remember correctly. And it's crazy to see that, hey, they're doing the exact same thing again here.
Yeah, and it's a bit crazy, right? We talked to Raptor mentioned that they need some adjustments, right? You know, not too focused on just team fight, but when it comes to hero picks itself, as we go into this drafting phase, Raptor, how do they switch up that style in terms of the hero picks?
They're going to need something a little bit more mobile in terms of the marksman, and I understand why Terizla is prioritized by a lot of teams, why they like picking it as one of the first 2 picks on the red side. But with that being gone, now they open it up a little bit more. They have an Edith here, which still could be flexed into the roam. Not sure if that's Supernova's thing, but that could be an option here for SRG. However, knowing Gojus and what kind of playstyle he likes to play, I think it's going to end up on his hands. So that in itself is already is going to be a good switch up. They still have to watch out though for potential formation breaking. XP laner still available. It's a good thing that SMG actually, or not a good thing for SMG that they took out the use option for them, but that's one less thing for SRG to watch out for. So a little bit more mobile for the marksman, and if ever it's going to be a farm-based marksman, maybe not pair it up with a Novaria, something else that can scale up a little bit faster would be good in the mid lane.
And I mean, SRG did open with the Novara Terizla, right? And followed by Ixia in game 1. But for SMG, they still take the backstab for themselves. But instead of the Kaja, they're gonna go for the Kufra.
An interesting choice here to go for the Kufra so early on. You would think that they usually wouldn't want to prioritize that when they don't really have confirmation yet on whether or not this Edith is actually going into the roam position. Could it be a stolen pick from Supernova here just to make sure that Miko can control the map?
You know, to be honest, I agree with you, Mustafa. It's definitely going to be focusing on Supernova. Think about this here. Supernova formerly was playing with SMG before. They pretty much played with him to a tournament and actually played all the way to M3, if I'm not mistaken. And they know the ins and outs, what his comfort heroes are actually going to be. So I like that they're respecting it, they're denying the Kufra, but at the same time, think about the bans coming from SMG, right? They ban off the Yujong. This is something that Super Gojas is very comfortable in the XP lane, and forcing the Edith into his XP lanes to go up against Smooth's export lane is the most ideal situation that SMG can be looking forward to if SRG does not ban this export.
That is under the presumption that this Edith goes into XP lane, right? I know Raptor mentioned that there is a chance we see Gojas on this Edith, but overall, we are also seeing the XP lane pool getting whittled down a little bit, right? Export, you have Smooth Benedetta, because I don't believe in Gojas Benedetta. The Khalid is probably another X factor, but what is going to be there? Because both teams are now looking at the gold laner bans, Raptor.
Yeah, in terms of the gold lane here, usually in the PH, we got a good combo and win rate with the Novaria and the Brody, considering that there's already a Kufra and then Boxer that you have to watch out for. But it's not going to be the Brody, and if ever SMG leave it open, the carry might be a respectable option as well for SRG, considering that, well, you already see two very tanky presences. It might be good to pick up something like a carry, someone who could melt down the lineup, knowing that most likely one of the XP laner of SMG will be tanky as well. So they take away the X-Borg. You mentioned the Khalid, and I actually agree with the Khalid pickup being an option for either of these two if ever this Edith will go into the roam. But it looks good for SMG because right now they need a little bit more easier access into their back line.
Yeah, Minotaur ban out again. Another respect from SMG. They want to dive and they don't want to counter engage. If this Edith is not going into the roam row, are there any other options, Adrian?
Any other options in terms of the roam position? We do have to know that Supernova is able to play Enchanter supports, right? He's already showed his capability on heroes like the Rafaela, for example. Angela and Matilda have also really been banned out previously, but it could be a pretty good combination since we know that Team SMG moves pretty quickly across the map right from the start. So some extra movement speed, slow immunity could be pretty useful to make sure that Red Giants are able to get around places, though that would mean a double mage comp. That can be quite scary.
To be honest, you know, seeing how this draft is coming in here, I feel like when we talked about head-to-head roamer matchups here, Edith kind of subconsciously counter Kufra. Kufra can do the same, right? It's all about who gets the first jump first and who is able to dodge the first engagement in order to counter the away troops. So I feel like Selangor Red Giants doesn't mind Supernova playing here, but Enchanter isn't too bad because if you think about here, Goldjess in the Edith does provide a lot of magical defense, magical damage here on the sides alongside with Novaria, which is a big problem for Novaria in early game because of lack of magic damage. So in this case, Goldjess getting this earlier hits here is going to be able to contribute a lot in the mid-game teamfights.
There's still the Brody or Bruno for SMG, and also the 1-1. Actually, one was banned out. So Bruno and Smooth's Lapu getting picked out. We completely overlooked this. So Repta, SRG, what is the direction they're going to be looking at, right? They have one last pick. Is this Edith still good in the XP lane?
Should still be okay though. Although with the pressure being applied by the Lapu, it might actually be okay going into the roam role for Supernova, then pick up something different for the EXP lane. But scratching my head right now is what could be the best possible option here for SRG, especially that you also need to go after the Bruno. They can go a little bit weird and then pick up a Benedetta and then put the roam Edith instead, but let's see if that's going to be the case. No, they're going to play it safer, and it's a pick that I forget sometimes exists because we don't see him as often anymore in the PH as well. It's still the R-Lot.
Okay, win conditions, Repta. Again, to hear your thoughts on this, what do these two teams need to do?
Okay, so for SRG, well, with the Edith and the Novaria, they can actually be a little bit more aggressive in the center of the map, in the river, get a little bit more control there. That way they temper in the potential scaling of the Bruno, and if you get to control the mid-game so that SMG isn't that comfortable, then they're going to need to go after the Bruno as much as they can, because if they let this Bruno freely farm up, it's going to be a problem.
Well, thank you very much, Repta. Once more, gentlemen, game 2. We're kicking off a little bit. Adrian, I need your final thoughts on this. Are you still on the SMG train? I know you're biased, but I need to ask it just to be sure.
I am definitely still on the SMG train, but I do think that the Red Giants have a more balanced lineup here overall, and the key point here is going to be that both teams have a certain degree of independence that no longer requires them to stick together to form one-dimensional gameplay. So much more dynamic game 2 I'm expecting here.
SRG are 0-4 so far today. They gotta someone break the streak, Terrence.
Yep, they definitely do here. What better than to head into the Land of Dawn here for the MPL MY Chaos. This is the lower bracket finals, game 2. SMG versus Selangor Red Giants is a game of comebacks, is a game of pride, is a game of who is gonna represent Malaysia for M5. This is gonna be the match to prove themselves here. Can they bounce back right here, right now?
We've seen this, right? SMG, they just look so much more cleaner today compared to yesterday, where they were affected mentally after losing to SRG in game 1. But right now, the adjustment, especially SMG, always having a secondary condition to win games, is making life for SRG hard.
A little bit of an exchange here in the Little Wanderer, but it's still going to go over to Team SMG. Now we do see a bit more of a priority towards movement overall. We see Stormy Miko still sticking with agility, Wilderness Blessing, but now we see those same emblems on the side of Super Zack as well as Supernova to make sure that they can match in terms of mobility here. And I do like that. I feel so far today, Supernova has demonstrated more consistent catching ability as compared to Pancake, so we'll see what his presence does.
Oh, Miko get a very beautiful start here. Super gets completely collapsed on. Supernova wasn't expecting. Miko has got some really good senses there. And what a way to start the early game for SMG.
Man, Miko Kufra is one hell of a beast. Checking these bushes with Time Revenge, he knows that no matter what SRG has, they will not have damage to do with them, and he just face checks and finds 2 members.
I just gotta stop praising players. The moment I talk about
Casters
Supernova
curse.
doing good, he gets caught alongside Super Zack. And we already mentioned how this early game, pretty important for SMG, cannot give Snowball over to Sasa, especially he's already got that 1 assist, so that EXP going to help a little bit as he continues in the lane.
We also had this R-Lot on the side of Super Gorgeous, right? Already behind in terms of experience as well. Turtle started by Super Skies.
Yep, it is going to be a very important moment here. They need Smooth to actually join the fight. Arlo is nowhere to be found. He is looking for that angle, but Saksa is going to try and collapse on the Sankis here. Frederick goes for a snap. Oh, he steals the turtle again, but he's going to pay with his life. Gorgeous gets the final slash in on 3 man, but can they have the finisher?
Ooh,
Nova
nice.
intersects, catches 3 of them at the edge, allows Gorgeous for the finish. Triple kill on Super Gorgeous, and they are back in action.
Man, the passive of this Arla, the Demon Mark, every crowd control allows him to dash onto you one more time, and the crowd control could not have been perfect from Supernova.
Yep, one more time now. Sasa with the Purify, looking to ego challenge against Super Rage, dropping a little bit low. Zack misses the mark here, will not take Sasa, but that is going to set Super Red a little bit back off. But for now, they're back. They're equalizing the score with that play up top.
I'm gonna say right now, we can instantly see the difference in impact of having Supernova on this Edith. And that, even in the previous Turtle fight, he got more than one multi-person Earth Shatter. And that actually caused a lot of havoc for Team SMG because they're more used to being the ones in control of these fights. The timing was actually so good that it stopped Saksa from getting the retry on the Turtle, giving Red Giants a nice lead that they needed.
It's good to see that SRD now has other conditions but Super Skies.
Oh, they thought they are going to try and go to Skies as well. Here comes the Astro Echo to try and give information, but there's just no follow-up through here. As Skies is not able to turn the tide with the Appraiser's draft. So just like that, SMG is able to punish this here, and they're going to be looking for more Miko, giving chase with Supernova. Saksa still considering if he wants to, but they will try and deny neutral resources away from SRG for now.
The ideal situation is that they put enough pressure on the bottom side that they completely take control of the Turtle. They still have 20 seconds for SRG to get there and reset, but the fact that Team SMG, they even expect the flicker on this move to kill Super Skies really shows you how much they want to slow down this Fredrin.
A little bit of an exchange up in the top lane here for the EXP. A good dash there from Go just to make sure he's not easily caught out. I doubt there's going to be very easy 1v1 kills up here in the EXP lane. So the fact is, Super Go just getting that huge influx with the 3 kills earlier on. Going to make Smooth's life just a little bit more difficult overall. It's not going to stop them from maintaining control right now. So Turtle going down to 50% HP.
Oh, this is smart. SMG, they're hostaging their Turtles for now. They just don't really want to take this fight, knowing that Sasa needs his farm, but looks like they are going to try to force the issues. Move gets cancelled out with his ultimate here. Nova gets the chip damage always way through, but Saksa, he yoinks it away, and now they have to come back for this here. The stolen final stash from Story pulls us apart, and he able to get out, and now Gojas turns back, gets the kill on Smoke, but they will lose one in their favor because now SMG will not let this slide. They will not let this go unpunished, but Super Zack says, you have overcommitted, and I'm gonna kill you off. But Saksa, he's got a little bit greedy, he's got a double, and Super Red now is looking to finish him off. He will eventually die, but guess what? So much space has been created for Sasa up top, and they even traded tier 1 up top.
Just like game 1, just like what Reptile mentioned, every time it's a 4v5, SMG finds space elsewhere. Would have been nice if FRG got the Turtle, but they didn't have damage, and Super Sky still used the Retribution early, allowing Saksa to just steal the Turtle away easily.
Yeah, the timing for Super Skies on those neutral objectives has definitely been feeling a little bit off here in the playoffs. Team SMG definitely at first glance is looking to be overextending a bit too much these times. But we also saw a similar situation in game 1 where bodies were being traded left and right, and yet it is the macro play that was winning things out. And like you mentioned, Sasa being able to get that tier 1 up top, pretty huge. Leave it to Stormy though, flickering forward with 30% HP despite everything. Almost got out, but got punished finally.
Oh boy, SRG not too happy about the situation. Zack is going to try and group up with the rest of the team here. They're all 5-man clumped up. So is the rest of SMG. But seems like it's all about waiting for this next Turtle objective. They want to get advantage into as a control, but concealed plays coming from SRG. SMG, they spot this out. They go back out for now. But 10 seconds left for this Turtle. SMG, they are going to try and get a little bit of value here. Sasa still nowhere to be seen in the map for Selangor Red Giants to react to this. Super Red gonna be looking to shovel the bottom hit, but no, the collapse comes in. Here comes the Astro Echo, gets the information. Supernova needs to get out. Gojaz looking for the final stash. He's gonna focus down on Stormy. He finds him, but at the same time, the rest of SMG is gonna collapse on him, and they will take him down. But at the same time, Turtle getting rushed over by Selangor Red Giants as they yoink that away like the thief in the night.
That is fine. At least they got a trade and a turtle in return. So SRG, they equalized the net worth disadvantage that SMG has. And this is giving me a bit of a Homebois flashback on week number 4, where they struggle with side laning because they stick together as 5 and they don't really want to have anyone caught out. SRG, they're doing the exact same thing, so they need to kind of readjust and realign those side lanes to not let SMG get so much space. Sasa is farming the top corner of the map for the past 2 minutes.
Yeah, they gotta be wary of that right now. I do like that Gojaz is giving more priority over the Stormy this time. Definitely disrespected the Valentina's presence in game 1, and that allowed him to scale up really fast. This time, we're not gonna see that anymore, but it results in them giving less attention to Sasa overall as well. Although, all things considered, still pretty even. Not much of a net worth gap at this stage. So as long as the Red Giants continue on this kind of momentum, they will be fine. Super Red scales pretty well too, after all.
Now, Astro Echo has been expanded. They do see where Saksa is, but the rest of SMG, they're not eager to commit to this fight. They want to try and protect this middle turret as long as they can for map control before things get a little bit out of control. But for now, SMG, they will just settle down and just back off. Likewise can be said for Selangor Red Giants.
And you can see Team SMG, so far they have just been taking control of the top side whenever they can. Finally, they relinquish some of that pressure because they want that bot tier 1 to open up both the jungles again on the side of SRG.
Yep, now SRG, they're grouping up middle against wall. Stormy gonna use himself in bait. They are trying to bait a reaction of Gojaz down bottom. As you can see, SMG, they're setting up an ambush and trying to kill off this Arlux, who seems to be the biggest problem for SMG. But it's not happening for now. SRG, they know what's up. They know what SMG is thinking about this.
The thing is, it's still SMG heavily prioritizing macro play instead. Yes, it would be ideal if they were able to catch Gojaz in an ambush, but they're still able to set up a very easy position for Sasa to get another tier 1 down bottom, because Red Giants are kind of being split across the map without achieving any particular objective. And I think that's what's separating these teams very much right now. Red Giants aren't moving together as closely anymore, but their movements aren't really made with an intent. It's more reactive.
And the same struggle happens, right? Both the XP and the gold lane aren't that good, but it's a fight.
Oh, that thought. Sasa getting pulled back from the Vandal Slasher. They need to back up. At the same time here, Stormy, he needs to get out. The Founder Slash comes in. They pull him back here as well. Miko with the Tyrant's Rage instead. Selangor Red Giants could not counter engage. What a catch from Miko to catch them off guard. Sky's Nova taken out right under the turret. Perfect go time for SMG to take the Lord. Unless, are we going to see a steal here?
No.
That's going to be not happening here. Saksas takes it out. Zach tries to go for the play, but Smooth, he's going to try and get chase here. Zach needs to get out here. Smooth, he's going to go for a spin here. Drops it down low, but it's not going to be enough. Final Slash barely catches him at the edge, and he's going to be able to get out.
Just another day in the office for Miko, and again, side lanes in favor of SMG. And what's better, now they have the Lord to help them secure the mid-tier 1. Gojaz might be 4-2, he might be snowballing in the early game, but this guy is going to be a CC bot as long as the game progresses into the mid to late game. He has the Thunderbelt, but the damage will now be sufficient. He's just there to disrupt the fight. They need Super Red to dish out the damage.
Thing is, so far, they've not been able to find the opportunities to disrupt these fights. Team SMG has been doing a good job of positioning to avoid Sasa and Stormy getting caught out easily.
Miko from behind! He fights two! They collapse on him, SMG! They get the nice kill here, but Gojaz, they need to back out. Sasa is dropping it a bit too low, and SRG is able to punish his aggression.
Miko.
Meanwhile, again, Miko, the Gufra, catches another one. They fight Super Red, and it's going to be a 2-for-1. But SMG, they finally take down the tier 1 down middle.
Oh man, all the outer layer defense are going to be down for SRG. Thankfully, Sasa is dead, so the siege isn't as strong, but Miko, he has the immortality. He can do this for days on end.
Oh my goodness, Miko, somebody give this guy a chill pill because he is going a little bit crazy here. But SMG, they are going to respect this. They will back off. Inhibitor almost falling down here. But SRG, like you said as well, is pretty much lost all their outer turrets.
Yeah, it's very clear right now that what we're seeing in this game is a difference in experience and confidence overall. Team SMG are moving across the map, and even when they are making trades, they're doing it with an intent. They're trying to achieve something. Whereas Red Giants does seem very much like they're just moving in reaction to what SMG is doing. I'm not really seeing a game plan here to achieve a specific win condition, and that could definitely bite them in the butt. As we can see, SMG already 4K net worth lead.
I'm telling you, man, the cool frost today that we have seen were exceptional. Miko definitely starting all these fights for SRG, and SRG now need to wrestle control of the jungle.
Oh, Saksa, he's gonna try and make an attempt here. They do get the catch onto a second case. Final snatch from Gojaz, trying to save his life, but Frederick is gonna fall. But the rest of SMG, they take a little bit too much damage. Nova is just slowly chipping them away with this Edith. Oh my goodness, Supernova! This Edith, an absolute chat. The Primal Raft is doing so much damage. Smooth tried to zone the back lines, but it's not gonna be enough because SMG has lost a little bit too much in this fight.
Yeah, Gojaz and Nova, good teamwork to find Sasa again. The second time the Sasa got caught out. First time overheated, got destroyed underneath the tier 2. Second time was just unaware of SRG's presence.
We're definitely seeing this as a bit of a flaw in Bruno specifically as a hero, because even in the hands of Lolil earlier from RSG MY, his range is a lot shorter than other marksmen, forcing Sasa into very aggressive positions, and that's exactly where Gojaz wants him, even when Miko is able to find these excellent engagements. SMG right now are definitely outplaying Red Giants, but they're also making a lot of mistakes, and they've definitely been comebacked on because of this in the past.
Well, this is going to be close because as of now, this seems to be a little bit of a repeat in history here. SMG still has the lead, but Selangor Red Giants not giving hope up on hope yet. As a Lord now in their control, Team SMG is potentially going to lose a tier 1 up top because they are expecting an aggressive play from Selangor Red Giants. They don't have tabs on where Gojaz is. He shows himself down middle, but at the same time, look at how Super Zuck is just poking on SMG. They have to make a play soon. Lord Dance coming into play. Seki's looking for the reset. Oh, he gets resetted.
Bottom wave is pushing in. Again, SRG, they gotta find someone to deal with it. SMG can do this for days.
Oh my goodness, they have to make a play soon here. Seki's looking to try and draw the aggro again, but at the same time, SMG making quick work here. Half HP on towards the Lord Miko. Looking for the play. He's trying to bait SRG here. Bottom minions here getting shoved away. Zak drop one skill, but it's still a little bit too close here. Concealed play, they are getting desperate here. They find one. They're gonna try and burst down Smooth. That's huge. But at the same time, do they commit? Ooh. But Zeki's, Gojaz, they go in, they pull him back. SMG, Sasa, they get caught out. Sasa now is gonna try and survive. He won't get the kill, but he's still alive. Moses Bodley, Stormy still getting the kill. He gets Super Red, and they now have to run for their lives because here comes Sasa. Sekis needs to run, but can he buy time here? Sasa dropping a little bit too much damage here. HPs from Zak is a little bit too much, but Stormy you say, it's okay, Sasa, I got you. I'm the MVP of Game 1, and I will be the MVP again in Game 2.
Man, Super Skies got the Lord when they needed the most, thankfully, but Stormy saving Sasa's back with the stolen final stash gave Sasa so much room to start hurling footballs at SRG, but SMG gotta deal with this Lord.
The positioning there in that last fight was excellent from Sasa, but we have to note these Star Shatters are really hurting a lot and chunking down Team SMG before fights. Smooth actually going very aggro here.
Okay, look at this. Miko, he's looking to try and catch Super Zack, but it's a little bit too far off. So Gojaz will be able to escape this. Stormy just gets the stolen final stash, but they will back out for now. SRG playing out of their minds here. Great game sense coming from them, but Supernova going for the push. Oh, again, the shatter from Zach. Just so darn annoying. And now Nova making an attempt. Does not happen. Tier 1 in the middle getting attacked so far, and he will fall as SMG doesn't want to choose this fight here.
Gonna deal with the bottom wave also. It's gonna do a lot of structural damage. In fact, that tier 2 is going to break.
But Seal Plays comes in. Miko is gonna get caught out. Oh
Sasa!
Sasa! He gets picked off! The rest of the Selangor Red Giants! They're doing it! The comeback! Israel Gojaz goes for the final stash! They get 3 men down! Smooth finally joins the party, but it's too late! They've lost 4! It's gonna be a 4v5. They're diving behind the tier lines, but the heals coming from Smooth is not gonna do him good because Super Red is online! A wipeout for Selangor Red Giants, and they tie the series in this best of 5.
Man, we got a series on our hands, gentlemen, in this lower bracket finals. Not to throw shade at Pancake, but Supernova saves the day again. These catches onto Sasa, goodness gracious. Miko and Stormy setting everything up from SMG to win the game, but Sasa getting called out 3 times in a row was a bit too much of a burden for SMG to shoulder.
Yeah, it does seem pretty clear from the games today that Bruno as a marksman is so vulnerable in a lot of these situations, and the Red Giants have proved to us that they are capable of adapting to the situation. Although that game definitely started off slow for them, showing some inexperience, they were able to pull themselves together, take advantage of the mistakes of Team SMG, and come out on top.
The fatigue's starting to kick in here, but Gojas finally pulled a big one with his catches. And my oh my, this is the fight we are looking for, coming in from Selangor Red Giants, and they finally bounced back.
Absolutely. Woo! Man, Reptile, I know you say that Arlon is almost a forgotten relic, but what do you think about that Arlon performance from Gojas?
Oh, well, Gojas, I mean, I'm not surprised that Gojas really popped off here. The last time I saw him, he was popping off with an R-Lot. Now, months later, I see him popping off with an R-Lot again with a different ultimate timing at that. And while the call there for Red Giants to continue and push forward, even though it was quite a delicate position that they were in, even though they got the Lord, they lost a lot, but then they decided to continue fighting. That was the perfect right call by Red Giants to surprise SMG, and exactly what they needed to do. They had the tools to just go ahead and fight it, and they did.
We were looking for kind of a gotcha pick, right? What can allow SRG to win these big games, and Gojas did it with the Arlon. We're gonna go backstage and SRG's camp this time to see who is the MVP, and of course, it's Super Gojas, it's the Arlon.
Oh my goodness, he's so shocked, but at the same time, he's gotta be the MVP here because he was on fire today. Husky, you talked about 4-0 losses streak potentially. Guess what? They're back in action. They managed to break in here, and this is the Super Gojas that we have been expecting for a very, very long time from the regular season. And it seems like he's finally found his mojo back.
On face value, Arlon as a hero doesn't do all that much damage as he was in the past, which is why he's no longer as popular. But if you're gonna start the game off by giving Gojas a 3-kill streak, it becomes very difficult to catch up in terms of relevancy. That's exactly what this hero needs to make sure that he's always a threat in the game, no matter how late it goes.
Yeah, what a game from SRG, finally breaking the losing streak. Wonderful recovery by Gojas in game 2. Let's check in on the mic check of SRG in game number 2.
One, go, 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 go.
Cool.
Nice one.
Go, 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 go. Nice, guys.
Nice one.
Nice.
Nice one, Miko. Nice.
Focus,
nice.
focus.
Yeah.
Boleh, Jess.
Guys.
Ada lagi stun. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Last one, Jim. Kelas. Boleh. Last one.
Oh. Arlot, guys.
Arlot first.
Arlot, Ken.
Low, ya.
Oh, low mo.
Dad, kayo pa?
Yup, Dad.
Go. Very nice.
Nice. This Stormy. Jimmy, I got it.
Try lot. Okay, back.
Hold on.
Bunuh, guys. Aman Randy, Zak. Tembak je, Jim. Nice one, Jim. Nice. Hey, give Sasa free hit. Just free hit.
You good, Cha?
I go.
Dying marksman.
Marksman sprint.
Nice, Stormy. Nice one.
Boleh. Just like so.
Still can kill.
Ui, sakit gila stop.
Ah.
Aku dah ada device.
Where's the Lord?
Bunuh. Nice one. I thought. Import. Kupra. Nice one.
Kan.
Bodoh kita masuk dulu, Dik. Kill. Kan direct.
Backup.
Nice one. Dah, aku nak claim dulu. Tak ada nyawa tu.
Nice.
Nice indeed. SMG being dealt the defeat in this lower bracket grand finals, and we know that SRG, they're not gonna go down easily, right? They always go down swinging, except for the one against Homebois. That one is an anomaly, but we see it again. They beat SMG yesterday. Maybe it was not a fluke.
Well, it's not, because as of now, I talked about this earlier here, upper bracket finals, when it comes to playoffs, anything can happen. And so far, 3rd and 4th placements from the regular season was in the upper bracket finals. One of them made it through the grand finals. And now, Selangor Red Giants, they were up there as well, and they are looking to topple the top 2 of this entire season here. RSG is pretty much out in the equation, but SMG might be next.
They've slain a lot of kings, right? Again, they slayed Toda, they slayed SMG yesterday, but this one could be the fatal blow. What are the good traits of SRG in that game?
One thing to note is that in this case, at the beginning, it did look very spotty from the Red Giants, right? I had talked about how SMG were the ones controlling momentum, and our Red Giants were only able to get scraps from the mistakes being made by SMG. The thing is, I feel like SMG did end up making too many of those mistakes, and that allowed Red Giants to gain the confidence that I feel like they've been missing since the beginning of the day here, and I love it. I like to see that kind of aggressive play. I want them to look for those opportunities. I feel like Supernova played a big role here. It's almost as if he's like the Team SMG Achilles heel here, because he was pulled in the pinch hit previously, working pretty well here as well. The sources of damage very high since he's able to contribute as well. And well, unfortunately, SMG had to plan, right? Again, playing for the same style, make sure that Stormy and Sasa get farmed. They did, but the positioning was way harder this game with that Arlet pick.
I mean, Supernova could be the kryptonite to Team SMG. I want to touch on gold laner picks a bit more, because these two teams, they have some unique gold laners, right? We saw the 1-1 from Sasa, the Ixia from Super Red, Reptar. When we go down the list of gold laners, where does this Bruno stand?
Oh, well, actually in MPL PH, he's one of the top gold laners in our play style, so he's doing really well here. But hearing your comments based off of what I heard of what you guys say about Bruno, it seems like he's not doing that well in Malaysia. So I don't know if it's a positional thing or maybe just a layering of crowd control abilities for Peel type of thing going on over there. But over here in the PH, we like our Bruno picks. He's not hot commodity, but he's one of the top ones. He's up there.
I mean, Bruno has been on the decline just very recently. We're going to take a look at the item builds for both teams in this game. Number 2, we talk about the Arlord, right? His damage got nerfed, but the Thunderbelt is a good supplement to that. And then when you look at the side of SMG, they were snowballing out of their Maya Bloodlust Axe, Fury Hammer for smooth 5, 4, and 6. Even Stormy had a good game in the beginning. Sasa had experienced lead over Super Red. Where did it all went wrong, Terrence?
You know, to be honest, it all came down to execution, right? Because to be honest, Smooth, he's doing a fantastic job at just prioritizing objectives here. Team SNG has had that leeway to kind of do that here. They want to try and take out as much turrets as possible and then try and make us play. But because of how split off they are, it felt like Bruno wasn't able to do his own thing. Because I felt like SMG did only one mistake, which was Sasa getting caught out, which is how kind of SRG lost game 1 to begin with because of how Super Red died in the hands of Stormy. Now, same thing happened, it's just Uno reverse card.
When we look at the emblems of Gorgeous, right, the MVP of Game 2, did take the Rupture, and he even built a Fury Hammer into the Thunderbelt just for the extra damage. And I presume this is based off of the Snowball?
Yeah, I mean, Gorgeous naturally likes to go for damage style builds regardless, so if you start him off with 3 kills, obviously he's gonna go for a more aggressive itemization regardless. And that obviously works out very well here. You would ordinarily have to go a more bulky position to disrupt SMG and form a secondary front line for the side of the Red Giants, but because they were doing a good job of maintaining that lead thanks to SMG, unfortunately, feeding one too many kills towards them, you could see that it was not just him, even Supernova got to the point where he was legitimately a threat in these team fights.
Yeah, we saw Supernova, he was like, what, in the Primal Wrath form with full Wrath, he was dealing insane damage to SMG. And I know, Terrence, you mentioned they made one mistake, which was Sasa getting caught out, and that happened 3 times in a row. But in terms of reflecting on what Adrian mentioned, right, Bruno ranged not too long, hard to position. What did SMG, what were the adjustments that they could have made to keep Sasa safe?
I think, you know, the thing about that is that it came down to their overheating moments, right? SMG, they were overheating so much because of how Miko was playing, right? And who could blame him? Miko was just getting one of the sickest catches from SMG every single time. And the problem is that the rest of the team wasn't really grouping around him here. Because he was playing like 4v4s all the time against Selangor Red Giants, he's getting those catches here. It felt like Sasa wasn't in most of these fights when Selangor Red Giants was losing members. But when he was in this fight, it felt like he was expecting Miko to set up a play and then just, you know, Sasa just died, you know? And it just didn't happen. So there was a little bit of a miscomm coming in, but it just gives props to Selangor Red Giants because this Arlo pick is something that we haven't seen throughout the regular season. It kind of threw us off guard in terms of how to play around this Arlo pick.
Definitely true. Team SMG of Reptar, you talked about how Miko wasn't like this back in the Philippines. Now he's more loud, more active. He's making these flashy plays. How do you like this man's new look?
Oh, it looks really good on him. The fact that Team SMG, and we can also hear him in the mic check, how vocal he is. He's still confident with the shot calling. So it's good to see. And Kufra on the hands of Miko in game number 1, there was a bit of problems dealt on by Selangor Red Giants with Pancake on his Kufra. Miko was like, all right, this is how you do it. Even though they didn't get the win this time around, he really set the tempo well and was one of the reasons why Selangor Red Giants had difficulty actually fighting. And him and his Kufra play and his timing here actually messed up the timing and layering of abilities of the Arlot and the Edith. Because a lot of the team fighting that SRG wants to commit and the counter punish capabilities that they have coming from those two heroes were either countered by them getting knocked into a wall or hugged into a wall, or just somehow Miko swooping in out of nowhere with a really good Tyrant's Revenge. So the fact that Miko got to disrupt the team fighting of the Arlot and the Edith was what delayed Red Giants' eventual moment of them finding the team fight they were looking for, of Gorgeous and Nova on point, with everyone being able to follow up, catching SMG off guard. Miko was one of the things stopping SRG from getting to that moment. Unfortunately, SRG was able to find the opportunity to go for it, and once Gorgeous and Nova landed it, SMG couldn't do anything.
Let's take a look at the numbers a little bit, right? Let's compare Gorgeous to Sasa. Only 2,000 damage difference. Less than 2,000, in fact, of damage dealt difference. I mean, Adrian, this is a rough game for Sasa.
Yeah, it's very difficult for him to position already for many of the reasons that we did highlight previously. Bruno has a much shorter range, but he has a lot more damage to make up for it. So you have to play slightly differently when you want to go for a glass cannon hero like this. And I think this kind of answers, I do feel like we do have a bit of an answer here in terms of how the Bruno has different priorities in terms of MY and PH gameplay as well, especially in the hands of a team like SMG. The way they approach games and fights is they kind of autopilot a little bit because this team is inherently synergistic. They have a lot of confidence that they can follow up on one another, that oftentimes the shot call doesn't include a lot of ways on how they want to fight. It's always the same style, and they believe that it will work. They're confident that it will work. They'll dive in, they'll challenge the opponents regardless of the situation. The problem is, when you're against an Arlet and Edith, you need to space. You cannot be the one starting the fight. You have to wait for resources to be used, and because they didn't, their most important DPSs got caught out way too early.
You know, to be honest, I kind of agree. I can see the angle that you are bringing up here for Stafa, but as of now, SMG, they can't really space too much, because if they wanted to space here, they can't utilize the out coming from Sasa to kind of get value in terms of damage, which is what they're designed to do. But I can see where you're going for here, but at the same time, Revta pointed out a very, very important fact here. It's all about those layerings coming from Selangor Red Giants. There were a couple of times it was a little bit iffy, but you have to give props to a Super Gorgeous, because that was some really, really high-level mechanical plays here where they forced SMG to overcommit a few times, and because of that, they were able to get a couple of very, very interesting trades.
Yeah, and we see in the early phases of the game, Miko was just absolutely shredding SRG, but this is the first overheat moment. Look at Sasa, tackles forward, eats a couple of shots, ends up dying, gets caught here again. This time, he was able to escape, but after this, at the bottom lane, it was his undoing, right? Gets caught up for the last time, and eventually SRG got the game for themselves. And it's good to see that the rookie of Season 11 stepping up, Super Gorgeous, especially up against the MVP of Season 11, which is Smooth. We're seeing a bit of a difference in terms of that XP lane pick. Repta, this Lapu Lapu, right? Is this a popular thing in the Philippines as well, or is it kind of an X-Factor gotcha pick?
Oh, it's one of the last options you'd go for. Of course, with the Yuzhong taken out as an option, Terizla taken out as an option, X-Borg as well. So the Lapu Lapu goes up if you really are going to be looking for someone who wants to dive, easier backline access. You know how it's for Lapu Lapu. It's not that difficult to make it work. So I get why they drafted the Lapu Lapu, and they played around it relatively well. It's just that, yeah, when SRG get to catch SMG off guard and surprise them, it's hard for Lapu Lapu to react right away. He wields a heavy sword. It takes time for him to swing that around and actually get a full combo in.
And we see late game, dives the back line, can't catch anyone, ends up going down. This is going to be interesting because game 3, I'm expecting some more changes, and my personal wish, I want to see that Benedetta on a Smooth.
Okay, you know, he was banned in game number 2. Unfortunately, there is going to be respect bans coming in here. But speaking of respects here, I know for a fact that MPL PH has been very popular in getting Paquito as a priority pick here. I'm really surprised that Paquito has been been prioritized between the two games, between these two teams, especially when Homebois, they brought it up, they won the game. And now, seeing that Smooth opted to go for a Lapu-Lapu instead of Paquito, it kind of shocked me that they didn't go for it.
I think the two teams that pick Paquito the most frequent are Team Huck and Homebois, right? It's the Paquito, 100% win rate. SRG, I know traditionally doesn't like the Paquito overall.
It is weird because it's not as if we haven't seen these players on the Paquito before. Both Smooth and Gorgeous are pretty solid Paquito players and they fulfill pretty similar roles of separating that back line. So it does make you wonder why they would decide to prioritize Lapu-Lapu that much more often. Maybe if you look at it directly, Lapu-Lapu gets you out of stickier situations more safely due to the immunity with the Raging Slash. So maybe they're more comfortable because it lets them go ham a bit.
Okay, how about we ask you, Reptar? You know, you being casting the MPL PH, what are your thoughts on the Paquito being a priority there?
Well, again, you mentioned it. It's weird for me that these two teams aren't chasing the Paquito. Earlier, when we were casting, there were some really important Paquito games where the Paquito changed the picture of the series, changed the picture of the draft and the game as well. The spacing he can provide because he's a great split push option, how easy it is for him to burst down the enemy back line. Harder for him to access it compared to a Lapu-Lapu, but his damage hurts. And then at the same time, he's just a menace when it comes to handling map control because a Paquito can clear wave and then get back into the action relatively quickly. So it is a surprise to not see them prioritizing it here. And based on how you mentioned Smooth likes to play, I feel like it'd be really good for him. If he likes to play the Benedetta, Paquito would be great for him.
He has played Paquito a few times, but it kind of boils down to whether the XP hero pool is limited, right? We'll find out game 3. I mean, they have time to make some adjustments because we have some more time for these teams to kind of cool down a little bit. It's been a long day, SMG. They got some rest in the middle, but they've been here since the very, very morning. But for now, we're going to throw you guys to our side reporter because we have some great things going on in the scene. Let's show it to the side reporters.
Welcome back, MPL MY. I'm Sanjna, and here with me I have Simon from SRG. How are you doing, Simon?
I'm good, but of course I'm tired.
Yeah, I can imagine. So what's the situation in the room right now?
The situation is in the room at the moment we are 1-1. So the boys finally got their morale boosted.
So that was actually my next question. So you guys lost the first game, but then won the second game. So in situations like that, especially after a hard match earlier, how do you guys reset?
The coach give them pointed out their mistakes and asked them to do some reflection, what they have done and what we can improve, and some tips and pointers. That's how the boys came up.
Wow, congratulations, already won the second game. Hope this technique works
Thank
the
you.
next ones. Another question that I have. So yesterday even, ever since SRG subbed in Supernova, they won both matches. And now you have subbed Supernova and you have won. So is that the trick? Do you think Supernova is the best answer for the current patch?
The play style of Supernova and Pancake is total different style. When the coach decided to sub Noah, it's actually a huge gamble because Supernova has not been tested on the stage.
Correct.
He has been training with us on in the scrims, right? So we basically gave him a baptism of fire, put him in a tiger cage. It's a do or die mission against Toda, but he stepped it up.
Yes, clearly. And now you guys are here with the hopes of entering the grand finals. So in a situation like that, what is your moral booster to the players, to the coach, to the analysts? How do you pump their spirits up?
Basically, I'll keep on motivate them. What I did today was I got their family's phone number. I got our content creator to call their families and came out a message video. So our content creator basically edited the whole family, wishing them well, good luck and all that. So when the players saw that, some were in tears,
That's what they call the family buff. That's something that you can't explain, but it just works in game, right? Okay, and then last message perhaps to all the fans out here who has been supporting SRG, motivate them to keep supporting SRG and who knows they can make it to the grand finals.
To all the fans out there, thank you very much for the past 2 days. I know you guys are fatigued. I know how hard it is. Late games, best of 5 for 2 games, and you guys stayed and support us. Thank you so much. Come on, guys, let's go. One shout out for Selangor.
Thank you so much, Simon.
Thank you.
And right now, we'll pass it back to Poji.
Hello semua, jadi bersama dengan saya sekarang adalah Haru. Sebenarnya saya nak dia sebut nama dia sendiri, tapi dia biar saya sebut, tak apalah. Okey, Haru sebagai assistant coach untuk tim SMG. Sedia kita maklum untuk game yang pertama menang. Game yang kedua masuk je Supernova, tiba-tiba terciduk. Jadi apa solusi untuk masalah ni?
Actually, so far sepanjang playoff ni, I think the problem bila kita kalah tu is on us. It's always on our mistake first. It's not about the enemy. So every game kita orang akan cuba belajar dan improve game by game lah.
Sebab kalau nak ikutkan, pengalaman dan perjalanan ni adalah sama sebenarnya untuk korang macam season lepas. Bila mana dia bermain dekat lower bracket dan kemudian tewaskan Homebois, betul? Jadi persoalannya, mungkinkah kalau kita nak tengok korang sekali lagi menewaskan menggunakan teknik yang sama macam season lepas, menang dekat bawah, seterusnya menjadi champion?
So insyaAllah kita orang akan kekalkan momentum kita orang untuk malam ni. And kalau boleh kita orang pun nak habis awal untuk rehat. So hopefully we can finish between 4 games, game keempat, and then for tomorrow kita akan reflect balik apa yang salah kita hari ini, dan hopefully besok kita boleh kalah Homebois jugalah.
Jadi lagi satu soalan saya nak tanya, sebab semalam kita tahu SMG kalah dengan Selangor Red Giant 2-0, game yang agak berat dan penat sebenarnya. Tapi hari ini sepatutnya korang cukup rehat, lebih rehat berbanding daripada Selangor Red Giant. Dah macam-macam reset yang dibuat. Jadi sebenarnya memang dah mentally prepare tak untuk membenamkan Selangor Red Giant, sebab korang ramai sebenarnya friends, family semua dah memang berdoa sehabis-habisan.
Lepas kita orang kalah semalam, like I said tadi, memang every game is a learning experience for us to improve ourselves. And then kita orang berharap memang, tapi kita orang memang dah ready untuk lawan RSG. Just tadi ada mistake on discipline from our side. And hopefully lepas ni kita orang akan baiki lagi untuk tidak menghampakan peminat, dan hopefully kita akan dapat ke grand final esok.
No worry, sebab Poji sentiasa menyokong SMG di belakang tak habis. Okay, one last shout lah untuk semua fans dekat sini, bersorak untuk player-player yang ada dekat dalam. Kalau boleh panggil lah, menjerit, bagi semangat.
Okay, first of all, terima kasih kepada semua yang telah menyokong kami daripada awal seasons, and especially dekat playoff ni dari pagi tadi sampai ke malam. Terima kasih banyak. And let's give one shout out to our player untuk habiskan game ni dengan lebih cepat. Thank you.
Okay, terima kasih banyak-banyak Haru. Jadi kita doakan yang terbaik untuk kedua-dua pasukan, sebab yang menang akan ke grand final bertemu dengan Homebois. Let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you to our courtside reporter Sanja and Poji. Just lovely stuff to hear. Lovely to hear from both sides of the aisle, right? Both of them expressed pretty tiring. It's been a damn long day. SMG were here since morning. SRG, they got a slightly later start, but they got to play more games, in consecutive.
Well, all things considered here, both teams have played a lot of games. If you think about it here, SMG, they played 5 games all the way through in the early days. So technically, both are equally tired. It has been a long day, but it all comes down to endurance and stamina. Who can actually last it out right now? Because this feels like it is the grind to the grand finals for both players.
That is true, that is true. In the end, stamina going to play a very big role here, especially in day 3. I think a lot of people have discussed it in the past, that having to play so many games in one day can affect you mentally, but it is part of that win condition overall for the MPL to be able to overcome all this and still bring your full power to bear upon the land of Dawn. I definitely agree with the things that were said by both teams, especially agree with what Haru mentioned. A lot of what happened there was the result of SMG's own mistakes, not necessarily Red Giants completely overpowering them. So if adjustments are made, we will see a very different game 3.
Overheating has always been the inherent problem of Team SMG. Now, Repta, I know that there are a lot of moments in MPL Philippines where teams make mistakes, you know, the lack of discipline sometimes, the overheating. How do the players and teams they kind of do that mental reset before the next big game?
Okay, so a lot of the players in MPLPH have been quite vocal, and they have mentioned that there are usually 1 or 2 members of the team who are assigned to be the morale guys, who are usually the louder voices when they feel someone's tired, when they feel that someone is down. Immediately they'll go up to them, hey man, what's up with you? Don't worry about it, just reset, everything's fine. It's like there's always that 1 or 2 morale guys within the players themselves. But then of course the coaches do their absolute best every time to try and help the players reset. But sometimes the words of the coaches can only go so far. It's a bit more impactful when it comes from your fellow teammates to see that the ones that you're playing with, they're not tired, they're not affected, they're still down to fight. It's great to hear that that happens here in MPLPH, and I'm sure it also happens with teams all over the world. There's always 1 or 2 guys in the team like assigned to bring up the morale.
You know what's great? Raptar's voice definitely hyped us up here. You definitely are the man with the voice to give us the energy here on the caster's desk as well. Because Raptar, you've got a sexy voice. I love you.
It's easy to identify.
Thank you. I love you too.
We love you a lot, Raptar. It's easy to identify that guy on SMG, right? 100% is Miko. I'm more curious who is that morale guy on the side of SRG. But we also want to remind you guys that October 25th to 29th is the MPL Philippines Season 12 playoffs. And of course, there's going to be so much action. They have won 3 M series. What else do I need to say? The games are going to be ecstatic. They're going to be electric. So keep that date in the calendar. Drop by then, because I know I'll be watching.
I definitely am looking forward to see how it goes as well. I know Raptar is extremely excited. They're looking for the 4th, but I feel like, you know, it's about time Malaysia's take one for ourselves, man.
Raptar, will Echo win again? Because I last checked, they were undefeated.
Yep. Still undefeated actually. They're now at 11 series win streak. Tomorrow they're going to try and attempt to break the record set by Blacklist International at 11. If they get their 12th win, they'll be the new record holders in the Philippines. And I wouldn't be surprised if Echo after that, even though they say we go game by game, that in the back of the head, they're going for the perfect regular season.
All right, congratulations to Echo for winning M5. Let's head into the draft of
Game 3.
Wait, what?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. No one clip that.
All right, we'll get back to that in a little bit because y'all will forget about it. But SMG still going with the same band.
They will.
Yutong, Benny, Lancelot ban. You see SRG, this time they pay respects to Miko. They ban out the Kufra agent.
Okay, starting things off, Team SMG still sticking with the same 3 bans throughout the entire series. These do seem to be the heroes that they have the most trouble with overall. Looking at the objective gaming here, SMG has the highest Lord control ratio here in Season 12 of MPL MY, 67% as compared to 56% on the side of the Red Giants. Yet despite that, we're definitely seeing a lot of occasions where the neutral objective falls into the opposite side. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more discipline going into Game 3.
The opening picks still the same for SMG, still the Valentina, and then there you can make a case that SRG, now the Terrorista is open, they might go for the Nova Terrorista again, but this time they're going to pivot a little bit. They go for the Edith Fredrin opening, Reptar. Now, SRG definitely pivot a little bit from the first 2 games in terms of how they prioritize that Novaria. Where is this going to lead them, right? What can we expect from these openings?
Well, if the Novaria is still going to be available for them, I wouldn't be surprised if they just repeat what they did in the game number 2 draft and pick it up 3rd. But if they really want to shake things up, maybe they might actually prioritize the Irithel if it is still going to be available for them. Instead of picking up in the 4th pick, pick it up 3rd and then change up the bans going into the 2nd phase. That might be one of the options for SRG. If ever Team SMG don't pick up their marksman now, it makes sense for SRG to pick up their marksman here so that they can start whittling away the potential picks for the gold laner of SMG on Sasa. Now SMG picking up the Kaja and Baksha, so now they're going to be reverting a little bit to their old strat from game number 1 where they have a more pick-off focused type of roamer, but now they're going to need a little bit more follow-up because it's not always that the Valentina will be able, or it's not right away that the Valentina will be able to immediately follow up with a lot of damage to whomever the Kaja gets to pick off. They need to supplement this well with a high damage XP laner that times the rotations alongside the Kaja pulls and Valentina being ready nearby to help burst down as well.
Sounds like the Paquito might be up for grabs, Terrence. Could be an option, right?
True. Yeah, I feel like Paquito is just the perfect hero to actually get played here because Divine Judgment pulls up, sets up, somebody's got to go for the wombo combo, right? Valentina doesn't necessarily do as much as we kind of expected, but for some reason, Stormy hits really, really hard. I think his own teammates were kind of shocked as well. Wait, what? Stormy hits so hard, he actually killed Sky's in-game Rumble 2. It was like, what? Huh? Really? What? Okay, maybe that's going to be the case here if SMG decides to go for it. But I feel like Selangor Red Giants, they have to make adaptations here. Like, right now, they have to remove the X-Ball. Yeah, this was the biggest problem they faced during Game 1 against Smooth. So I feel like focusing on Smooth's hero pool right now is going to be very, very important for Selangor Red Giants, because that's what happened for how they dealt with SMG in Game 2.
It's a SRG troll, right? Every time Terista is open, it's go just Terista. So without the X-Pro, he's going to have a slightly better time, but SMG, they adjust a little bit. They ban an Novaria.
Yeah, one thing to note here is because of the way the bans have gone through, Red Giants either have to let Benedetta or 1-1 through the draft. They cannot get rid of both at once, and that's going to give Team SMG some pretty solid options. And they're both pretty good overall against what the Red Giants are bringing to bear. So it's all about whether or not they can deal with it. Because overall, I don't think they have the players to steal these types of heroes away. Though Super Red on 1-1, definitely not impossible overall. With the Novaria banned out by Team SMG and the Kaja picked up here, I am definitely expecting to see slightly more balanced gameplay overall. And we do see that the Red Giants are actually going to let both heroes through the ban this time, so they gotta be contesting at least one, right?
Yeah, I guess so. But at the same time here, right now, I feel like Gord is a really, really good ban from SMG. Like, they cannot allow Selangor Red Giants to do this, because think about this here. They've got 3 very, very strong frontliners to actually guard him here. If they want to play this static composition with this Gord, it is very, very doable. So this is something that I think SMG may consider, or unless, of course, they decide to trust in Stormy to deal with it later on. Because as of now, the biggest problem that SMG is having to face right now is that how do they deal with these 3 beefy heroes? Like, do they have a carry? Oh my god.
What a good call. Okay. What a good call.
Nice.
Yeah, that's it. You are world star panelist. This is why I have you as my panelist. And I want to kind of go back to what Reptar mentioned, right? SMG, they need someone that can kind of follow up with the Valentina, someone that can be mobile and be fast around the map. We talked about the Paquito, we brought out Smooth Benedetta, which Terrence mentioned. Now, SRG side, they've locked in 3 beefy frontliners, but they're not that good at moving. They're a bit slow and sluggish. Is there still a way to remedy this with the last 2 picks, Reptar?
Well, one way to remedy it is to have a little bit mobile, fast-clearing mid laner, and I think they might even be considering a Lilia last pick. I know Selangor haven't shown it, but their opponents have, and we have this thing in MPL PH when you're up against a Baksha, up against the Valentina and Kaja. One of the picks that teams eye out for is the Lilia in the mid lane. So that might be the last pick here, because when you have 3 beefy frontliners, it helps if you have slower targets in front of you. But now with the 1-1 actually picked up, it might actually be more a Farsa option for SRG, just so they have that long-range poke to pressure down that 1-1. But they have to admit that they'll be giving the ultimate of the Farsa into the hands of Team SMG Stormy, and that might even be an equally terrifying option to go up against.
With the Lapu Farsa, it feels even more of a riskier pick, right? There's so much dive on the side of SMG. So, Adrian, I need to pick your brain on this for SRG.
So, I still am not a big fan of prioritizing Lapu when you still have the Benedetta and the Paquito open, but if they are predicting in advance that the Red Giants want an artillery mage like the Farsa, then it does make a lot more sense overall. We do have some chaos happening on the BM side, not too sure what that all is about.
You know what, like how the hell can they, slack off like that, man? Just because they have 4 casters, they can just walk off the street and make content here. I'm glad we have a 4th as well, but Reptar, you gotta help us out here. What do you think is gonna be the final pick here, and what do you think of this final pick is gonna be? Is it the Farsa or Lilia? Nope, it's gonna be Farsa. That's why you're the best, Reptar. That's why I love you.
I want to talk about the risk right now, because there's a Lapu, there's a Baksha, there's a Valentina. Reptar, help me out with this.
Yeah, the Farsa at this point, it really just looked like SRG were pinched into picking this. It looks like the Lilia isn't an option for them, because here in the PH side, with that kind of draft, the Lilia looks really great. They picked up the Farsa really just to make sure that they have someone to deal with the 1-1. However, the good thing for SRG is at least it's not just the Farsa who's the main source of magic damage. We all know that the Edith can provide magic damage as well. While SMG, yes, he'll be most likely they'll be stealing the ultimate of the Farsa, and Valentina will hurt, and it will will be a problem, but she's the only source of magic damage. Once she goes down, Kaja won't be able to dish out that much magic damage. SRG should be able to have a good time. They need to find that Valentina.
Thank you very much, Reptile. Enjoy game number 3 because, gentlemen, whoever wins this one will take the lead in the series and be one game away from securing at least wildcards.
Well, this is going to be a very, very tough moment here because the win conditions from SMG is going to be depending on Miko setting up the play here. Can this Kaja make the biggest, sickest Divine Judgment catch here to set up for Sasa to get the crossbow attack prompts, or will Selangor Red Giants completely dumpster them with this wombo combo? Because as of now, Selangor Red Giants, they have the backs against the wall, but they finally bounce back from a 4-game loss streak here. Now, is this upward momentum is going to be the winning factor for Selangor Red Giants? Stick around to find out, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the lower bracket finals. This is Game 3, SMG versus Selangor Red Giants.
That is already a lot of damage that Smooth has taken here, but he will not die, so achieving that level 2 is going to be very important overall. We do see once again a good spread of mobility, actually the same emblem set overall on the mid-roam combos on both sides, so that's pretty good in terms of flexibility around moving the map. And I will note that in terms of lineup this time, Red Giants lineup is way easier to play in comparison to Team SMG and has more consistent tools overall. So SMG really has a lot of work to do in terms of layering here after their performance in Game 2.
Yes, Aksa looking to put pressure on the Red.
Oh boy, now Super Red, he's got to back off. He doesn't have a Purify, he has a sprint, but the light at the last take here, Saksa gets the shield through, and Super Red will die as Team SMG shifts their focus to focus on the gold lane. Bet Super Red didn't see that coming from.
I mean, I tell you, the best part is that he used his red tree to get the first blood, and it will be back up for the next turtle. I was wondering how much the Super Gorgeous capitalized on the lead he got down bot earlier on, but it seems like Smooth is too botted. Stormy.
Oh, Stormy. Like a little bit of trouble here. He won't be able to back off of Skies. Now, forced to go in for a retreat here. Turtle, it will be in his favor, but again, SMG, they have to regroup and wait up on Stormy here. Stormy is going to lose out in the minion wave down middle here, so he's going to be having a very, very late 4. And SMG, do they make the call here? Do they try and contest this? Because Stormy doesn't have his out for this fight. But Supernova going to try and stop Saksa here. Gojaz also with the penalty zone to drop him down as well. Whereas the follow-up Smooth finally comes in, but they burn down Saksa before the fight even starts. And SMG, they will try and trade Gojaz in, but look at this. So much time again being bought by Gojaz. How tanky he is. He eventually falls, but the turtle has been secured by Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, even forced Smooth to use that ultimate, the stolen penalty zone, just to kill him so he doesn't buy as much time. But Stormy was able to get Super Zax Flicker with the stolen penalty zone.
Yeah, right now though, I'm definitely seeing the momentum from the Red Giants. That victory previously definitely did wonders to them because they're playing a lot more confidently in this game. The tempo is higher.
Oh, Divine Judgment up on Skies as well. The purple buff, we have to secure this. They have the Bursting Bomb, but look at Skies. He wants to try and steal the purple buff again, but the reset comes in. He will get regenerated, drops the Abrasive Buff. Oh no! A little bit right at the edge, a little bit slow. Just by a fraction of a second, but they do bait out the Divine Judgment and he will fall.
That's a good move from Miko. Did two things. First of all, reset the combo points of Super Sky so he can't use that ultimate when he needs it. Second of all, he protected the purple buff for Saksa, I believe, and they even got a kill on the Fredrin.
That's huge, but Meatball, gold grab. Oh, it is going to be in the hands of Super Red, so that is going to give him a little bit of economy to come back from that earlier first blood by Team SMG. So Selangor Red Giants, they really need SRG to kind of depend on Super Red scaling into the later stage game because eventually Sasa is not going to be able to out-damage him.
Yeah, what I am seeing in terms of trends for this game though is that there's much more isolated pockets of aggression here. Speaking of,
wow, Gojaz gives a little bit of, gets a little bit of taste of how a Terizla kind of feels like. But in the hands of Smooth, Lapu Lapu makes it look like a Terizla himself, man.
That does not feel good at all. Gojaz is going to... I thought he's going to lose the wave, but in fact Smooth is just going to keep it there. He will not crash the wave. Now he's going to start to hard shove it. I think Gojaz should be able to catch it, but Smooth does get the experience advantage, and SMG, they will be able to put pressure on the top side as well.
Good rotation so far from Team SMG to pressure out Red Giants and potentially maintain control over the Turtle Pit. We didn't manage to mention this earlier, but I do notice that Super Gojaz is using the Impure Rage on the Terizla here. to a much more aggressive style, which definitely cost him in terms of survivability. That's why his move was able to drop him so low. But if it pays off, that's a good amount of extra damage in team fights.
Well, I guess he needs some way to sustain his mana, I guess. But as of now, Turtle in the hands of SRG. They're looking for the 5-year penalty zone coming, stopping him. But Sakstar, he still gets the Turtle, but Smooth, he needs to get out. He's taking a little bit too much damage. He gets pulled back, and he is gonna die. But Smooth, do they want to fight more? SMG is saying, you know what? I'll back out instead. You know what? Smooth, you done your job. I've got the Turtle, but now it's up to Saksa to scale to this game because as of now, SRG, they want to apply even more pressure. And Miko, thinking about it, but he doesn't have the flicker for the Divine Judgment.
Just like Adrian mentioned, it's very easy to carry out execution of the team composition for SRG. You get a big ultimate from Gojaz and you just layered every single thing on top of it. That's how they got the kill on the Smooth, but thankfully for SMG, they got the Turtle.
Yep, at the same time, from Nova, again, they find a catch. Stormy, he's going to be dropping down. No, he goes for a flicker. He's going to be able to get out. Miko is going to be there, but SRG, they will be able to continue with this pressure, but now Stormy, he needs to go for a reset here, but Saksa, he's in a bit of trouble, he's taking a bit too much damage here. He doesn't have the mana, but can he get out? But they bait out the Toys Persons, but now they want to try and bully onto Sasa as well. The Steel Blade comes in, Miko, Divine Judgment, pulls in those guys, dropping too low, Appraisal Drop keeps him alive, but at the same time, Sasa, he's doing as much as he can. The crossbow of next gets pulled off, Sasa survives, he continues his damage, and SRG, they take the full brunt of Sasa, and now Super Red live to pick up the pieces, and he does. Both marksmen pulls it big time, but SMG will be the victors with a 4-for-3 exchange and now a middle turret as well.
One minor oversight from SRG. They did not wait for Super Red to shove that wave in. If that wave had crashed a second earlier, they would have taken a tier 1 top and won that fight with Super Red. But no, they dove a bit too early. Miko drags Super Skies underneath the tier 1. They forced a fight that SRG would not, the rest of the team were not ready to take, and SMG capitalized on it. Thank God Super Red saved the day by getting a couple of kills on his own.
Yeah, I will say in my observation, that fight actually went very similarly to the way that SMG has been taking fights the first 2 games, overextending, overstaying, and moving at a tempo that's a bit too high for the rest of the team, causing you to throw too many bodies in on over-aggressive gameplay.
Okay, Sasa, he's going to be going for the pull here. Supernova wants to flicker back out there. Better Asher comes in, he clips onto Sasa. Super Zack, they found the marksman, but at the same time, SMG, they really want his turtle. Do they get his guy? Steals it away. Penalty zone comes in from Stormy, but where's the damage? Sasa doesn't have it, and SRG slowly picks them apart. They pick them one by one. They get a kill, and now Smooth forced to throw his body to buy time to salvage the situation. But the damage is too great. SRG, they get back at Team SMG.
Lovely stuff. I was expecting Nova to just use his ultimate because he has full wrath. He was able to deal damage to SMG, but good job on his move for finding Super Red after Sasa went down, so it minimized their damage. But SRG, they did walk away with the turtle. Good news for SMG though, they keep that mid-tier 1 alive.
What worries me about this game is that both teams are playing kind of disrespectfully. The fights are a bit too messy here. It doesn't really feel like enough planning is going into it. They just think, can we win this fight? Probably, let's go.
Oh boy, speaking of which here, they do find a catch onto his Miko here. He's gonna get bursted down. No Divine Judgment for Team SMG. And that means Sasa is not gonna have an easy proc on his crossbow tags here. If they need to back out this tier 1, it's gonna be exposed here. SRG takes it down, but Team SMG looks like they are scrambling and they are a little bit confused on what they should do. Stolen penalty zone for Stormy, but what can they do without Sasa's aggression?
The golden rule is always, if you're up against the boxer, disrupt the boxer. They're doing a good job inside.
Oh my goodness, tier 1 will fall. Gojaz with the penalty zone! A 2-man catch! Double kill for Super Red. And seems like Gojaz has finally bounced back, and he is on fire right now.
Yeah, learn a trick from Sepa, that is for sure. Sepa did him dirty, and now he has awoken, man. Gojaz, my boy.
Yeah, one thing I'll say is that I'm very happy that my statement about the Red Giants comp being much easier to play is being verified in such a graphic manner at the expense of Team SMG. They have a lot more conditions they need to meet, and they gotta mind their positioning that much more carefully in comparison. Whereas Red Giants can just throw whatever they want onto one target, and it's usually gonna result into a kill. SMG needs to take things a little bit more slowly here, because right now Smooth is not really doing the job of the Lapu to jump Super Zack.
Yeah, in this case, as of now, SRG, they are going to have Lord control for now. Stormy looking for the penalty zone on the sides, but eventually they need to find a way to stop Super Zach. Miko a little bit too far off here. He's looking for the concealed plays, maybe setting for a big Divine Judgment. Saksa, as of now, he's going to get information. Lord only half HP, so he's going to try to give the go signal to Miko before he goes into play. But for now, it's all up to SRG. How are they going to take this approach? Because for now, SMG, they're just waiting on reactions here. Lord, down to 20% here. Conceal finally makes an attempt here. They want to try and cancel Saksa. What? Cancel. Supernova misses the mark. But at the same time, here comes Miko from the side, looking for the angle. He wants to get him with Divine Judgment Bow, but Superstar, he gets out. The Lord gets resetted, and that's 2 major battle styles being baited out. And this is not looking good for SMG. Miko, they need the Divine Judgment to make this play. Lord down to his half HP. Miko finally forced to use it. They're going to drop a gold chest. But the penalty zone gets onto a Sasa. Forces the crossbow attacks, but he goes for it. But Stormy turns the tide, sets it up for the team, but they don't have the damage. Selangor Red Giants takes 3, takes Lord, and they're looking to take game 3.
Man, Miko might have kind of soft grief his team right there. He pulled the Teresa into Sasa, and Sasa couldn't join the rest of the fight. Stormy got a good counter penalty zone, but ends up getting destroyed in a second. Now this being inhibitor, it will survive, but Lord is coming down in the top lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it now. I feel like Team SMG have already lost the window of opportunity they would have ideally wanted at this point in the game. Wind of Nature and Winter Trunkian on Super Skies just so they can survive if the crossbow tank were to come out of Sasa at this stage. 6,000, nearly 7,000 net worth advantage for the Red Giants 11 minutes in. And again, SMG is not showing they're capable of outplaying the executional draft from the Red Giants.
Oh, Sekis, he gets a 2-man taunt, followed up by the penalty zone. It's gone, Sasa. They're dead. SMG, they lose all. And SRG now looking for the play. They take a little bit too much here. Stormy with the counter penalty zone. The turret is helping SMG. They take 2, but Nova still trying to hold on for his dear life. Super Red chipping away the minions. Crystal's exposed. Miko, Stormy, they have to do everything, but guess what? Super Red is here to clean house. It's over. It is going to be a wipeout. Miko is trying his best to stall, but that is going to be GG for SRG because Selangor Red Giants, they bounce back. They take game 3. Supernova, the pitch server of Selangor Red Giants, has done it for the team.
Supernova is the shaft, and Super Gorgeous is the tip of the spear. This monster of an XP laner from SRG completely shatters SMG. And oh boy, SMG are in the hot seat again.
It does seem like morale and momentum has returned to the hands of the Selangor Red Giants, and they ran away with that victory. The draft already looked so much easier to execute, but time and time again punishing Team SMG for their mistakes, for their over-aggression, and they are now 1 game away from moving on to the grand finals.
1 game away from continuing the Cinderella run, and 1 game away from denying SMG a repeat of last season, a grand finals appearance. But this one is so much more valuable because it's a ticket to at least wildcards.
Oh boy, this is a very, very shaking moment. It is very, very intense. But SMG, the fans, absolute silence here. And they could not believe the beatdown that the Giants has just stomped on them.
Man, that recovery. Let's go backstage and look at the MVP of match number 3 because SRG have awoken a different being, and this time Super Red on the Irithel on that Ducati bike, just absolutely mowing down the opponents with the drive-by, and the support of the fans of this Filipino import starting to pay off. Repta, I know it must warm your hearts to see this.
Yeah, it warms my heart and it breaks my heart at the same time because these are 2 teams with Filipino coaches, both two Filipino imports, so it's bittersweet. But again, to see Super Red shine after all the flack he received in MPL Philippines Season 11, now shining with Red Giants, and man, him and Super Zach, super positioning. It was easier for them to play their lineup perfectly because Super Red and Super Zach was so hard to find for the rest of Team SMG. Their lineup was built so that they could give the pressure onto the far side, give the pressure on the Irithel. But how can you do that when you can't even find them? Well-deserved MVP here by Super Red.
And the one moment that they want to find, Miko, that flicker from Super Zack, holy cow, repositioning to let them win the fight and take the Lord. But I want to listen in to what SRG were talking about in the game tree leading up to the win. Let's listen in to their mic check. In a bit.
In a bit, yes.
Now we're ready. Let's listen in to the mic check of SRG on match number 3.
Nice. Go. I block.
Yeah. Nice one, sir.
No, it's okay. Just kill.
Just kill.
Nice.
Kill. Oh, you can. No retreat. I slow.
Nice. I take.
I know. Smoke. Picker. No flip.
Boleh bunuh dia ni.
Aku tahan.
Nice.
Kiting. Dia. Oh dia. Okay, aman. Nice one, sir. Nice one, sir. Oh, careful lah. Still.
1v1. Sisa.
Mid. Oh, yo. No picker na. Nice one. Aman. Okay, mid.
No picker balen. Nice.
Sige.
No picker lap, guys. No picker lap.
Aku tahan.
Nice one, guys. Can meet.
Jaga.
Nice one.
Can push top.
Aras je.
Nice one. Yeah, dia one naughty. I tahan. I agak dalam. One naughty. Ya, push. Mid dulu. Nice one. Kill first. Nice one. Alhamdulillah. Tarik.
Alhamdulillah.
Alright, Adrian, a reinvigorated Selangor Red Giants. I know you watch a lot of anime, so do I. I know Attack on Titan is probably on your list, but when the Giants are, starting that rumbling, is there a way to stop them?
Not really, right? You would think that you'd need a whole army to be able to deal with it. And right now, even though they are consistently moving under gunfire, we're not really seeing the opportunity to escape from the clutches of the Red Giants. They were basically just dangling what they wanted in front of them the whole time, but never letting them reach it.
Hey man, they just gotta find who's the Eren Jaeger. In this case, who was it in SRG? I don't really know, because as of now, Game 1, Game 2, they identified who was the biggest threat. It's gotta be Super Red. But this time, they could not find Super Red in all those fights at all.
They shut him down at 1 minute and 30 seconds when Super Red was level 2, and still he came back 11 and 2. Now Repta, I mean, is that Terizla that much of a winning factor for SRG? Because Gojas has been phenomenal on it.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's just the Terizla, it's just Gojas, man. He's more than the hero at this point with how he's playing, diving into the back lines. He knows when to sacrifice himself so that they can get those early turtles. And again, the key word here, I feel like for Red Giants, is they're layering. When Gojas goes in, they make sure they have a follow-up. Or if ever someone already starts off their ultimate, if it's an early feathered airstrike coming in by Zack, suddenly see Gojas coming out of nowhere, alongside Supernova and the Edith as well. So it's just great teamwork and great timing of abilities by Red Giants. And Gojas, man, ever since I saw him in the Snapdragon Pro Series, he's always been in the back of my head, not in a creepy way, but in a I appreciate his game kind of way. And I appreciate his game.
Well, I'm happy for you that you get to witness it, right? If they win one more game, you're going to see them tomorrow in the Grand Finals. But we got to take a look at the item builds, the loadout for both teams in game number 3. And most importantly, for the side of, SMG, because we've seen them in the hot seat plenty of times, and most of the times they don't recover from it. And you look at this loadout, it's just SRG all the way. Super Zack hitting his core item spikes.
Yeah, it does worry me a little bit, because when you highlight the fact that SMG has been on the hot seat before and wasn't able to recover, this was just a total dismantling from the start to finish. One of the quicker games we've seen in the playoffs, only 12 minutes in. And I do feel like SMG is tilting a little bit. They have shown that they're capable of planning out strategies to play around these kinds of drafts. And yet this game, it just felt like they were fighting the entire time. No macro play, no split push. And that is very concerning.
I agree, and as of now, it feels like SMG, they are very much under pressure. Like you said as well, they are on the hot seat. It's no do-overs right now. They have no more chances. They cannot afford to lose here. And hopefully, Coach Pao is going to be able to bounce them back, because in this drafts coming from SRG, their opening drafts having both two very, very strong power picks, which is the Terizla and Edith in their hands. I was very surprised they did not join one of these heroes away from the side of SMG.
I'm expecting that Terizla to get banned, right? There's no way you give Gojas Terizla again in the this game. But man, Iratel almost hitting a full item build at 12 minutes is just incredible. And Super Zack even went for the cooldown reduction along with the Assassin Emblem. That's why you see him just two-shotting 1-1 every time he shows up.
You can also tell that the Red Giants are very confident in their draft going into this game. They actually specifically have much more aggressive items and emblem builds because they know their burst damage vastly outscales Team SMG from the start, and they can make use of that. With Gojas going for the Impure Rage, getting that Fury Hammer, we see Super Skies going for very early Guardian Helmet, and then of course Super Zack just making sure to get that full itemization to become a consistent threat. Team SMG, unfortunately, with heroes like Valentina and 1-1, needs a lot longer to actually take down the heroes on the Red Giants, and the fights just could never lasted that long.
And when we saw Miko and Storm play this Kaja, the fleeting time is always one of their core items, right? You want to keep the ball rolling, but in this case, they were not able to do so. I know Reptile mentioned this before, a big part of it is just the layering of skills from SRG, but I'm pretty sure there's a bit more to it than that, right? The macro from SRG keeping Miko away from the core targets.
I think it's less of that macro and more of the fact that you could tell that Super Red as well as Zack are already positioning in a way that's very difficult for Miko to jump onto them. The only feasible person who could threaten the backline is Smooth, and yet the Lapu Lapu was kind of jumping in to initiate the fight a lot of the time before they could figure out where the Farsa and Iritel were located. When you add on to the fact that the moment the Divine Judgment comes out, the Feathered Airstrike just hits the wall, it's very difficult for them.
We're going to take a look at the numbers, and I want to toss the ball over to Reptile's court in the Philippines for a little bit, right? Because you mentioned that maybe a Paquito or Benedetta will be a good fit for SMG, but they settled for the Lapu Lapu instead. And unlike Game 1 and 2, they were not playing the side lane macro like they did, and it was SRG who was in control. So what was kind of like the Achilles heel for SMG in this game?
Oh yeah, it's the fact that a lot of their rotations were dependent on the center of the map. But then when you have three beefy boys, and well, one technically beefy girl in a beefy mech, because it's not that beefy, but you know what I mean. Three heavy frontliners in terms of like, who am I going to pick off here for Miko? It's just so hard, as you guys mentioned, in terms of like, if I pull any of these, my team's gonna get punished. So what's gonna be my option? One thing I would suggest for SMG, and if ever we're still gonna stick to SMG blue side, SRG red, they might have to shake things up in the draft. They're prioritizing the Valentina as their main pickup. If ever, one thing they might let go of is the Yuzong ban. Maybe they keep it consistent because they really just want to respect Gojas and what he can bring to the table. But then if you are gonna prioritize the Valentina anyway, at least you'll be able to steal the Black Dragon form. You're gonna have a little bit more few options alongside Smooth to actually dive the backline and find the backline of your opponents. Yeah, that sort of sacrifices the help that you can provide for Sasa, but then if ever Saksha and then Miko are actually just stuck trying to peel, having your mage and having your fighter diving together in the backline might be a good option.
Well, I agree with what you're saying here. I can see where you're going from here, but it seems like it is a big predicament on SMG on how they want to deal with Goja's composition, right? You said, hey, Valentina is a great way to use the Black Dragon, but it feels like a lot of these instances revolved on whether or not Stormy is able to make the plays and dive the back lines, and so far, I feel like it shouldn't be the case, because if you think about it here, mages are not built to be tanky, and for them to be in the back lines, it just puts SMG very much exposed to lose their damage dealers right from the get-go instead of being able to peel. And look at this, a good example was that Selangor Red Giants, because of Super Red being left uncontested, he's just getting free hits after free hits throughout the entire fight.
I think the one logical rationale is that any abilities that was stolen by Valentina that morphs you does give you the ability of that hero, right? So you get the Furious Dive from the stolen Black Dragon from anyways. But overall, I feel like Yuzong so far, the past few days in the playoffs we've seen, Adrian, has been picked, but most of them have been losses.
The thing is, the hero is still very annoying to deal with, just because the Black Dragon form allows him to join the fight as backup from basically anywhere on the map, and there's very few EXP laners that can do that kind of thing. We know SMG wants to be aggro, so obviously they don't want to give their opponent that kind of presence, whether it's Gojas or not. One thing I do want to highlight is that Stormy has been consistently given Valentina as a first pick almost every game today, and when that happens, you become predictable. It becomes very obvious what you're going to do, even if the hero is meant to be flexible in stealing ultimate. If they had done something a little bit differently, not gone for Valentina first pick, they could have given Stormy Lilia or Gord at another point of the draft and easily dealt with the bulky front line, but no, they're locking him in a way.
I agree with what you said as well, because it seems like because SMG have kind of won their first game, right? Against Pancake, you know, it fell a little bit short here, but the moment they swap Super Red in, the momentum and the playstyle immediately shift here. So right now, SRG has adapted to this Valentina for 3 games now. It feels like now is the time for SMG to do a final switch up if they want to try and stand a chance to take the entire series against SRG.
And also to take a short break in between these games, right? Because again, it has been an arduous journey for both of these teams to fight in the lower brackets, and we have just the right equipment, the right thing for you to rest on, which is the OSIM U-Tron V. Victories always calls for rest, so you need this chair with you. Gaming glory with a dash of comfort, just like that. We're sitting on this baby right here. Again, the OSIM U-Tron V. If you're feeling too intense after the ranked game, it's this chair, OSIM U-Tron V, and it's here to calm you down whenever you feel like you're gonna blow your brains out.
You know, that's exactly what Gideon did when we were talking about OSIM the other day. Right? This is why people confuse you two all the time.
I know, right?
Dude, I say the same thing.
No, look, on your other side.
Yeah.
Him lying down in the chair.
That's why it's very confusing, but guess what?
He's
way taller.
I'd be very concerned if they confuse Gideon for you.
I would be very concerned
as well.
Then
they need more than glasses.
Okay, so
you know behind the scenes, right? You know, when Starfall was casting early in game series here, you know who we confused you with? Jace from MPL Singapore.
Alright, so Reptar, just to let you know, in case you ever confuse anyone from the English desk again, I'm the only guy who does not wear glasses. Alright, so I'm the easiest guy.
Hey, Reptar, would you confuse me with anyone else?
I'm the easiest guy to identify.
Shut up. No. Shut up. You're the oldest guy right here.
I know Reptar's wearing glasses. I'm very sorry, but hindsight is always 20/20. Now, game number 4. Game number 4. We want adjustments from SMG, and I want to hear your thoughts first, Reptar, before you come to my country and find me.
Well, if they're really going to stick into the same sides and the same bands, I think they're going to have to switch up the Valentina pickup. Yes, I agree with you all there that it seems like SRG have now read into this Valentina. So theoretically, if it's still going to be the same scenario heading into the first pick up the Fredrin instead. If not the Fredrin, if you really want to change things up for SRG, steal the Edith away as a first pick. It's still an option. Even though it has reduced in priority, there was a time where Edith was prioritized here in MDL Philippines Season 1, a few games in MDL Philippines Season 2, a couple or so games in MPL Philippines Season 12 as well. So you can still steal away the Edith as a first pick. You're just going to have to build well around it.
I don't know if you can hear this on your end, Reptar, because it is getting loud. The Red Giants fans, the Ultras, as we call it, they are riling up the team. 2 heroes that SMG has prioritized a lot, Adrian. Valentina, always first pick, but they also put a lot of emphasis on Baxia, right? It's always the second and third pick for the team.
So Baxia as a hero is often picked up because it provides a lot of that early game momentum, as well as not just lane priority but map priority in total because of how much mobility the hero provides. And it's a great matchup if any pickup like the Fredrin because you get that anti-healing. But it is also a hero that requires a certain degree of coordination to really execute on. Because
I'm sorry, Stafa.
Our friends, our buddies.
Hey, Sif, Adi, you guys are having one of the easiest jobs today, you know, like, come on, man. Like, I know you guys enjoy yourself, but I know you guys want a 3-2 all the way through. I know you love those games, but come on, man.
I swear to God,
don't mock us.
If this goes 5 games, I'm coming for you tonight, all right? I'm coming for you tonight, Sif.
Goddamn, Sif.
Just to give context, Reptar, we have a couple of people who every time they are on screen, we always get the longest possible series with the most possible tech pauses. But one person that has always been consistent for SMG, consistent in the casting is Sif, of course, but smooth for SMG. MVP of Season 11.
I don't know. You know, Smooth, he played really well. But his Paquito, he's picked 8 games and had 0% win rate, which is kind of surprising.
No.
I'm pretty sure those numbers are
that's the wrong stat.
I'm pretty sure that's not the right stat.
He just won a game with Export, alright?
Doesn't make sense.
No, it does not make sense.
Now, you know what I really hate? Sif. We had this discussion today. When Sif is on the desk, usually the games are very, very long. just now we had a 3-0 before this, and he was outside this venue.
Yeah.
That's why we got 3-0. Now he's in the venue, so we are expecting the full 5 games. My man, Reptar.
Reptar, do you guys, do the fans taunt like this? Because that translates to get ready to get some tissues, Team SMG.
Oh, our fans don't taunt like that. Our fans taunt differently. We're a little bit more subtle sometimes.
Give us an example.
A lot of it
Subtle?
happens in the online space. I don't want to. There's a certain trend of memes, especially when it comes to pictures and players looking like these specific meme pictures, and sometimes that's what they show. Sometimes they're not even trash talking. I can't give a sample. I can't show a picture here.
Ignore him, Reptar. Ignore him, Reptar. Keep our eyes on the ball, alright, gentlemen? SMG, they made some adjustments, okay? Edith is now out of the picture.
Ooh, okay, a little bit of a variation right there. That means that Lance actually does get let through. We'll see whether or not they do decide to prioritize that, because the Red Giants also decide to get rid of Terizla instead. So I'm already seeing some cogs turning in the brains of both these teams. We already highlighted for SMG, we're hoping that it's not going to be that Valentina first pick. Unfortunately, it still is though.
Oh man, I hear a lot of sighs.
Oh boy.
Terrence is a bit more calm, cool, and collected. So, Valentina again.
To be honest, I don't like it. But at the same time, SMG, they have to give Stormy something that is more consistent for him, right? And throughout the entire season so far, this Valentina Stormy has been the most consistent hero for him. So I guess they're sticking onto his comforts. But the bigger question is that could they have drafted something different for Sasa? Because if you think about how Game 3 went in terms of draft, they have 3 very, very tanky heroes from the side. So Giants, what is the best way to deal with tanky Giants, right? Tanky heroes. True damage is going to be the priority, right?
Yeah.
Export was bad.
God was bad.
God was bad. The only other left was the Leslie. 1-1 felt like it didn't do enough. And I feel like maybe the Leslie all carry would have helped in that situation.
Yeah, I was about to kind of jump into that also, because carry, we've seen a few times, takes too long to come online. Leslie faces the same issue as well. But Reptar, if you want to shred through these big beefy boys and ladies and not using Leslie or carry, is there another option for Sasa in the goal lane?
Well,
we're seeing the Irritel right now. Sasa.
It's no, but it isn't even the goalie. So that means that the Irritel is going to be going to Sasa's hand. So are we thinking about the potential picks for Super Red, or?
No. He's talking about whether or not, if there was a better pick here, instead of Irritel, what would have been better to deal with the tanky composition for Game 3?
Oh, well, no, yeah. Well, the carry, when you think of tanky, you think of carry, but I like that they actually prioritize the Irritel now, because now it allows them to open up the map again. Now going away from just the team fight, spacing out the map, pushing the side lanes, pressuring SRG, that's what worked well for SMG. So now in this scenario, the Irritel is the right pick.
Yeah, and we see the Minotaur as well, right? Not the roamer that can catch out to Irritel, especially when she has gotten herself a brand new bike Adrian.
Yeah, so the Minotaur is often picked up as a bit more of a counter-engage roam as compared to other heroes, because Red Giants are predicting that SMG are gonna run into them, especially when they have Kufra and Irritel, so why not get the Minuan Fury in to cancel any engagement and zone Team SMG out? On paper, this definitely does make a lot of sense, but it will take away the fact that Supernova is able to make plays on his own, and that becomes a bit more difficult.
I actually like the fact that SMG banned out the Arlet, right? Because because I was thinking that this Arlet could be a good thing, right? Gojets can, Supernova can engage, but Gojets can definitely do that, Terrence.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit caught off because our bosses are literally messing around with Rose's shoe at the sidelines, man.
We're having fun. You gotta have fun during, it's playoffs, man.
We don't want to judge anyone.
Yeah, we don't want to judge anyone. Everyone has their own preferences. Like, maybe they like heels, who knows?
Achilles heels? Just like the Achilles heels?
Yeah, sure,
Did Achilles wear heels?
Sure, guys.
He could have.
It's okay. He could have. This is degenerating, right? It's getting worse and worse. But we do see the Martis ban from SRG, right? One of the few heroes that has CC immunity in the jungle, and SMG so far they have not revealed who Saksa is going to go for, because Boxer is no longer prioritized, Reptar.
Yeah, they might be leaning into an Akai jungle. I don't know how much you guys pick up an Akai jungle in MY, but if the Martis has gone the Baksha wouldn't be that main an option if they want to switch things up, and then there's a Fredrin on the opposing side. Akai is usually the go-to in the jungle, but looks like the Baksha is still available. So if it's not the Akai, then they might end up picking up the Baksha again for Saksa.
I think the Akai isn't too bad. Like, considering that after the recent patch update, Akai had a little bit of a slight buff here. But so far, it has been picked 3 times in the playoffs, all played by Super Sekis. He's won 2 out of 3 games. Earlier today, he lost that game against Homebois, but maybe Team SMG is going to be breaking here. But so far, Saksa has been very, very comfortable on that box here. But I feel like it hasn't been working out here. So maybe we are going to be seeing a little bit more of an assassin playstyle for him this game if they decide to go for it. But it seems like no.
Finally!
Oh. Finally, a Paquito!
We've been waiting for this. And the best part is that I don't think I've remember seeing Go just play the Paquito ever, and maybe he did a game or 2, but in my memory, he doesn't usually play this Paquito, Adrian.
Yeah, he's played it a game or 2 at most. I agree with you there. So it's going to be very interesting to see what this will bring to the table. I agree with you. I feel like SMG is gearing up for more of an assassin playstyle here. So Paquito will give more utility options overall. Now, if they want, like, we do know that the Lancelot is available, but it's not quite as good in this situation. If they really want to throw a wrench into the plans, Hellgate is still open, but I'm not too sure if Saksa's comfortable with that. So it is but we see the Benedetta.
We get the best of both worlds. We want the Benedetta on smooth, we got it. We want the Paquito get picked up, we got it. And Repta, you got it right as well. The Akai jungle for SMG. Now, SRG, what are they going to look for Super It?
Ooh, that's okay. The thing about SRG, I feel like Marksman is going to be the way to go here, but considering that Claude is kind of in the pool, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for it again. Just saying, just saying.
Reta, what do you think? Claude?
I'm okay with the Claude. You're going to need to match the mobility of the Irithel, the hard to catch. If ever it's not the Claude, they might actually go Brody, just so that they have a little bit extra stun and safety for their gold laner.
We're going to find out SRG. This could be the last game in the lower bracket finals, and they get to face off against Homebois tomorrow, but of course the Super Rare signature is the Claude. Win conditions from you, Reptar.
Okay, so SRG really need to help set up the Claude here. They can't just leave Super Red alone, even though these 2 teams have tried to avoid the focus onto their gold lane. They're going to need to help Super Red ramp up a little bit more here because they have a Paquito with them. They'll be able to supplement the Claude really well if ever they do decide to add more help onto the gold lane.
Seems like a lot of responsibility is on the shoulders of Super Red. Thank you very much, Reptar. We just sit back, relax, and enjoy this game number 4. But Adrian, win conditions for SMG.
In terms of win conditions, what's actually interesting about this game is this is going to be a very macro game because you have Benedetta Irithel versus Paquito Claude. It is all about spreading your influence onto those side lanes, getting farm onto the gold laner, and honestly, avoiding heavy initiation in these fights, especially on SFG, since that Minu and Fury is going to be available for the Selangor Red Giants.
Oh, can Team SMG avoid missing that grand finals? We're going to find out.
Yep, we are going to be heading into the Lanador to fight this out because this is the playoff, the lower bracket finals. SMG versus SRG. Game 4, do or die. Selangor Red Giants 1 game away from making it towards the grand finals. Guaranteed slot into the wild card, representing Malaysia regardless here. And right from the get-go, we do see SMG looking to cut the creep waves right now. But seems like Selangor Red Giants, they are prepared for this.
The best thing about these long series is that you see the deep pockets, right? How deep does draft go? And this Novaria, Paquito clear, unfortunately just find it a bit hard to match up with Smooth. That's why he got to proxy that wave. And you see SMG, they put a lot of pressure on that purple buff side of SRG's jungle.
So far, though, going to be pretty even overall. Looking at the emblem setup, we got 3 quantum charges on the side of Selangor Red Giants, as well as a good amount of agility and wilderness. So in comparison, SMG going to be much slower as a team in rotating across the map as compared to their opponents. So they're going to be depending a lot on the Sasa's sprint, as well as move on the Benedetta to just cause havoc.
Look at Smooth, man. This is the guy that single-handedly carried SMG throughout the entire regular season with this Benedetta, and it feels really, really good that he's finally given something that's extremely comfortable. But at the same time, Selangor Red Giants, they've got to pull something big because as of now, this is a reworked draft on how they've drafted almost near identical drafts. when they faced off against Homebois. Unfortunately, it didn't win for SRG. Hopefully this time they are going to be able to take a W against SMG though.
You say that Smooth carried his team in regular season. He carried his team against RSG as well, right, in the game 5. Some pressure on the bottom side, that's where the turtle will spawn, but of course Super Goldjazz is already losing out in the XP department.
Yeah, that EXP lane again going to be a very heavy point of contention, especially since now that Smooth is on his signature hero, hitting level 4, gonna be an important timing around this first turtle fight, and they will hit it before Goldjazz.
Well, seems to me he does have the advantage here. They are going to try to force the issue. Smooth, he does have the Petrify available, but he's going to be waiting out on Miko. Smooth, pick up the map here, SRG. They're a little bit afraid. Skies doesn't have those charges for those appraisals grab, but as of now, SMG is trying to get a little bit of a better window. He doesn't want Goldjazz to try and doink it away, but preemptive shots coming from Miko, and that's going to be SMG securing the turtle. SRG saying it's not worth it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that SRG hung around to try and kind of feign a contest because Super Zack is not level 4, SMG knows it, and so there's no way SRG is ever going to have a chance. Could have sent Goldjazz back into the lane slightly earlier to clear it out, but overall, this is the expected opening for SMG to get the turtle.
Yeah, it's a good choice by Red Giants to not contest that since they already lost EXP lane prio earlier, but they could have definitely cut their losses by leaving the turtle earlier because it's very difficult for them to have contested that, especially with Saksa on the Akai too.
Well, seeing how Smooth is outplaying Super Goldjazz on the bottom side here, it seems like he does find a little bit of crack on this torpedo. Maybe it is going to be a small window because in terms of rotation, this Bandita is going to be great. Orange buff actually gets stolen away by Saksa. This is huge for Team SMG.
Saksa is a level ahead thanks to the earlier turtle take, right? So he's going to start to try and snowball, take the buffs, take the camps away from this Red Wing.
Oh boy, look at Smooth doing his thing. He's got like a smooth movements right there, and seems like Super Goldjazz not able to keep up in terms of momentum right now. Forced to be recalled back, so that means there is going to be a lot of space being won on the southern side, and SMG, all they got to do is just hold hostage. Meanwhile, Stormy, he has the Minon's Fury, looking for the angles to come in, and SRG, they're just so afraid to force a fight, but they do call in Skies to actually stop Smooth right now, and this is exactly what SMG wants right now.
Yeah, the influence of Smooth on the Benedetta across the map is very massive, and that's something that the Red Giants are going to need to overcome if they want a chance of making it into the grand finals right now. In terms of the 1v1 duel, it's pretty clear that Smooth has been outpacing Super Goldjazz because this is a hero that really forces a shift in the way you micromanage your gameplay, unlike most other situations where you have to figure out how to coordinate with your team instead.
Well, seems like SMG, they made the role swap in. They sent Sasa down bottom to soak up the lane and Smooth out top. So great timings for this, and SRG, they have to be prepared for this. Super Zag, take a little bit of damage here, forced to back off. The Shatter does not connect. Super Goldjazz connects on Miko. Great Astro Echo getting information, but Smooth from the back line! He catches them all, and the stolen Fury from Stormy to upset the tempo. They scare him off, but the turtle gets reset. Means it's going to be a 50-50 again. Seki is going to be in the position here. Who's going to win on the tray? It is going to be Skies, but he gets pinned off right now. Sasa will pick him off, and SRG forced to back off.
Consolation prize on the turtle, I suppose, but Miko is still in the bush. He could be looking for another engage. They're crashing this wave right now.
This is going to be an important base defense here for this tier 1 tower. Right now, the Red Giants are definitely going to want to play a slower game overall because they want to create space for Super Red to get his farm in. So it's important to keep structures alive, especially when there is a Benedetta on the opposite side. Controlling the waves and the map going to be crucial this game.
Boy, speaking of control, SRG just playing from behind here. What's the win condition right now? Because it seems like they're just stalling for Super Red, but for how long can they stall?
I think the fact that you lost XP early on means that you lost control of neutral objectives, right? Look at Super Skies. He is 2 levels behind Saksa.
Goldjazz. He's got to run out. Saksa, they finally going for the dive as well, but Electro Final Blow comes in. Goldjazz cannot move at all. And that's going to be Bird. Baby Bird. That's Smooth. Takes him out. Gets the kill. And that's going to be the XP lane loss from SRG. SRG now backing out a little bit more, and they're hoping to kind of recoup their losses for now. Saksa, ooh, okay.
Interesting thing about these two teams is whoever gets the side lane tier 1 first actually enables the XP laner. Then if you get one jab off just now just to get that champion standstill, I think he would have survived. But again, Saksa, he's snowballing quite hard, and Skies is struggling to keep up.
My goodness, Smooth is just completely forcing SRG to move in the way he just wants. He's the mind controller for SMG. He's just controlling everything. Right now, taking a little bit of damage here. He's going to be forced to back out. Against one, Appraisals round baited out. Astro Echo also baited out. SRG getting absolutely no value. Oh, the Shatter connects, but he is going to be able to survive. Meanwhile, Stormy, he's going to get caught out. He's going to be near Story. He's going to catch Red. Red gets out, and SMG, they collapse on him here. But the taunt from Sky will interject, and they will get the pick of Stormy. Miko misses the Tyrant's Revenge. And SRG, they finally find a small pick. Gojaz trades a tier 1 down bottom as well. SMG finally made their first mistake. Miko not allowed to recall back as well as a turtle in perfect control of SRG. And no, they're not over yet. They're going to try and force the issue. Saksa's move. You don't have the numbers advantage. What are you doing here?
Yeah, I think don't go for the turtle at this stage. It's going to be pretty difficult. They do have heavy spin, so it's not impossible, along with smooth, but Saksa getting slowed down heavily.
Tough. It's tough. Extra Echo comes in. Saksa's taking a little bit too much. Miko is going to try and stop Sky here. Electro Final comes in.
What?
But Zack steals it from afar. It's not even the jungler, but Super Zack again with the plays. Gojaz shows himself, but SMG, they need to find a play. Stormy forced the Mignon Fury coming in. He sidesteps the Shatter, but at the same time, SMG not able to get any value out of this trade-off.
That was so crazy. Super Zack predicted the red trade from Super Skies. He's like, brother, press the red tree and I'll secure it, and he gets the turtle again. That should not have been the case. SMG, they still have that goal advantage. They were able to neutralize that deficit a little bit because they took the top tier 1, but SRG are keeping it very, very close.
And we have to know Super Red is getting a pretty good amount of space to farm right now as well. So Red Giants definitely playing for that win condition overall. Though Team SMG still has a lot of advantage here, especially on Smooth.
Oh, this is the catch coming in. Supernova looking for the counter play. They do get the counter play. They get 3. Miko gets the lead, and Sasa go for the heavy spin, but it took them almost forever. They need to get out, and Skies locks him in place, and Super Red finds another pickoff. The Claude is back, and Selangor Red Giants are on full pedal. They're putting the gas and then just stomping on Giants all the way through. The rumbling is coming, my friend. The rumbling is here.
I mean, that top tier 1 is going to be gone 100%.
Oh boy.
Super Red is going to get so much extra space to play around the map, but Smooth is going to again equalize it by taking down this bot tier 1.
I well know Supernova on this Minotaur is doing exactly what I was talking about during the draft, counter-engaging on Team SMG, punishing them for over-aggression. They got to be more wary of their positioning here, because even if the Red Giants don't quite have enough damage yet to fully punish them, eventually that's going to come, and it oftentimes catches Team SMG off guard much harder than other teams.
Well, speaking of which here, Lightning Trunkin purchase Amunzak and take care of Supernova means that Supernova can finally contribute a little bit more into this team fight in terms of soaking. But as of now, SMG, they've been trying to get an easy pick-off, but it's still very difficult to do so.
Man, this lore is going to be very pivotal. If SRG gets this, man, Super is going to have a few days farming up his next few items. So SMG, they need this lore more than SRG does.
One thing to note, Sasa just completed Wind of Nature. He'll feel very comfortable on the Irritel.
Oh boy, starting of this fight here, Miko getting chipped off away from SRG, but the backline move. He's trying to make a play. He wants to kill off Super Red. Can he get it? Yes,
what?
He does! He single-handedly challenges 4 guys. He takes down the Claude, but he drops them down low. Lord dropping down very, very low. SRG, do they want to contest this? But SMG, they're not applying pressure. They want to trade the middle turret instead. They're getting a little bit greedy here, but SRG, they have to stall for this. Super Red, 13 seconds on the sidelines. Gojaz gonna try and stop this wave. SMG, they have to make a decision. Do they take the Lord or not? Down to a 20%. Skies is there. They're gonna try and trade him off. He comes in, but Skies will punish the green. He out-retreats Saksa again. SRG is getting away with all this. SMG, green is no good, my friend.
SMG again just letting the 7 deadly sins of greed resurface. We've seen this so many times. Yesterday, they greeded out, lost to SRG. Just now, they could have rushed the Lord and gotten it, but man, they want that tier 1 so bad, they didn't even get it.
I think it's clear at this point that SMG is definitely tilting a little bit after some less than stellar performances at the start of this series. They do, again, still have win conditions. Smooth still at a pretty good spot, and Sasa has not died yet. Wind of Nature on the Irritel. He was the reason Super Red dropped so low in the first place. So SMG just needs to pull themselves back together, understand the situation on the map, because otherwise the Red Giants are going to continue stealing away advantages.
Oh, middle turret will fall instead, and this time SMG, they will have to play defense. Selangor Red Giants having a little bit of small lead, but it's still, at this point, anyone's game. Gojez now fighting a little bit of a lead here. He gets his 13, but he's going to try and force Smooth out. Electro final blow comes in. Smooth will be able to clear it out, though.
And so Red just got his Wisdom Nature as well. Smooth does have the Malefic Roar. If he can one-shot Red, and SMG has a good chance of winning the fight, but this tier 2 needs to hang on if you're SMG.
Agreed, Miko looking for the setup. Unfortunately, SRG not going to make any more mistakes because they are one game away from securing the ticket to represent Malaysia, regardless of M5 or the wild card. But as of now, Grand Finals is the ticket you want to be in. Grand Finals is where you want to be for the MPL MY Season 12. And they're just so close, almost nearing towards the trophy, the rewards here. It just takes a little bit more of a turret and the crystal is standing in their way.
Define Glaive for Super Zag. This Novaria shots are going to start to hurt.
This is very scary, very nerve-wracking right now, not just for SMG, but for Red Giants as well, because they're obviously aware of the stakes that are riding on this game. Again, even with the slight net worth lead that the Red Giants have, the win condition is still possible for both sides. And it's all going to come down to how much attention the gold laners are going to be able to avoid.
So, finds Supernova, but doesn't want to stop the fight here. Gojez taking a lot of damage onto Saksa. SMG has to be a little bit careful on how they take this approach, because as of now, Super Red is going to be hitting his level 15. This is the big power spike the Cloud is going to be dealing out very, very short here. Damage that you can see, Super Red is 21,000, but Super Zach just doing a lot here for the team.
Just Novaria things, and the top wave is stacking up. That's where the Lord will be spawning in another 15 seconds as well. So if SMG doesn't deal with the wave and the wave starts pushing in, then SRG gets to call dibs on that Lord. And you look at the jungle difference, the junglers, they're both at the same level, but SRG has so much more tools to spot out where SMG are with the Astro Echo and just poke them for days on end.
Yep. Heavy shoulders rest on Sasa now. Orange buff onwards SMG means they have to delete Super Red before the fight even begins. Lord Contest comes in. Sasa goes for a heavy spin. Misses the mark. That's huge for Super Red here. As Selangor Red Giants will have perfect control. That's a long cooldown coming in. And now SMG, they're going to force that issue. Gojez taking a little too much. Minon Fury comes in. Counterplay from Stormy, but no one is dying. Miko forced to run away, and Super Red! He will take him down, and Sasa finish on Super Red. They lost the marksman. They finally outkite them. But SRG, they still have lock control. Skies is still alive. And Team SMG, they're calling the entire carry. Don't fight the Lord. They fight him off. But guess what? Again, Skies yoinks the Lord away. He loses his life, but it is going to be Selangor Red Giants on defense now.
Man, Miko, that conceal, that split second of vision break caused Super Red to overcommit and die to Sasa. So sure, SRG got the Lord, but SMG, they get to trace structures in return. Mid-tier 2 taken out.
Yeah, this is not all that worth it for the side of the Red Giants, since the Lord will very easily get cleared up here with SMG's superior numbers. Super Red has to chill out a little bit more. Claw damage, not quite as scary as it used to be, and Sasa is just bursting everyone down. At this point, Irritel very easily online 303. Even if there's not too much net worth difference, I can bet that there's a lot of money on this Irritel, and he will single-handedly dismantle the Red Giants if they're not careful.
You know, it was only a small buff difference, right? The only difference between that fight winning in favor of Selangor Red Giants was pretty much the orange buff on Sasa, because Sasa just had enough damage to kill off Super Red, whereas Super Red just needed one additional tick earlier to back off to try and take out Miko, but that unfortunately didn't happen here. So a little bit of small mistakes, but nevertheless, Skies salvage the situation still.
The fact that they had Saksa use the heavy spin so early on was an advantage, and SRG, like Adrian mentioned, just gotta chill out a little bit. They got the Lord, and it's not the most worth it one. They only lost a mid-tier 2. Not all too bad. The bottom wave had to be reset by SMG. Top wave is in a neutral state, so SRG, they get to control the map again.
This is worrying though. There's not a lot of tools the Red Giants have to catch Sasa. Super Zag needs to really chunk him down.
They have to back out. They have to back out. They saw Sasa's health dropping very low. They have to start the fight. Super Zag gets a big shot in, and hits Miko as well. And SRG, they know they won half the fight here. Great call coming from Zach to scout things out. Hit one target, not sure how much, but as soon as they saw Sasa's health, immediately went for the dive. Bait out immortality for Miko as well.
They got the Petrify out of Smooth, so the next minute he's not going to have that battle spell. But he will thankfully have it back up in time for the next Lord.
One thing to note is that this is going to be a battle of attrition for the Red Giants. They have a lot of damage on Super Zac, as well as good ways of counter-engaging. So Team SMG cannot very easily just jump into their faces, and they can use that to try and whittle them down before a fight starts. Because right now, if Sasa is able to go into a fight at maximum HP, it's very easy for them to create the space needed, because Red Giants doesn't have any super hard CC. It's all about whether or not they can time these engagements properly with chunk damage coming out of the Star Shatter.
Oh boy. Now, speaking of chunking their way through, SRG, they have those immortality up on Supernova, but I don't think it's a big factor up on this Minotaur right now. It feels like it all comes down to whether or not Super Zac is able to set a precedence to deal with the members of SMG. In particular, it's gotta be Saksa here. His heavy spin, very, very important here. Lord control in SRG for now. Minions being shoved on the top side. Selangor Giants, they send in Gold Jets to defend against this here. Saksa again with the heavy spin. Again for SMG. They want to try and burst it down. Saksa is doing this as much as can. Guys, forced to back out. Minion Fury comes in from Stormy to try and stop the back line. Supernova, they catch Smooth. Smooth is gonna go down. Sky still dropping down very low. They still have the numbers advantage, but there's SMG. They have to force a play, but how can they do so? They've lost one member right from the get-go. Miko making an attempt. He is going to scout things out, but they need to find a way to deal with the back line. Super Red is all healthy. Back up again. Lord control in favor of SMG. They're trying to buy a lot of time. They want to buy time, force move, but is it going to be enough? 25 seconds on the sideline.
They gotta run.
Good. Astro Echo comes in, connects on Zac, zones them down. They're all super slow. The Lord, 20% health left. They need to find a reset, and SMG, they're desperate to get information. Miko scouts it out. Saksa still waiting for the right moment. Shatter doesn't connect with SMG, but Saksa still equalizing the way through. Smooth finally spawns their way alive, and Selangor Giants is now or never because Smooth is coming from afar.
God. This is too slow.
This is too slow.
They gotta do something.
So long. They have to do it at all. Saksa finally goes in. Finally, they steal the Lord. But Blazing Duet comes in. Super Red finally drops the ball. They take down Sasa, but the rest of SMG, Sasa just completely demolishing the back lines. And as they pick them part by part, the minions jumping on the bottom lane as well. Selangor Red Giants has to back off. They have to defend. SMG finally finds the window to take the Lord and potentially drag this out to Game 5.
Man, SRG, they took too long. Smooth die. That is your cue to get the Lord back to your side of the map and try to secure it. I mean, Akai, Stormy was low, Miko was half health, but they dragged it out. They greeted. I don't know what they were waiting for. SMG might end this.
Oh my god, it's gotta be now or never here. Sasa, he has the immortality. SRG, they need to find a way, guys. 18 seconds on the sidelines. Red as well, 10 seconds. SMG, they have to collapse with the Lord. Miko looking for the setup. The Lord being escorted to the top side as well. 2 seconds left for Super Red. It's gonna be up online, but he needs to build up his stacks right now. And SMG says, what? They back off? They don't pressure. They let SRG go through. They're taking the safe route, and they are gonna focus on tier 2 instead and deny the neutral objectives. What?
Man, it's good enough. If they try to force an end there, SRG is probably going to kill them all and end the game and win the lower bracket finals. That's what happened yesterday.
Literally what happened yesterday.
But the same thing that happened to SMG happened to SRG, right? They danced around the Lord for what? A full minute. Smooth was dead for more than 30 seconds and SMG was able to wait until he rejoins the fight. That should not have happened if you're SRG. Yeah. But they still have a lifeline.
They even had a window when they knew that Sasa had already used their heavy crossbow and it was on cooldown. They could have rushed down that Lord. I don't know what the hesitation was for. It's good to play safe. It's good to understand that you can wait for Zac to slowly chunk people down, but that is too slow. That is too much. They've given away a lot of this advantage, and like we mentioned, no hard CC for Sasa, so the Irritail still has not died.
Well, in this case, he did swap out his immortality in that previous fight here. So in this case, it is going to be on cooldown. So I guess SMG, they are going to try and reset for those cooldowns and maybe pick it up again. But it is going to take a little bit of time to gather those resources here. But Miko, for a jump here, Supernova gets chucked a little bit more. Echo comes in. and they are going to wait it out for SMG. So that is going to be the play for SMG for now.
Yeah, Lord spawning on the top side, which is the best case scenario for SRG because they still have the inhibitor turret there, so that minion wave will be in a neutral state. But SMG, they can do whatever what they have done this entire time. Build out a slow push on the bottom side, force SRG to respond and take the Lord.
Ooh, this is dangerous right here.
This is dangerous. Saksa, the force heavy space. Supernova gets chopped out the way. Miko misses his still on his revenge. But Gojas goes for the back line. Sasa is taking him too much. Sasa takes a little bit more. Smooth still alive the back line. But Miko! He gets the Tyrant Rage! He catches Gojas! Gojas will be picked off apart! How? Go, Miko! That should be illegal. SMG should not have been able to do that. But it's still so close because Lord is spawned up top. And Skies is already been in position. And SMG, they have to back off.
They can do this for the Ace. I mean, they have the numbers advantage. Gojas is dead for 40 seconds. And Gojas did what his absolute best. He disrupted Stormy. He kept Sasa and Saksa at bay. And still, SRG just do not have enough damage to clear it out. Super Red didn't have a good space to fight because Supernova went down too early and had to back off.
Oh boy, Lord now in control of SMG. Minions are shuffling on the bottom side as well. SRG, they have to make the play quickly here. Sky's getting zoned out by Miko right now. They want to stop Sky's from going into the pit. Saxa wants to go for the play.
It has to be now.
They get the information as well. Miko again trying to block Sky's again. He doesn't want him into the pit. SRG has no choice but to back out, and SMG will take this Lord again. Smooth looking to cut the backlines as well. You can see this is going to be an easy one for SMG. They played that wall, and SRG has no choice but to retreat this.
It's a wise choice not to force that fight because they know that SMG has all the tools they need to re-engage. But with only one inhibitor standing, it will be very difficult for the Red Giants to defend against a Lord at the 23rd minute. It's going to be pushing down the mid lane, and SMG has so many tools to split push that you can expect 3 full wave of minions to be knocking down the front door.
And Sasa, he is decked out. He can absolutely destroy the health bars of not just heroes, but structures. And like Adrian mentioned, 3 waves crashing all together.
Yep, at the same time, Immortality ups on Sasa. SRG's got a lot of heavy lifting they have to do. Miko looking for the catch. They catch Gojas and ball Sasa off the heavy crossbow. They force the window truck and swap as well. He's going to try and take with Gojas. Gojas might die to this. Sasa, they fight him, but the rest of SRG, they're not prepared. It's not over yet for SMG because, ladies and gentlemen, they get the victory. They take the crystal. They drag into game 5. It's a full reset. It's a do or die. Best of 1. Winner takes all.
Deja vu, man. SRG. They did the exact mistake SMG did yesterday. How could you not learn from it?
One more game for either of these teams. One more game is what decides on who makes it to the grand finals. What a game. A full 5 series. Thank you, Sif. But as of now, for you guys at home, you got the full match. The full best of 5.
I suppose if it's not 5 games, we're not doing the teams justice. SRG, you gotta reset a little bit, right? One moment of hesitation will have them in this hot spot. But like Terrace mentioned, it's do or die. It's one more game. It's everyone's game right now. It's good to see that SMG has resetted from kind of the tilt from game 2 and 3. Lovely, lovely stuff. But I mean, SRG, Kojas, still performing stellar on his Paquito. Unfortunately, it just was not enough. That decision making was a bit lacking, Adrian.
Guys, I'm so tired. I've had to cast both game 5s today.
You and me both. You and me both.
Hey.
Oh, actually, no. You only.
It's just me.
It's just you.
It's only me.
What do you mean? I also did best of 5s.
No.
I did full game 5s twice today.
Fair enough. Seems like maybe it's not Sif being cursed here. It's Stafa that's cursed.
You're basically an SMG, right? You have to play 10 games, but instead you cast 10 games.
I have to cast 10 games.
Reptile, have you ever had to cast 10 games in a row? But we're gonna go backstage to look at the MVP of that game number 4 because, gentlemen, I have a grand final tomorrow and my voice is gonna be gone very soon. Sasa finally deathless on the Rivertail to bring them to victory. Trying to do the Rippo Chibi trademark, kind of failed at that. We'll give them PR training after this. But Reptar, game 5 coming up, man.
Hey, the Kage.
I'm not surprised,
man. The Kage's got some grace. He doesn't need to minion here. He is a god for a reason. But of course, Reptar, what do you think about this match? Make some sense about this.
Well, yeah,
what you guys were reacting to when Selangor Red Giant sort of gave up on that Lord, or were a little bit too careful trying to secure it. I had the same reaction. What is going on? But hey, we talked about this Irithel pick. It ended up becoming the MVP of the game. Great game by Sasa, being very patient, knowing that he had to watch out for Paquito. And hey, we talked about the Paquito. Sadly, this was possibly the worst game for Paquito to go up against a Kufra and an Akai. You saw Gojis was a very how do I call this, cautious with his entry, and smooth, man, so smooth on this Benedetta, that petrify play that he did, especially around that one Lord fight when they were fighting around the Scaled Blizzard purple buff area of Selangor Red Giants, was massive for Team SMG.
It just absolute destruction from Smooth. And, you know, credits to SRG, the confidence to pick Paquito into a Kufra. We're going to put that aside because let's enjoy the mic check behind the scenes for Team SMG and listen in to how they led to winning against SRG.
Timmy. Nice one. Jesse.
Reset turtle.
Black.
Kill. Nice.
Camp house stop. Akai go fast clear. Nice dad. Ayun na Petri ah. Tayo pass clear. Nice one guys.
Kufra.
Napikir Valentina. A50.
Back up.
Atan.
Gas.
Depan.
Katanya.
Gas.
Atan. Nice one guys.
Nice. Can try me.
Nice! Kasimi!
Nice.
Go in. Can we kill this?
Simi, oh shit. Aku kena stun.
Nice! Boleh balik tak?
Tahu. Nice one, Ade.
Nice one, Ade. Reset.
Dah aman.
Fuck. Okay, not. Yes. Kill all. No, Mid. Super die.
Super.
This guy, super.
Sapran.
Pull out.
One by one. One kill. Out.
Blur. Pull out. Tower. Careful lah. Kita tahu. Tower.
Oh boy, I mean, we're going to full distance. That is a fact set in stone at this point. Even if it hasn't synced in, we have some time for the teams to accept that they still gotta fight for that wildcard slot.
Not gonna lie, just from the mic check, you can see SMG has poured their entire existence into the fight just to drag this back into its game number 5. We may be tired, the audience may be tired, but guess what? When you're fighting for your dear lives to represent Malaysia, that's the energy you gotta give it. That's the effort you gotta focus on.
I want to give credits to all the fans, man. They're staying here. It's like, it's 45 minutes to 12 a.m. and we have a grand final to run tomorrow. And man, these fans stayed around. The loyalty is also what powers not just the teams but us on the desk. Reptar, have you ever had to do 10 games in a day?
Yes, we've had to do 10 games. We've had to do a cast where it reached up until 1 a.m. because of factors that we couldn't control. So not to say I'm used to this, but this has happened before.
It's a pretty unforgettable and enjoyable experience. I know you've been complaining.
This is what happened last season.
This was what happened last season, right? You also need to be here quite early tomorrow. I need your thoughts on this. I know, you use that flustered brain.
You know what? I'm glad I'm not casting tomorrow.
Yeah, let's put him aside, right? Reptar, close this down.
You can go home early. Go ahead.
Hey, no, I can even come late as well. I'm just there for the red carpet tomorrow.
The only thing I can say is like, what thoughts? There's nothing left. I think if you hit this, it's hollow. The brain cells are. Yeah, they're not accounted for.
I mean, we have a bag of chips that Terrence opened. You can have
that.
How long has this been open?
Since the beginning.
Oh my god.
As long as it's still crunchy, it's edible.
I never got a chance to eat it.
Yeah, as long as it's still crunchy, I think it's edible. But while you are taking a break, Terrence, Reptar, let's talk about this, right? I want to start with Reptar in this game. We highlighted that Smooth Benedetta, absolutely stellar. You talk about the Paquito into Akai and Kufra is just miserable. But the Paquito pick came after the Kufra, and I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if SRG was even considering that the Kai could have been picked up. They were probably still thinking along the lines of the Baksha potentially getting picked up there by SMG. But yeah, this was not a fun game for Gojis. No player in the world would an easy time going up against an Akai and Kufra if you're ever a Paquito. And then you have a Benedetta to worry about. You're putting yourself at risk of walking into a Selecto final blow. And Smooth, man, again, his Petries here were on point. It was one of the reasons why SRG sometimes were uncomfortable with fighting, because they always had to watch out not only for the damage of the Benedetta, but the control abilities as well. So as happy as I am to see the Paquito, it was drafted in an awkward spot. And the moment I saw it, we were already talking about the Akai, and in the back of my head I was thinking, yeah, that's even a better sign for Team SMG to draft an Akai, and they read into it really well, and it shut down an XP laner. However, SRG continued the flow. They played around it really well. Super Zac with some key objective steals as well. Super Red popping off at the right time. It's just that indecision and hesitation in a very crucial moment just cost SRG here.
I know, Terrence, you talk about the Valentina, right? We kind of were debating whether it should be a first pick priority. This one worked out, but one thing I want to say as we look at the numbers is that Valentina in this game doesn't steal as much big impact ultimates, right? In fact, he never got the chance to steal the Astro Echo for Super Zac. It was just the Minoan Fury. So far, Stormy is 2-2 on the Valentina this series.
Yeah, to be honest, I felt like the biggest change that SMG dealt was that Stormy was always forced to actually flank towards the back lines to set up a play to punish Super Red, right? And every single time that happens, Stormy has pretty much died and get picked off, and that's what SRG was capitalizing on in their previous victories here. But this time when you have Smooth with a Benedetta, which is so difficult to cut the back lines, that pretty much puts Stormy in a position where he can just do whatever he wants. So to be honest, it felt like it could have gone either ways, but as we drag on towards the later stage of the game here, it came down to a game of baits, which was Immortality cooldown timings, as well as Death Timer timings. And I agree with what Reptar said as well. When Smooth died, why didn't SRG rush it? Because it felt like they were so afraid, and slowly but surely, Supernova's impact into the game gets completely demolished because of the fact that he doesn't have the Flash of the Oracle on this Minotaur.
I mean, the craziest thing, the thing that puzzles me the most was that they were so confident the entire game up to that very moment. You look at this goal graph, oh my goodness, the injustice it does to SRG up to that point, up to the point where we're looking at the 22nd minute. I know that was the 4th Lord, but the 3rd Lord came at the 19th minute mark, where we had this 4-minute dance between SRG and SMG, where SRG had a man advantage. They hesitated, lost the Lord, lost most of the turrets, and it was the end. 4th Lord went to SMG, and bye-bye.
I think very similarly to me, we are facing a little bit of mental fatigue on the side of the Selangor Red Giants, right? Because it's very clear that they had an advantage at one point in the mid-game. They could have actually taken the fight to SMG. They had the tools, they had the damage, and yet it felt like they were too hesitant. They knew that victory was at hand. They knew that that ticket to M5 was dangling right in front of them, and that may have stifled their movements a little bit too long, allowing for SMG to make that comeback in terms of gold and EXP. And then after that, they have so many resources, right? We talk about the bulky front line, we talk about the CC, and a very damning factor this game is the fact that they had no hard lockdown for Sasa.
Yeah, Sasa was just running wild, was blowing smokes in SRG's face. I mean, we talk about a lot of this concept of playing to lose or playing not to lose or playing to win, right? In this case, SRG, they kind of flip-flop at the very end. Reptar, Game 5, what do you do as a team, right? It's such a high-stakes series. You're going to Game 5, Grand Final spots, M5 spots on the line. What do you tell a team that was so close to securing it but not getting there yet?
Oh, the tendency for teams going into a full Game 5 series and then suffering a loss like that, you really can't play overly cautious. I feel like the coaching staff here of SRG really need to gather the boys here and say, we gotta play aggressive. They're gonna expect us to play a little bit more defensive, play more cautious, play more careful. You can't do that, especially with how Team SMG have shown throughout the series that they're always so down to fight. They're always willing to trade, even though it looks unfavorable. It forces SRG to commit into fights that even are actually unfavorable for them because SMG are just surprising them over and over again. So for the side of SRG, they're gonna need to stay aggressive. For the side of SMG, I feel like this is where the coaching experience of Miko is going to be a big factor. He used to coach for a female team here in the Philippines, and he was a hell of a coach, which is why Omega got him as the main roamer for Omega for their team in MPL PH Season 11. So his leadership here will be a big factor.
It definitely is. before I know you have some thoughts you want to say, Reptar, do you have a water bottle with you?
Yeah, I do. What's up?
Bring out your water bottle because we need to rehydrate a little bit, right? It's been a long day. We have Nescafe here, our officials, one of our sponsors, right? We power up with Nescafe. This guy opened up without telling me, so you know we don't include him in our sponsor spills. But thank you, Nescafe. Yes, rehydrate yourself. Rehydrate yourself, Reptar. Adrian doesn't need any water. He is an anomaly.
Yeah, there's a liquid in chips, I think.
Wow, whoa.
I'm gonna dehydrate myself further.
You know what's the best thing about us drinking and seeing here? We can take a chill pill and just enjoy ourselves here. Because if you think about it here, as a pro player, you know what's the biggest regret in esports career? The biggest regret is pretty much not giving your all. And guess what? We are gonna be taking a short break right now, and we'll give them some time to prepare themselves for the final game to decide who is gonna make it through.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara.
Hari ni sanjena untuk play off hari ni. Dekat sini ada macam-macam, ada orang niaga, ada orang jual merchandise.
Betul, boleh main game, dapat freebies, best gila kat sini tu.
My God. Tapi yang seronoknya kata tau ni, macam-macam jenis baju. Fan pun ramai, nampak tak? Kiri, kanan sangat-sangat ramai. Tengok tu, ada siapa?
Maima.
Nampak tak Maima? Maima ketuk sekali ke? Oh. Nampak tak? Sejenak kalau ketuk ni, kumpul poin yang tinggi akan dapat kita punya shampoo. Tak payah beli. I dah guna memang, tapi sekarang Messi sikit lah. Panas kan Malaysia.
Jom kita kacau Maima.
Okey, Maima. Nak borak sikit lah kan? Sila-sila ke tengah. Jadi Maima, untuk korang mesti kenal kan Maima siapa? Player daripada Team Secret. Jadi Maima, datang hari ni untuk final upper bracket. Sokong siapa sebenarnya?
Saya sebenarnya tak sokong mana-mana tim, saya sokong semua tim. Sebab kita nak, kita wakil kita sebagai satu, kita support semua tim yang pergi ke M5, insya-Allah.
Best, very nice of him. Maima, it's so sweet of you. Walaupun Team Secret are no longer here, but you're still supporting. It's so kind of you. You nak bagi tak apa-apa advice to all the fans watching untuk come here tomorrow untuk grand finals diorang?
Okey, untuk grand final, saya nak semua fans, tak kisah menang ke kalah, kita sokong. Walaupun tim awak kalah, tak bermaksud dia tak kuat. Maksudnya dia kuat sebab dia dah bagi saingan kuat kepada tim yang menang tu. So insya-Allah kita sebagai satu Malaysia, kita support semua, okey?
That is real showmanship and sportsmanship indeed. So thank you so much, Maima.
Okay, you're welcome.
Passing it back to you.
Back to the MPL Malaysia Season 12 Playoffs. Day number 3 is lower bracket grand finals, and I'm on my feet. He's on his feet. Sadafar isn't. I'm Husky. We've got one more game to go between Team SMG and RSG, and we have a substitute caster, Sadodo. So welcome to the show.
Yes, hello, welcome. I am Sadodo.
Yes, he is Sadodo. We also have a guest from MPL Philippines with us. It's Reptar. He is also standing up. We're gonna do this all night, man. We're gonna do this all night. You are a friend right here. Game 5. I want to start with you, Reptar. What are you gonna be expecting? What do you expect?
I wonder if we're gonna actually see a series where one man played one hero the entire series. 5 games of Valentina, are we gonna see that? Or is something gonna change in terms of the battings of SRG and the pickings of SMG? Are they finally gonna switch sides? We've only seen blue side SMG, red side SRG. If they finally switch sides, then the picture of the draft is gonna be so different.
I agree. Thank you, Reptar. But let's talk about the white elephant in the room here.
The
I just
white
got
elephant.
awoken very rudely.
Wait, what happened to Dodo?
I conjure him.
Oh, I got awoken very rudely by a pair of headphones landing on my face.
Ah, I see. But you know what? In jokes aside here, need I remind you that this is going to be a very, very important moment for us Malaysians and everyone in MPL MY, because we are down towards game number 5. And one of these teams is going to be the ones that represent Malaysia for the wildcards or potentially M5 here. And this is going to be some stats to give you a little bit of insights here on how the teams are going to be duking out in this best of 1.
Yeah, Rep does mention it, right? Miko, one heck of a leader, one heck of a player. Kufra, 12 games picked, 67% win rate. Edith, 71% out of 7 games, and Kaja, 60% win out of 5 games. So overall, positive stats on their roaming role. very, very aggressive. I met him outside the washroom just now. He still looks that he's in high spirits. He's ready to go for another game, Adrian.
Sounds pretty good to me, and hopefully he will have that energy to go into game number 5, because this is literally everything on the line. Somehow we have brought this to another best of 1, and the stakes are ever higher now.
I love it. I love it. Look at this he's a character.
I wasn't sure if you were telling the truth about his energy still being high. Now I believe it with all my heart.
He is. He's such a character, man. I can look at this for days.
I can't believe.
Why does he always
raise
on the camera?
Joking around this here. Look at the face of Takeda. He means business. This is serious, guys. Come on, like, you know how serious this is? Like, whoever loses this is gonna go home and regret for the rest of their lives that they could have represented Malaysia. They could have. And guess what? Whoever loses this series is going to go home saying that, God damn, I was so close to making the international stage, man.
I mean, that's the nature of competition, right? Sometimes you're always so close yet so far. There's always a loser. I mean, we say that SRG, regardless of the result, they have made history. It has been an incredible run. This is just the second season. You compare it to the SMG, who has been around for way longer. Man, if you're SMG, you want this so much more. But anyways, game 5 draft, the Edith still banned out by SMG. SRG starting off with the same 2 bans, Angela and the Matilda.
So we've already seen a lot of variation in this third ban, right? They've banned out Tarizla, they've banned out the... my brain is not working anymore.
Lancelot.
Edith, Kufro.
Edith and Lancelot.
Thank you, Reptar.
They banned Lancelot like 2 times.
It's good to see someone still has brain cells here.
Wait a minute. Selangor Red Giants, they switch up their drafting patterns here. This time they are going to target the Valentina.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Thank the Lords. We're going to see something different as a first pick.
Like, if Stormy isn't going to change his mind, if Coach Pau isn't going to change his mind, might as well force him to do it, right?
Yeah.
Praise the Lord.
Man, Sadafa is my spirit animal right now, man. With how Sadafa's reacting to the drafts and everything, he's my spirit. Hey, a Lilia! It's a Lilia!
Oh, it's a Lilia! All right, Repta, like, go ham with it. Talk us through this Lilia.
Okay, so now with the Lilia pickup, Selangor Red Giants have to think twice about picking things up like the Fredrin, Baksha, even though it's not like a direct counter. It's just so hard for those slower, beefy frontline lineups to go up against the Lilia. The constant damage coming out, the slows when she does decide to build up the Ice Queen wand. And yes, her ultimate has changed where the charges doesn't come back when you use the Black Shoes. We all know that. But what's good with her is that it's sort of like she acts like a Valir now. Once she's max level, once she maxes the level of her ultimate rather, and then she's free to hit, that will feel like she's not running out of the glooms and then the shadow energy. So they balance it out. They still rock the Fredrin, but now they have an Irithel that's a little bit more mobile that can have a bit of an easier time to avoid the Lilia.
Yeah, I agree what you say as well. Like the recent change before Lilia was that once you pop the shadow shoes, the black shoes, you are gonna get a maximum 5 charge. But now, if you get max level, you are going to have max about 50% cooldown every single time you hit your target. So there is going to be a very, very early power spike, roughly around level 12 for Lilia. So I guess that's going to be the way. But I like the adaptations coming from Selangor Red Giants, right? Because as of now, this Irithel has been something that Sasa has been making wonders with in all the games. Because in all 4 games, that is the only hero that Sasa has won with.
And unlike game number 4, Team SMG, they have more than enough hard crowd control for Super Irithel, Adrian. So Selangor Red Giants, right, they gotta somehow adapt to this.
Yeah, that is true. They will have catch here as compared to the previous game where basically Sasa ran around uncontested. So it's gonna be a little bit of a test towards the Red Giants whether or not they can keep him safe. Now there are obvious solutions, like say if they were decided to be a little bit crazy, pull out the Diggy, then your time journey cancels everything out. But they will go at that Arlet.
We've seen Arlet's roam before, and it's only done by Storm. I believe Ready Sports did it once, and that one failed miserably. Storm is the only one who has won with Arlet roam. Repta, in MPL Philippines, is Arlet roam even a thing?
Not anymore. He does mostly go into the XP lane. Early on, we were thinking that that would be a possibility, but this entire season, no, he has always gone into the EXP lane. And I actually like this Arlot pickup because the approach of an Arlot, we all know, with him dashing around and zipping about, it's going to be harder for Lilia to actually time the explosions that she can dish out. So it's not going to be as easy for them to give this Arlot a problem. It's going to take a lot of good timing from Stormy to actually whittle him down.
You know, to be honest, after seeing this draft coming for Selangor Red Giants here, if you think about the track records on the games that Goldjazz has played today in particular, all the games that Selangor Red Giants has won is because of the fact that Goldjazz is able to play make as a hero, and you give him a playmaking XP hero, he is gonna make wonders. That's the reason why his Yu-Jong is very, very respected. His Terista is very, very respected. But if you give him a hero like Paquito to kind of do his own thing, split push all the way through, and not be able to get into the fights to set up for the team, it is very difficult for him. So I like that Selangor Red Giants is gonna give him a comfort pick, but this is gonna put Smooth in a very, very awkward position, because if you think about this here, Terista has had a very, very amazing game in all the games in today's matchup for the playoffs.
Yeah, and to be very fair, the Smooth Terista was also 1-1 Game 5 against RSG earlier today, right? We were seeing a bit of that glimpse as well, but I love the point that you brought out about Super Goldjazz. Terista was what made him kind of known in the league at the start of the season, and it's good to see him diversify a little bit. We're seeing the Grok and the Minotaur counter-engage heroes, setup heroes getting banned out by SMG, SRG banning out two junglers, Baxia and Akai, Adrian.
Banning out both Baxia and Akai here definitely makes sense. Since they already have the Lilia, they won't have to worry too much about a counter if they were to lock it in. And having that heavy spin really did mess around with how Red Giants wanted to initiate previously. So they don't want to give Team SMG more options to play make with, since they already have the Kufra and the Terizla, hopefully forcing Saksa into a more aggressive position that they can take advantage of with the final slash.
And what we've been seeing is that SMG's early game pressure has been pretty oppressive, right? In game 1 and 2, SRG was able to repay that. But when we look at what's picked right now for both teams, Reptar, I want to get your thoughts. This Farsa coming in for Super Zac. Is the Arlott and Frederick enough to set up Super Zac the same way they did in game 3?
Well, they're going to have to pair it up with a really good roamer. It's as of now, I don't think it's enough. They need one more pick. And this is going to sound crazy, but this is something that we've seen in MPL PH put in the roam role to help alleviate what the Lily can bring out to the table. I wonder if SRG are actually thinking about picking in the Rafaela into the roam so that the extra movement speed provided by the Holy Healing, well, it's going to be great. Not only for your frontliners who are a bit slower this time around, but of course for the Irithel as well. And then at the same time, there's so much to sidestep on the side of SMG, and even though this is very tanky, I feel like Rafaela might be good. If it's not that, they might still go traditional and go for something like, oh wait, no, they can't Joe because they're going up against a Kufra.
Alright, Terrence, carry game 5.
I love it.
Is the Rafaela still an option?
To be honest, the Rafaela is okay against the Lilia, but I don't think they should go for I think Diggy is a perfect draft here for Supernova. Nova, he played it before, but it all comes down to whether or not how they want to play this, because as of now, Supernova doesn't have a lot of engaging heroes to deal with. Cho isn't that bad, but at the same time, against a Kufra, it's very, very difficult, because eventually they need a way to deal with this carry, and I like that maybe bringing in this Diggy isn't too bad, but do they go for it? No, they stick with the Rafaela instead.
So, Reptar, you caught it. I want you to expand on this Rafaela, right? Get SRGs, one final game for them. Is this enough? Is this draft enough?
Well, the thing is, the Rafaela was the last best option, but if SMG put the pedal to the metal, and it's going to be so hard for them to even defend the jungle with the Rafaela being a bit squishier, they're going to need to run the photo real quick. Oh, sorry, the Flask of the Oasis, they're going to need to rush at. And before we toss it over to you guys, I just want to say it's been an amazing honor. You all have been killing it. I know you guys have been working your butts off the entire day. Take us home. I'm so excited to hear the cast that you three will deliver for this Game 5.
Thank you very much, Reptar. We still will have you for the post-game, do not worry. Right now, sit back and enjoy. Adrian, I know you're an SMG fan. Walk us through SMG's win condition.
So SMG's win condition, pretty straightforward. Make sure they're able to last that early to mid-game. Kills are a bonus, but otherwise, it's all about getting farm onto Sasa, and if they can get a snowball onto Saksa, things become a whole lot easier.
Man, the Giants of Team SMG up against the Selangor Red Giants, who in this case are the underdogs. History will be made either way. SMG wants to repeat another Grand Finals appearance, but SRG, they have done more than enough in this league. We'll find out if they can do more.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the lower bracket finals, final game, the decider match. Who will represent Malaysia? Is it going to be SMG or is it going to be Selangor Red Giants? Ladies and gentlemen, the lower brackets, Game 5, Team SMG versus Selangor Red Giants.
Honestly, I am so anxious for both teams. I would gladly let this game just play out without saying a single word, because I I'm looking at expectation, right? Gorgeous and Supernova, again, you cannot disrespect a Terizla like that. They are going to start losing that XP. Stormy and Smooth doing a great job.
Now looking at the emblems overall, again, a very hard priority on mobility for the mid-roam combos. Makes a lot of sense. And the EXP laner is actually going to be perfectly mirroring one another with that penetration as well as Brave Smite.
Super Red, again, being forced back. So both the side lanes of SRG got pressure early on, had to use their regeneration. They're going to lose out on XP, they're going to lose out on gold, and that's not good.
This is interesting. SMG playing a little bit textbook here, having the roamer on the gold lane, expecting that Selangor Red Giants is going to have Supernova playing the initial start there, but guess what? It didn't exactly happen. They were able to get a little bit chip damage, but here comes the problem here, because Selangor Red Giants has been depending on Supernova kind of being their first frontliner to kind of set up their play, but now because of this Rafaela, it puts Gojas in that position instead, and I don't know if Gojas is going to be able to do that.
And you know, interesting enough, SMG played Rafaela today, right? Didn't exactly end up the best for them as well, so they completely just omit this hero. The fact that SRG are picking up, it's such a game where we saw Supernova did so well on engaged kind of supports. I think, you know, they threw a curveball, but I'm a bit anxious, honestly.
It's right to be anxious, but we've already seen in the past that Supernova is capable of playing these Enchanter-style supports, albeit it does reduce a little bit of what Red Giants brings to the table. It's still one of the better solutions they had against SMG. But note, because Miko likes the Raph, they should be quite familiar with what the Red Giants want to do.
Oh, Smooth is going to go for the penalty zone here, trying to catch onto a Zac. They force a flicker reaction, but at the same time, this is what I'm talking about here. Selangor Red Giants, they don't have that frontliner in front to actually open up the map. Yes, you can check bushes with the Supernova, but with the Rafaela's first kill, but most importantly, they need someone to take space. And currently, Skies and Gojas are pretty much the only one that from Selangor Red Giants is going to be able to do so. So that means SMG will have a lot of space given to them for absolutely free.
They don't necessarily have a front line. I mean, they have Super Skies, but Freddy is one of those heroes where it doesn't necessarily feel good to always face check a brush, right? If you get bursted, that's the end of it. You're always happy as Smooth to trade a flicker for Super Zac's flicker as a Farsa. Now SMG, they can put the pedal to the metal.
Oh, speaking of sustains here, SRG playing a little bit passively. I guess they're going to wait up on Supernova's timing, right? Like, I think Repta brought up a very, very important factor, is that the Flash of Oasis in the recent patch is what made the Hospital meta kind of strong. But personally, I feel like the Flash of Oasis does bring out the best value into the middle stage of the game, which is pretty much as a second item pickup. So they probably need Supernova to get a little bit tankier before he starts healing like crazy. But it all comes down to players. You know, that's just my opinion. But all things considered, it comes down to whether or not is that going to happen.
I think for this game specifically, Flask of the Oasis should be rushed. Why? Yeah. Because Saksa exists. That's basically the answer.
Makes sense.
You have to rush it as much as possible. Again, we talk about Fredrin being the only guy who can kind of front line. You need him to stay alive by hook or by crook.
Well, true enough, but as of now, SMG, you can see Saksa level 7. A little bit of a lead against Skies here. They're going to try and force Gojas into this awkward position. He dived on forward, and looks like they're going to make an attempt here. Gojas taking a little too much here. Final Slash comes in, Skies.
Wow.
We'll look for the taunt, but they're just tickling each other. There's just not a lot of damage coming from both sides.
I mean, raw damage always goes in favor of Smooth. Miko.
Oh, Miko looking for the plays. He sees Zac, but the rest of the team of SMG doesn't have the util to follow up here, but Taunt coming to Stormy, force an early black shoe. Smooth with the counter play. They force Zac out as well. Smooth is looking to try and finish bomb. Zac is actually there. First blood for Smooth and SMG. They finally get control, but now Turtle's gonna be up for the contest right now. Skies getting knocked out, but Skies with the Bracer's Ram steals it away from SMG again. He's done it again, but at what cost? They lose their members, and Stormy actually got out as well.
You might have slow immunity, but Penalty Zone does not give a crap about slow immunity. Smooth is 3-0 right now. He has one of the best opening to a game, and remember, this was what won him Game 5 against RSG MY earlier today.
Yeah, this is already an incredible start here for Smooth, being 1k gold ahead of his opponent at this stage. Massive tier 1 already down, Dominance Ice already completed against a sustained comp.
Oh man.
Wow, that's a perfect tragedy for the Red Giants.
I know, right?
The one game to let Terizla through. I mean, this game,
Oh boy, seems like he has itemized accordingly as well, and now Selangor Red Giants, they've got the pull up a little bit more because they have two problems they have to deal with here. One, the penalty zone's coming to smooth. Second would be Stormy. How do they burst him down before he gets picked off? Because as of now, he doesn't have Purify, but if they find a way to punish Stormy, it saves them a lot of utilities to kind of extend those fights onto Asasa.
I mean, Stormy is so Smooth is so strong at this point of time. He can walk into SRG and not be worried about dying. It's crazy. I mean, they're not going to be able to contest neutral objectives at all. And Super Red, he might have to concede this entire lane.
Well, Stormy trying to zone off Super Red for now, but SMG, they're applying a little pressure here to make sure that Sasa doesn't get picked off. But guess what? They found Skies. They know everyone is on the top side, and there's no backup from Nova at all. They saw him at the glimpse on the top side, and because of the terrain, they know they have the advantage. And now, late to the rotations here, Selangor Red Giants force 4 men to defend against the mid lane, and SMG is just toying with them right now.
Man, Reptar's worst nightmare is manifesting, right? If SMG speeds things up, it is gonna be close to being lights out for SRG. I mean, Supernova, he's not a Grok, he's not an Edip, he can't counter engage, he can't do damage. His only job is to heal, but it doesn't matter when SMG has the lead.
Nova has to back off, he's got the heals, but at the same time, Saksa securing the turtle against Skies. Not this time, Saksa says, not this time. However, SMG, they have this 5k lead, and Selangor Red Giants, it's hard to play from behind because Gojes is not able to proxy the side lanes. He's forced to take up Nova's role as the frontline tank here, so it is going to take a little bit more time. And as of now, Saksa pressuring the purple buff as well. Miko looking for the side flanks. Gojes getting scouted out. Miko doesn't want him. Skies securing his purple buff. Does he get it? Yes, he does. So he's going to be able to get out to safety. SMG still finding those choke spots and hoping to punish SRG. And finally, they found him! Here he goes! Gojes getting bursted down. Goodbye, Gojes! No playmaking for Selangor Red Giants. And the counter engagement, a little bit slow from Skies and Team SNG. They hit and run, and now they're going for the middle turret potentially. But guess what, Skies? He's not too happy about this here. He's gonna try and make a play, but Miko is baiting him. Nope. And they're out. Goodbye.
I will set up some general context a little late into the game that Team SMG is unnaturally good at winning Game 5s. There's just something about the way they maintain their momentum through a long series, and the way they're playing right now looks like how they were performing at the start of the day. It's insane.
They're also really good at making a lower bracket run, right? This is a repeat of Season 11. Oh man, if SRG weren't like almost 5k go behind, perhaps they would have went even in that skirmish, but Super Skies, he has no business tanking anything from SMG, but he has no choice, he has to do it.
They have to buy time. That's going to be Selangor Red Giants' way through here because Supernova, once he has his flash of Oasis and a couple more items, this is where you start to see the impact of what this flash is going to be bringing to the table. However, it also comes down to positioning because for now, Team SMG, they're just utilizing that they can outmaneuver SRG.
And the lethal ignition proc,
ouch.
They gotta be really wary right now. Stormy already fulfilling his job as that Lilia. See what happens when you don't depend on the Valentina first pick for once in your life. This is
going there again.
I mean, to be fair, SRG forced their hand, right? It's not like SRG didn't ban Valentina and they picked Lilia. It's a Lord fight. I mean, SRG, if they can somehow get this, then good. If not, then it's only gonna go even worse from here.
Well, they have to buy a little bit more time. Turret will fall. Miko starts the engagement, gets cancelled out. Gojes gonna be in a little bit of trouble here. Flickers out of there, so that's gonna be a big battle spell. Lord being resetted, but SMG again with the same greed from the previous game here. They want to try and greed out the tier 1, but SRG, they are there to respond, but immediately they shift their focus to try and pressure Skies. Lord in control of SRG. They're still waiting for the moment to strike. Gojes a little bit too low here. Gets topped up by Supernova from the hospital meta. SMG needs to be quick and precise on what they want to do with this here because for now, Lord Aggro finally getting stolen away from Saksa. But SRG, they can't rush this. They have to buy time. And SMG understands that this is actually happening. It's just not favorable unless they make a mistake.
I mean, Gojes doesn't have Flicker, right? So the backlines of SMG is going to be a bit more safe than if he had the Flicker. But look at Smooth and Miko, they're taking up so much space.
Yeah, indeed. And as of now, Skies is debating whether they soak up the top lane here. Super Red getting exported to try and farm up a little bit here to try and play catch up. Because SMG, they know they won't want to take this Lord as long as the positioning is in not favorable for them. But Miko Looking for the catch. Finally, he makes the jump on Sky. Silent Rage on him as well. Supernova with the Holy Baptism to stop them in the try. Gets him out, but they are in an awkward position. SMG says, we reset the Lord. He's gonna die for Sky! And he gets busted down!
No!
Goodbye, SRG! Super Red and Nova will look for the reset. Gojaz shows himself to try and trade off, but they don't have the damage. But eventually it's up to Gojaz to stall the back lines, but he's taking so much. And Sasa will take him down. Smooth, going to be the next to fall, and Super Red will trade him off as well. Marksman for an XP, XP for an XP, both marksmen pulling in big, but at the same time here, they have no jungler from SRG. Farsa comes in with the feathered airstrike, almost taking down Saksa. SRG looking for a flanking position. SMG, they're taking a little too much. Sasa, he flickers forward, he tries to kill Super Red, gets saved on by Superstar, but it's not gonna be enough. They're all there. SMG punish SRG for their aggression.
This is what happens. They have no one to frontline, no one to check these areas. A good attempt with the feather airstrike, but Saksa stayed alive, and Sasa, he knows that he has the advantage. Flickers in front with the Winds of Nature, no chance for Super Red. Super Red runs away, but guess who's isolated? It's Super Zach, ends up dying. This Lord is still there for both teams, but SMG has just gotten another lead.
It's going to be tough indeed, because as of now, SMG, again, with the dance on the Lord, Saksa half HP for now. SRG, they've got all the time in the world because of this sustains, and this is where the Rafaela is so strong. This is what I'm talking about. Mid-game is their strength, and they're slowly crawling back in.
We've seen this before, Adrian. We've seen this before.
Indeed,
we have to hope that the Red Giants know what to do in this position. They're notably behind, but they've been able to stifle some of Team SMG's engagements. As long as they're able to plan out their cooldowns and utilities properly, Team SMG has a tendency to go overly aggro, especially when they are ahead. Right now, though, that's going to be hard to achieve. Ideally, I'd want to see them go for some split push, but with a comp like this, again, the Raph, you're not going to see a lot of that.
Yep, at the same time, Stormy already level 13, maxed out on his second skill. So technically, he's got a lot of cooldowns on it unless SRG gives in and takes those damage. So SRG, they're trying to bait out on those charges here, but eventually they have to do something because over time, SMG is going to be a little bit desperate here because of the amount of heal Supernova is going to be bringing to the table.
I mean, Sasa is so rich, right? He gets to farm a free bot lane. Now the wave is going to start shoving in, and SRG once more have their hands tied. They have to eventually deal with the bottom wave. Super Zach's going to be one to do it. Once he shows, I expect SMG to speed things up a little bit.
Stormy zoning them off. Concealed plays coming from Miko. They're looking for the play, but on the sidelines as well. Smooth gets picked off. Miko misses the mark on the back lines. Super Red will be able to force the crossbow attacks. He needs to back off, but look at the amount of damage Smoke had taken because SRG, they can top it off, but SMG cannot reset this for now.
I'm so scared for
Good
SMG right now.
That's actually really excellent spacing by the Red Giants. They're understanding they're gonna go aggro, use the Holy Healing, back this off, perfectly zone out. They don't get any kill in return, but they can force SMG into a bit of a back and forth. Unfortunately, it also means that they're not farming anywhere on the map. So eventually, SMG will just outscale them, and this Lord may just survive the entire process.
How long have you been here? 3 minutes?
3 years.
Yeah, three years.
3 years. But in this case, SRG, they're making a smart play, right? They understand their win conditions. They need to bid out these charges coming from Stormy. Look at this. Like, they cannot afford to take all this damage because eventually Stormy is going to get free hits after free hits with those second skill. And let along that, Sasa pretty much 3 to 4 shot skies to a certain degree. So it's all about out-winning the resources here. In this case, HP management is going to be the way to go because they have to take advantage of having this Rafaela in their favor.
I do not want to be this Lord right now. I'm getting pounded on and I reset, I rest out and they hit me. This Lord is going to survive until the grand final tomorrow at this rate.
This is the first Lord of the game, right?
It is. It is. It still is. Oh man, I mean...
Has it evolved yet?
Well, it's about to.
It's about to. I mean, it already has. It already has evolved.
It has, right? It hasn't been aggro the whole time that it can't evolve, right?
Oh god, they're gonna rush it.
Yep, Sasa now having a lot of damage to work with here. SRG did not expect it, and SMG says, you know what, they don't want to take a fight. We are going to force a fight. But at the same time, SRG, they did not expect this. They were defending against this, but they were not expecting Sasa to hit that quickly.
Finally, the dance paid off. Man, I was starting to get worried because this was how both teams lost their games. But now with the Lord, this is where it gets even scarier. They managed to drag it out until the Lord evolved. and graduate it into a beast that can charge the structures. It's going to come down the bottom lane, and there's a stacked wave there.
Agreed, tier 3 is going to be pretty much destroyed unless SRG has something to say about this as well. It is going to crash onto an inhibitor. SMG looking, trying to extend the fight. Smooth thinking about going for the jump here, but at the same time, it's just not worth it. Wait for Miko. No. Top side going to be exposed. Miko misses his revenge. Super Red is going to try to chip away his way through, but they managed to get out. One inhibitor fall, the Lord still stands. Another minion going to be shoving onto the middle side here. SRG needs to go in for the reset. SMG, Miko looking for the jump. They can't find Nova, can't find Zac yet, but they will settle with taking another inhibitor down mid here. SMG looking to try and force this wall. They've got immortalities, and SRG, they're just so afraid to fight this. They don't have immortalities, and they're just so afraid of challenging SMG. And who could blame them? 10k network lead for SMG.
Man,
oh God, they're just being asphyxiated this game. It's so slow, it's so deliberate, and it is suffocating for the Red Giants because they know they can do nothing about it. This is classic SMG. Then they're not gonna let go of this lead.
It started with a trio lead for Smooth, and the rest is history. Sasa starts snowballing. Sasa is 3-0-3. The only person who has died on SMG side was Smooth, but even then, he bought so much time, and look at now, SRG again, Supernova not on his usual engaged type of roamers. They have no way to open up the map. Super Go just can't check it. Super Skies doesn't want to check it because he gets bursted by the carry. What can they do?
Oh, nothing much here, but as of now, SMG, just like an anaconda, slowly strangling Selangor Red Giants. This is the SMG that we have remembered from during Season 10. And I like that they're doing this, but Selangor Red Giants, they somehow need to survive this, because if they manage to go 50-50 and get up those immortalities, they stand a very, very decent chance of turning the tides in their favor if SMG messes up their engagement.
I mean, SMG gets the next Lord in 35 seconds. This game is just going to end, right? So ideally, you want SRG to get control of the map, but again, it's a Rafaela. You have missed the window to be able to just walk up and check the bush. You are going to die in an instant. SRG, I feel like it's going to be crunch time very soon. They might not even have a chance to do anything.
Yeah, in this case, they're making sure that Super Red is going to be able to do a lot of damage here. But at the same time, can he out-damage the backlines of SMG? Because think about this, Sasa is doing true damage to Skies and Gojet. So if they stayed for too long, just a second later than they needed to, Sasa is going to completely shut them down. And sometimes if Noah is out of position, he's not going to be able to out-heal the damage burst of this carry.
Bottom line is, if Skies goes down too fast, the fight is done.
It almost feels like the fight is done before it even begins here. Team SMG is preying on the Red Giants' habit here of playing too safe. They know that this chance is slipping away from them.
Sasa.
They're not willing to make any mistakes.
Smart. Sasa showed himself up top. He's going to be shoving the lave here. But there's only one Immortal on the jungler coming from Selangor Giants. Skies has it, but do they want to use it right here, right now? Because it is slowly but surely SMG looking for the engagement. Miko?
Start speeding up the Lord. Start speeding up the Lord if you're SMG. You have Sasa with you. Do not worry.
Oh, Super Red, force the hospital tanks. They are going to force a fight against Stormy, but Miko not able to intercept the backlines because of Supernova's heal. So great disposition, but that's a major damage output being neglected by Super Red. Heavy crossbow of tanks not available means SMG is not too worried about the marksman chipping too much damage in this upcoming fight.
This is so built up on the top wave though. Sasa has set that up. It's still pushing into SRG.
Red Giants trying desperately to escape the checkmate that SMG are trying to put them into. Playing safe so far is ensured they don't lose out too much more than they already have. But what is it costing right now? It's SMG slowly but surely takes the objective.
Speed it up. They're trying to get information. Smooth. They know they want to secure this. Down towards the final two bars. Gojet getting focused down as well. The heal comes in. They force the flicker. They back off. Skies is holding on as well, but Smooth, he drops the penalty zone to try and bait out Super Red. But Skies is going to be the objective for the team. SMG. They reset the Lord, and Miko! He catches the backline, and SRG, they need to get out. They lose Gojet, but the heals are coming in. Skies will be picked off, and Saksa is looking to finish them off. Stormy slowing them down. Kenting and more. SMG, they've got the duel. They've got Zac. It's going to be a 2v5. And now it's up to Super Red to hold on. Nova topping up his HP, and Super Red trying to clear off the minions. They've got no inhibitors. Immortality's up on Miko. Smooth with the penalty zone. Catches super red.
They've
No
done
one
it.
keep him alive, but it's over. SMG have done it. They take the crystal. They are your Malaysia representatives. They are your second grand finalists.
Wildcards guaranteed. Oh man, cheers on the face of SMG fans, and can you blame them? SMG back-to-back grand finals appearance, and now with an even higher stakes, a guaranteed ticket onto the international stage in Wildcards in Kuala Lumpur in a month. But SRG, let me tell you, the fairy tale doesn't have the best ending, but it's still a sweet one. They have done so much better than when they debuted last season. 5th to 6th in season 11, top 3 in season 12. These kids have a long way to go, but they have come a long way as well.
A team full of potential here, unfortunately meeting their end right before the finish line, but with the potential to come back and grow stronger for the future as Team SMG does it once more, returning to the grand final stage.
Well, SMG have celebrated their victory. We're going to pass it onto the stage to Rose to talk about SMG about this grand finals entry.
Alright guys, this is the end of Selangor Red Giants journey dalam MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Tapi they did not go down without a fight. So, I akan pass mic ni kepada Becky untuk membagi last words of Selangor Red Giants di atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Very tough. Very tough loss, but my team really did their best today. From 5-6 to 3rd, not bad lah.
Everyone, thank you for supporting us. Sorry if we didn't get the championship this season, and we're really thankful for all of your support all throughout our regular season and also in the playoffs. So yeah, also it's very emotional for me, So I just want to say really thank you in behalf of all of us, and sorry if we did not get the championship this season. Just one promise, we'll come back stronger. Okay.
Thank you so much, Selangor Red Giants. They truly did not go down without a fight. And with that, I will give you guys the opportunity for your last bow, final bow on the MPL stage. In 3, 2, 1. Our top 3 for this season. All right, guys, and now it's time for the second grand finalist for MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Give it up for Team SMG! All right, jom, Sasa. You seem to be in a good mood, so I will give you the mic first.
What? Yes.
Okay, good mood ah. All right. So, jarang-jarang Sasa good mood atas pentas kan? Sasa, this is the 3rd time Team SMG will be going to the grand finals. And a lot of people say, right, 3rd time's the charm. Tomorrow, you will go up against Homebois. Is SMG ready for this rematch?
I think from the last season until now, we haven't lost to Homebois one time, so we don't scare about Homebois. Just let's see how, bro.
All right. If you could give a score prediction tomorrow, best of 7, come on.
The score, then no need lah. Just SMG win lah.
All right, guys. So, okay, guys. I know ramai dah yang dah balik, tapi untuk orang yang masih lagi dekat Dewan Sri Putra, siapakah MVP anda? MVP of the lower bracket finals is Sasa! Oh, hilang.
I want the MVP for tomorrow, not today.
Oh, wow! Belum apa lagi dah macam tu. Alright. Tapi, I know everybody's tired, but I wanna, Miko, come here. Miko and Saksa, come. Our two Filipino imports. All right, Miko. I heard in an interview that the reason why you're doing so well here and the reason why you're trying your best is because you're helping your family. I'm sure the entire Philippines is with you right now and your family at home. What do you have to say? Anong masasabi mo sa pamilya mo at sa buong Pilipinas ngayon na sinusuportahan ka?
Para sa kanila tong ginagawa ko.
Oh, dia cakap. Kemenangan ni untuk dorang. Alright. Saksa, ikaw naman. What about you? Wait. Anong masasabi mo ngayon sa buong Pilipinas na sinusuportahan kayo at lalo na sa pamilya mo na nanonood?
Antayin niyo bukas, mas masarap. Antayin niyo bukas, mas masarap.
Wow! Dia cakap. Tunggu esok. Kemenangan esok lagi sedap. Oh, kejap. Miko. Oh, tak habis lagi. Girlfriend.
Shout out to my family and my girlfriend.
Miko cakap nak fight balik. Dia lupa girlfriend dia.
Shout out sa family ko and sa girlfriend ko. Malapit tayo magkita.
Alright. Wow! Jarang-jarang Haru minta mic.
Okay.
Let's go, Haru.
Hello. So, we from SMG would like to say thank you so much for you guys staying until this late to keep supporting us. And thank you to RSG fans also, SRG fans also. Thank you for staying up so late. And hopefully you guys can keep supporting us tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. Guys, once again, give it up for your second grand finalist, Team SMG. All right, and with that, mari let's show it over to our casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam full Best of 5 series ini. Casters, silakan.
Thank you, Rose. Oh, man, so many emotions. I'm gonna sift through that with you guys in a little bit, but now we gotta talk about Sasa first. 14, 2, and 12 in the games that he won. 2 games he went deathless. Game 4 and 5, Iratel and Carry. Man, he woke up when the whole team needed him to.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, here's the reason why SMG has lost the game, but he's also the reason why SMG has won the game. And he's played a very, very important role for SMG's victory. And guess what? That definitely paid off because everyone, all 10 players, both from SMG and SRG, pretty much poured their hearts and soul for today's games. And you know what? Live life with no regret, and this is the pinnacle of our Kage here from Sasa.
SMG played 10 games today, just like you, Adrian.
It does show that with the right experience, with the right tenacity, the right mindset, it doesn't matter if you have to play 10 games in one day, you'll be able to secure victory at the very end regardless.
That's what a moment for Team SMG's 3rd grand finals in a row in a season. Let's check out the mic check for SMG.
Flicker, pasa. Bay1 kasi me.
Okay, careful lah. Careful. It's okay.
Kill all. This. Up ulti.
No, he just ulti to turtle.
Wow, 3. Dapat kill. Ulti.
Nice one. Depan.
Kufa, guys. No flicker, Kufa.
Flat.
Nanti. Nice one.
Nice.
Hero.
Ay, Sasa.
Careful.
Dad, you good, dad. Go!
Oh, nice.
Oh, reset.
No.
Stop the back. Stormy, dying ah. Can fight.
Hey.
Tayo.
Hold that. Can I see you?
Can go.
Go.
Tahu. Sisi. No one.
Tower.
Oh man, there it is. The winning moment for Team SMG, but Repta, I know we talked about this halfway through the series. It's going to be sad for you either way because some Filipino players and coach who have to go, and this time, fortunately, it's going to be SRG side, Pancake, Super Red, our coach Arcadia. But at least tomorrow, we will have Saksa and also Miko on the side of Team SMG. They're going to go against the Indonesians on the side of Homebois. I'm going to get your thoughts on this first, Repta. Is Philippines still better than Indonesia?
I'm not the one to boast. I know recent history and especially the results of MSC didn't go our way. All I say is we're both really good regions, and we have a lot of talented players such as Malaysia. I'm gonna go the diplomatic route for this one.
Nice.
I know a less diplomatic guy is right beside me. Terrence, I need your thoughts on this also.
The Kage is back, baby. Sasa is here to prove himself that he's gonna be the best in the world to represent from Malaysia, and I guess he's just proved himself.
This draft, right? You talk about this. I asked you beforehand, Adrian, that you said easy to execute. They step on the gas, they win the game, and it exactly happened the way you describe it.
Yeah, pretty much so. Being able to start the game with a triple kill in the hands of Spoov already sets up that EXP lane, which we've already highlighted plenty of times in the past. We talked about how the RAF is probably one of the better options they had left, but also not going to be enough because it forces Gojas and Skies into more initiating positions when they don't want to. And you can tell that not only was the draft disadvantageous for the Red Giants, but we have to note this is the first time this team has played a best of 5 on the MPL stage.
Yeah.
So a lot of praise still has to be given for making it this far.
And Reptile, you said that you liked the Arlot pick. You also talked about the Rafaela. We discussed a little bit about the Diggy pick at the end. Rafa was the one that came through. I know that you favor it in certain ways, but walk us through this draft for SRG, right? What went wrong?
What went right, rather, for SMG was they take their condition. That's what went wrong for Selangor Red Giants. I mean, going into it, we did discuss it. SMG, they just need to snowball. They just need to put the pedal to the metal, be aggressive, let Stormy spam around the mid lane, control those little alleys going in through the jungle areas around the mid. And that's exactly what he did. Him alongside Miko, who it was great to hear that during the mic check, he was still very vocal all throughout. Similar to the series, we talked about his leadership. And because of the surprise factor of the Kufra, because he's the more traditional tank, he's paired up with a Lilia. Even though you're up against potential taking heal bomb on the side of Selangor Red Giants, they acknowledged that. They played fast and they made sure that it wouldn't get to the point where Red Giants will be comfy with the heals they had. There were times where we sort of saw it, but then there was one exchange there that Team SMG were just able to sidestep. They continued fighting, and SMG just played their conditions way better than Red Giants could have.
I mean, you look at the numbers, right? We're going to go through the highlights, but Stormy did more than 4 times the damage of Super Zack the entire game turns.
Yeah, I agree. That's the thing about how SRG has been playing, right? They're so afraid of Stormy's reset here. They don't really want to give it up. But most importantly, they were waiting on Supernova's timings. And unfortunately, in the itemizations here, I saw an Enchanted Talisman as well as an Oasis. Means that this Rafaela is very burstable. So he didn't exactly go for the tank hybrid route here to try and keep sustains. He's looking for cooldowns. But unfortunately, Selangor Giants just couldn't drag the game out because of the fact of how they designed this composition, right? Because if you take this consideration from the drafts from Selangor Giants, this is a near identical draft from how they played during game number 3, where they had to like 3 very, very beefy frontliners, and SMG had this 1-1 pickup which couldn't do anything against these tanks. And the moment they draft the carry here, Selangor Giants was like, oh wait, what do I do? Do I pick a triple tank for Nova? Or do we try and out-sustain this? And they were a little bit bamboozled, and because of this small confusion in the draft, kind of gave SMG the advantage to come on top.
Man, that Edith ban must have done a number on SRG. But here it is, the brackets of MPL MY Season 12 playoffs. We have come down to the final 2, the grand finals for tomorrow. Both Homebois and SMG will go up against each other in a best of 7 to see who secures the direct slot to M5 happening in the Philippines and who will have to play through the wild card gauntlet. And fun fact, guys, these 2 teams have only faced off once in the season. It's in the group stage where SMG won 2-1 over Homebois. This is going to be the first time they play a long series in the playoffs, and it's going to be a best of 7.
That's going to be exciting to keep an eye on here. Will it be the Homebois defying all odds to claim their first ever champion title? Or will Team SMG prove the second place curse is a constant here in MPL MY?
You're just being very biased, aren't you? You just want Homebois to win, don't you?
I mean,
I just want anything, man.
They lost 4-0-4 to Toadal, right? But it's not Toadal, it's Homebois. It's tomorrow, 3 p.m. right here at Devaswee Putra. SMG against Homebois.
Hey, SMG has proved themselves that they are here to win another another MPL championship for themselves. They want to represent Malaysia again to hit the M Series for a second time.
I mean, can Haru and Cole make it through, or will Daddy, whose wish come true? We'll find out tomorrow. But for now, I want to get wrapped up back on, right? Because this has been an incredible best of 5 with you. I'm glad that we get to enjoy this lower bracket finals with you as well. I want to get, your last words, your parting thoughts for this series.
Well, I just want to say thank you to MPL Philippines and MPL Malaysia for allowing this to happen, for giving me and Wolf the opportunity, and everyone else who got to guest. By the way, check out the survey, the QR code's on your screen right now. And of course, thankful that I get to work with all 3 of you. Hopefully we can share a desk together, seeing each other in person. And good luck to Malaysia. Good luck to your grand finals. We have week 5, day 3 tomorrow, but I hope everything goes really well. I hope you have a legendary grand finals tomorrow there in Malaysia.
Oh man, we're gonna have one heck of a grand finals, and then you guys will have one heck of a playoffs. But I mean, it's an emotional moment for me. I've seen Becky in this spot way too many times from before he even joined Mobile Legends, so it gets me teared up a little bit. But it's been an incredible journey for SRG. Second season in, they beat Todak, they made it top 3. I cannot ask for it for more. But Repta, thank you very much for joining us. We're gonna send you all one final time. We'll come for your playoffs. We'll watch it online wherever we are. It's been a pleasure having you. Now, final thoughts, starting with you, Terrence.
To be honest, it has been an amazing journey here. I'm just very, very happy to see, all these teams kind of happen their way through. But most importantly, thank you guys at home for supporting all these players here, because all in all, it has been an insane game for Malaysia.
It's been an exhausting journey overall, but I'm very happy to see how much the competition here in MPL MY has grown. The fact that these matches are so close shows how much these teams and these players have evolved, and I'm very excited to see how MY will perform on the global stage.
We'll crown the grand champions tomorrow. History will be made regardless. But for now, we're going to sign off for the night. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. for the grand finals of MPL MY Season 12. See you then.